Key reading on inflation set to come in here higher than expected for core PCE for the month of August. Just out here, the adjusted number, first of all, the 0.4 number versus 0.2, the one everyone's going to be watching. Core PCE, the index month over month for August, 0.6 versus 0.5. So if you remember back to Fed Powell's speech going back to last week, he discussed this PCE number and how important it was going to be to see continued decline in this reading. So not yet. Anyways, guys, 0.4 versus 0.2 on the adjusted number there for core PCE going back to August overall. Here we go, set to wrap up not only the month, the week, and the quarter, possibly back to the downside. There is an outside shot that the NASDAQ, probably not after this number, but there is an outside shot that the NASDAQ could still have a positive quarter. But all three U.S. markets back to the downside here as we head into the final session of the week. All about Nike today. It's all about Micron today. Chips back to the downside. Micron did reverse that early weakness that we saw after market. If you were with us right at the end of the day yesterday, we saw that initial move down. We get the gap to the upside on Micron shares. We'll talk all about that coming up. And it's Tesla AI Day. It's going to be aftermarket, but interesting technology, to say the least, possibly coming from Tesla today. It is September 30th. It's Friday. TraderTV.live starts now. Here we go, back in negative territory once again for the NASDAQ. We were positive across all three ahead of that PCE number. Again, if you missed it, a little higher than expected there, 0.6 versus 0.4 on the core number, which is, again, going to be watched closely by the Fed going forward here. So that's the way the markets look right now. Yeah, negativity at the bottom end there, crude oil, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all down about 1% across the board to kick things off. So end of a week, guys. It's the end of the month and end of the quarter, but maybe same old here for the markets.
Well, remains to be seen. We'll see definitely how it goes. We got the number came out and it popped to the downside. So you picked up some Apple. I was looking and got close to a bid on Softy and Snapchat. We'll get to that in a little bit, but it's been a wild week. Regardless of what happens, we know we're going to get some volatility in here today. The last couple of sessions. You know, it's whether you call it inside days or not when the range is big, who cares? It's going to give you those trading opportunities. That's what we're all about here. Should be an exciting Friday. I'm sort of ready to blast off. Looking at Nike, obviously we got to look at some of the chips. A new name I'll be watching today out of the chip space, based on what Micron said, watch out for AMAT. I feel like Micron's report was worse for them than it was for everybody else. And yep, you got to go back to some of those EVs, Tesla AI Day. I can't believe yesterday that I forgot that the name of the robot was Optimus. That's bad. I'm a nerd. I should never. It's such a catchy name. Clearly,
you don't even have to be a nerd for that one.
No,
most people would.
But it's cool. It's
Optimus Prime.
It's like human size, whatever. Like the idea is that like eventually it could do some tasks in warehouses and stuff. And they have some other things coming in there as well that should be interesting. Self-driving, should be some updates in that regard. But that's going to be aftermarket anyway, so we can worry about that this weekend.
Wow. Yeah, PCE coming out there, plus 0.3 rate month, 0.62% on the year. So not a great number there. We did pick up some Apple. We did get some out there. It ripped up pretty nicely for us. It went over $1. We're in the money now, 70 cents. We just sat there at 141. Pick some up on the low end there. We'll see if it can continue to make a march. But I think Apple could rip today. I mean, the market obviously is starting to go back to the downside. So the word rip might not be the right word, but you know, we'll wait to see. Yesterday, I just feel like yesterday we got a huge flush. I mean, that's pretty obvious. And I should have looked it up. I meant to do that. I feel like it was Apple's worst day ever. It did battle back, obviously, a little bit there. But we were down 6, almost 7% at one point, down there to 141. And yeah, you know, we'll buy that dip again. We're 75 cents, 80 cents in the money now on this move. But I like Apple here. Yesterday was just, I don't even know, oh, there's my daily chart. Yesterday was just such a disaster day. As I said, 148, tipping down to 140. 140.60. Actually, sorry, we did break that 141. So, you know, you lost about $8 yesterday in Apple, gained a little bit back right now. And I just feel like this is a name that money is going to flood into when and if money ever comes back into this market. So it's the name I'm long. I want to get long Meta. I want to get long everything. Yesterday was such a bloodbath kind of a day that I don't know. I haven't turned old bear around yet. We want to wait for the PCI number. This could be a poll kind of a day because I want to turn.
Get a poll. Yeah.
Maybe we should get a poll because I want to turn this bear into a bull for today, just because I do think the markets will end up positive. I don't think we'll be up 3 or 4%, but it could be a nice little long day here. I'm looking for it. Maybe we will get a poll up there
right now. Well, it's perfect because the market's,
Neil's putting it up right now.
The market's basically flat.
It is flat. It's literally flat.
So that's perfect.
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's put a poll up. You guys can vote bull or bear today for our.
Let's say the NASDAQ.
Yeah, you could say the NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean the S&P as well. The S&P is down.
Do
Just do the S&P. The S&P right now is down 0.05%. So, you know, by the time you hit enter on the poll, the market could be influenced one way or the other here. So, yeah, I'm long Apple. I like it. I'm not super scared about the longs today. We have bottoms from yesterday. That's the key thing. We have the bottoms from yesterday that we can play off of. So, to me, those are going to be important levels. I don't even have an offer for Apple until 142.70 or so. So let's just continue to watch that. We are long down here at that bottom, 141. Welcome to tradertv.live. As we approach, Brendan, today, 350,000 subscribers. So make sure that you hit the like button and the subscribe button today.
Yeah, under 800 to go. So definitely, if you're joining us for the first time, guys, welcome. We do this every single day. The market is open. So hit that subscribe button and the like button as well. Key number on the index itself to keep in mind today. So the NASDAQ, 11,472. So 11,472 is where the quarter opened. So the first day of the third quarter was 11,472. So keep that in mind. Here is Optimus for everyone. It looks really cool. So again, Tesla AI Day coming up after market tonight. Elon has been talking about this for years at this point and having armies of these things running factories all over the world. So that's potentially, anyways, what Optimus from Tesla is going to look like. Here's the headline this morning we were dealing with in the pre-market. It was all about this key inflation data. The PCE number comes out, if you missed it, a little bit higher. 0.4 on the adjusted number for August versus 0.2. So a little bit higher. And then the index itself, month over month, 0.6 versus 0.5. But again, both on the upside as far as what is expected. So if you remember back to Fed Chair Powell's speech from last week, he was pointing to this reading and needing to see multiple of these readings to the downside before they can even pause in their current efforts to control inflation. First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Check them out. QR code on the screen. We thank them for coming on once again. I mean, going into this number, guys, pretty quiet across the board as far as individual moves. We'll talk about Nike. We'll talk about Micron, some of the chip names coming up. But big tech specifically has been relatively weak throughout the week. We touched on Apple a little bit there. Amazon, Google as well to the downside. Everything kind of chopping around where we were yesterday, though.
Yeah, to be sure. And I want to look at the Qs today because the June low is still been respected. Like that, if you triple Q, 269, that's been very well respected. You bounced off it a couple of times here. So we could go to the upside. I already forget the number you were mentioning, Brendan, that there was a chance the Qs could finish the month or the quarter positive. It was a quarter positive, but I forget the exact number. Either way, it's just, you got to respect support until it's gone. I think that's one of the things you got to look at here. And we can still get a big move off some of these lows. And realistically, if we do breach that 269, then I'm going to be a little bit hesitant to want to be in any tech longs. I think maybe something will stick out that's relatively strong. But we break that bottom, I think you could see a little bit of a free fall Friday. Obviously, we're now green on the session here as we're teetering sort of back and forth. You have so many things that are on monster resistance. I shouldn't say monster resistance, big resistance. Meta put in a really good double bottom at 135 and has this like wick bottom thing going on. Like when it did the breakout long, that was at that 135, and now you have that as support. So that's one level I'm going to be looking at today. And it's not that I necessarily think that you have anything but a downward trend in Meta. clearly you do, but you've got a consolidation. There's been that one nice up day, so it's a formation for a long off that 135 to be sure. A couple of other kernels out there. Obviously going to be watching Tesla. The AI day, I mean, there's not much that we're going to be able to do about it, or you can pay attention to it after market. But the even $5 levels have been fantastic. 275 was all kind of resistance in the afternoon. That feels a little bit weak, a little bit closer to these lows here. Like, I like things that make that higher low, that fail the bottom and are now trying to hold higher. That's a good look for something like a bounce play. Tesla feels really weak after yesterday's trade. So I don't know if I can get into this one and be behind the long unless we start holding some higher lows. And yeah, the chips are going to be in play, to be sure. Micron's warning, it was all over the place. And, you know, the stock was down to 46. At 47, I thought I saw, but 46 in the pre-market breaking support. And then they're like, yeah, we're cutting costs, and that's good. So it ends up gapping higher. It's a messy-looking chart. I'm almost staying away from Micron today. It's going to be Intel. Aim at, because if they're going to warn about investing and they're cutting back their expenditures, well, that's not going to be good for the semi-equipment makers, and AMAT's going to feel that pain. So I like the shorts on AMAT today, but I might be staying away from Micron. That was some ugly price action, and trading is about that price action here. Don't be blind to some of these longs. I think there's going to be some opportunities out there. Meta was the first that stood out. Snapchat's not in big tech, but I still like $10 on Snapchat too.
Yeah, I'm already, I mean, you guys can see I'm already long Apple there. I like it. Today we have Nike obviously on watch. I mean, down 11%. It's worst day ever if it holds these levels. And not great, right? We talked about the US dollar strength. I mean, I've switched over to UUP, watching that for the US dollar strength. I mean, you know, when 50 to 60% of your business is outside of the US and you got to repatriate those dollars back home, it's not good when the US dollar is so high, so you're not getting that, you know, the exchange rate coming back, you're getting absolutely destroyed. So Nike does obviously talk about that. That's not a great sign for all the major retailers, especially ones that, or even just a consumer consumption names here, names that are sold outside of the US, big products. Procter & Gamble has similar issues. I mean, they all do. Anybody that's a multinational is going to have, you know, these headwinds. So that's not great. A little change in the US dollar, and I think Nike can fly huge. They obviously reporting some inventory issues as well. So yeah, bad name here today. Nike down that 11.5%. I still think if we take 87, we could get a huge rally, not a huge rally, but at least a rally back to 90-ish or so. So I am looking to see if Nike can get going on this move. But there it is, man. There's the NASDAQ. Look, I've already turned, you know, the NASDAQ was down. I thought that we were going to have a bullish day. I wanted to ask everybody what their opinion is. I've already turned it over because I was looking at the numbers, but it's getting closer right now. So it's now 52-48 here on the votes with over 700 votes. First of all, 700 votes.
It's going to be 50-50.
500 likes on the show. So let's get that like count up a little bit here. I mean, if you can vote on a poll, you can hit like. So please do that for us. Relatively ASAP would be nice. But right now, look at this, man. It's getting narrower. And it's so funny because as the market goes upside here and as our position just gets more booming, the bulls are running away here. So we'll see 52-48 as the bears are catching up to this bullish sentiment here. So let's wait to see where this finishes. But I did turn him around into a bull. We've got a big win here on Apple. I'm excited for today. Thanks. Right there. We just doubled the like count right there. So thank you so much for hitting that like button. We're back. We're in the cozy outfit here today. Hopefully we get some trades that are booming to the upside as well. It's going to be a great Friday. Trust me. Here goes the market. You're up 0.5% right now. I mean, every single thing on here is a long. Let's see if we can hit it. We didn't get Netflix. We didn't get Micron, and we're still waiting for Nike to break through that 87. So let's see if we can get it, man. I love trading, and if you can't tell, you'll see that very, very soon.
All right, another group showing a little bit of strength here so far this morning pre-market is some of the travel names. Here's CCL up 2%. And then I'll show you this as well, because this is the news monitor for Carnival itself. And you'll notice there's no earnings showing up on this yet. This is a calendar for the company itself. September 30th, before market open is supposed to be when they report. So we got, 46 minutes before the market opens for CCL to report as well. Still, again, higher on the session here, guys, but earnings still to come.
Yeah, we said this was going to be the case with CCL because the last time, I'm pretty sure the earnings were closer to 9:15 or 9:20 when we're eventually getting to them. It was definitely after 9 o'clock, which is a little bit late to put your plans in. However, the good news on CCL is it's trading essentially at close to 9.50, and the support's down at like $8.80 to $9, and resistance up at like 10. So if you do get a gap either way, you're going to either be able to play off support, or I love that $10 level on CCL. It's a pretty good one. Like usually when you break out from these even dollars on CCL, Carnival, it's going to be a good look. You got to consider how badly depressed the stock has been, but it's in that bucket. And this, why is that still Roblox? There we go. But it's in that bucket of things that have not taken out those lows, those recent lows from June. So it's got an $8 bottom on it, and then that $10 corresponds with your 50-period moving average as well. So I really do like where we are sitting in the chart on CCL. I do anticipate if there is a big move to the downside, I'm not really expecting that it would be a great quarter for them, but if there is a big move to the downside, that $8 level is going to be supported. Like the same way I was sitting at 10:01 in the afternoon on Snapchat, and I'll probably do it again today. I'll be on $8, even if we have a bad report by CCL. It would have to be pretty catastrophic to get to that price and not want it. That would also be SSR as well. We get those SSR bounces from time to time. So got to be on your radar. We don't know exactly when it's going to drop, but I'm trying to keep the trading as simple as possible, kind of working off those even levels for the scalp trades, because we don't know what the report's going to be just yet.
Yeah, CCI. I don't know what's happening here with CCL. I'm just working on getting an email out here to work on some more guests for the show. I'm trying to work on a decent one here to come through. So it should be exciting for that. Yeah, look, I mean, Carnival Cruise Lines. You can look at them all. The name that I'm really interested in here is Airbnb. I still have not bought this name, but I'm noticing it. Trying to bounce off this 100 level. I like Airbnb here into a. Come on, let's go Airbnb. You hit NASDAQ and then you hit New York. I would have. That's a name that I would have lost. I don't know if I would have lost a bet. I don't know if I would have been confident enough to make a bet. But I thought Airbnb was New York. So there it is. It is on the NASDAQ here. You do have a little level there of that 100. We've broken above. We're trying to head to the 50 period right now. We have some 90 bottoms, 90 to 95 right here. Pretty key for Airbnb. So I know we're off topic a little bit because we were talking about CCL here, but for a name in the travel sector, a little bit anyways, and a technology name, Airbnb, we've seen it obviously drop from its highs. I think we were higher than 200, weren't we? 215. Okay, it was 215 the high. All right, so this name's actually, it might have been higher than that. But anyways, this name here dropped half in about a year. That's actually not too bad considering some of the other names that we've seen, but I do like Airbnb down here. Wait for their next report, see if they're seeing any of those headwinds. But again, not a major problem for them as far as the US dollar or inventory or anything like that. So I don't really see any issues for Airbnb. CCL, of course, has the masking. They have gas prices, although they've come back down a little bit now as well. Airbnb shouldn't have any issues with US dollar strength or not. I mean, they're paid in the currency, obviously, that it's being hosted in. So I'm not too worried about Airbnb, but I do like them for a longer term play. Again, waiting to see what happens when earnings come out. And then, man, we should have probably got, I never know. I can get out of Apple whenever I want. But this is a couple times now that we've stopped out. We haven't stopped out, but the stock has stopped moving upside here at this 142.50 area. So that's where we sort of were before. PCE dropped down. We picked up the bottom. We're out of 60% of it, but it just went right back into that high of 142.50 again. So as the NASDAQ making its way back down, and I'm going to check, we have Michael Nas coming out here next week, but going to be on the show in a minute. Okay, it's still 52.48 here for the bulls, or is it going to be a free fall Friday? So right now we're on the edge, but Brendo, because that poll got started really great for the bulls, I actually already turned it over to a bull here beside us. So that might be premature. I think we got to set a time. What time do we want to do here, Neil? Do you want to do 9:15? Do we want to do like right at 9, maybe 9:28? That way we could turn it over. That'll give us the time to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
Well, maybe 925, maybe not right at the open.
Yeah, well, let's let the NASDAQ imbalances. Okay, let's just do 928. I can turn that over in
that's
2
fine.
minutes.
All right, 928.
All right, so 928, Brendan, is what tells us for the official turnover here. It'll be a bull now because the bulls are winning. But as of 928, that guy might get turned around.
We'll make the call right now in an effort to get this market back to positive on the quarter. Still a bull going forward. As mentioned, here comes Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, back with us on a Friday to continue an important discussion, Michael, as we talk here about support and resistance in the overall market. We're back to a very, very key support level on the overall market. Once again, this June low coming into play over the past couple of days. You're going to tell us a little bit about round number 2, I guess, for your lesson here on SNR.
Yeah, so just, again, a brief chat about the market first. You're right, this is massive levels. So these are the June lows that the market's kind of going back and forth, I guess, messing with. I don't know which way it's going to go. I've got no dog in the fight right now. But what I will say is when a level is that important and that clean and watched by everybody, technician or not, right? You don't need to be a CMT just to know, right? This is a very important level because, you know, we're in this kind of bear market territory and we're just holding that zone that the market is not going to make it easy for you. So this is really a good time for short-term traders like yourself. I'm doing a lot of day trading around this level as well because, again, when everybody is watching a trade, there's just so much emotion and there's so many orders going on around this area that whatever way it goes, it's not going to be clean. So I'm going to wait for a break and a hold lower or a bounce and hold higher before I do anything kind of from this heavy from the swing side of things. But you're right. So we've been talking the last 2 weeks already about support and resistance. We're building some really cool scans in Trade Ideas with it using a little bit of pattern recognition algorithms. We talked about buying support. We've talked about buying breakouts of resistance. I'm going over my second favorite setup of all time today around support and resistance, and then kind of culminating when I'm in there next week on Friday, going over my favorite setup of all time, the thing that I trade every day, all day. So talking about what happens when a support or resistance area fails. So I dug up this tweet from a close friend of mine and mentor, Brian Shannon, and he has a famous saying, from failed moves come fast moves. And basically this tweet, you know, I'm not going to read it for you, it's on the screen there, but he's basically saying that the reason that when something fails to break support or fails to break resistance, it moves is because you have people covering their positions and getting out for a small loss, but then you have the other side leaning on them, knowing that they have to get out. So if something breaks an important resistance level and then immediately fails, you're going to have those people stopping out for a loss, and then you're going to have the shorts kind of preying on the fact that they know that everybody who chased the breakout forced for the loss. So in Trade Ideas, I've built a scan currently on the daily chart, and I'm working to do it on the intraday charts as well for when these failures happen. So here's an example of one on OWL. You can see a very clean support area right under 10. It had one day where it sold below that support area, and then it just put in a wick. So, you know, it crashed down, but then there was immediately buyers waiting to soak up all the orders. So the next slide here, I have the way that I essentially trade this setup. It's a simple entry when the next candle breaks. This is intraday and daily on the next candle breaks after that failure candle, and then my stop just goes at the higher low of the move. And OWL, you know, you got a 30% bump on this one after this one. And then the next chart is just from the opposite side, something that happened 2 days ago. I didn't short this one. It was a little bit volatile for me, but this is just how this kind of setup looks. You're looking for an area to break and then that wick to come in, just saying, hey, the other side of the market's forcing it down. That causes everyone to chase the breakout to be in a loss. And then the next chart is just a intraday chart of something that I took yesterday on Google. This kind of 97, 75 area was a big deal. You had that little wick out on the third level when that broke, and then it started to sell down. Quick short, I was risking, I think, 15 cents on the trade and made almost $1. So there's really nothing more that you kind of want from that. But as always, I've got trades for you. I got Trade Ideas. It's kind of what we do. So the first one here is TPX. So this is a mattress store or a mattress manufacturer. The level's about 24.50. You can see it's bounced off that twice. Yesterday, it broke that, but then the buyers came right back in. So anybody who's chasing that level or got stopped out below that level may need to reverse and buy back in. Next one is BSBR. This is a Brazilian bank for those people who like to trade foreign currency or non-US based currencies. So this is an ADR. About 550, again, held as support about 3 times, broke down through yesterday. That breakdown was met with buyers. So again, I'm just watching these yesterday's candles highs for entries, and then under those areas, under those lows is where my stop. So you get a really, really tight stop on these. Next one is SPWR. This is a little bit of a wider candle. However, this is a pretty volatile stock. This is a solar stock. And it had this kind of key level at around 22.50. You can see sold off all yesterday, bounced a little bit on that. There's some relative strength with SPWR when it comes to the entire solar sector. So that's why this one's got my eye. And then last but not least, this one's a little bit dicier because it's in such a downtrend. But for you bottom pickers out there, Li Auto, LI, which is a Chinese auto manufacturer, did the same thing. It's been a nice downtrend. It broke that prior low and then put in that kind of a wick. So I don't know if I'm going to be taking this one because I'm not really a counter trend trader. But if you want to pick a bottom, at least you got a tight place to put a stop. And for me, that's all that matters.
Love the fact that you threw in intraday example there, just to give people the idea that this is not only something that you can find on higher time frames, but happens every single day right across the entire market. Michael Noss going to be in studio next week. Make sure you're with us on Friday next week. We'll talk about his number 1 favorite trading setup. This was number 2, correct?
That's right.
Number 1 coming.
Number 1 is what I would do all day, every day. If someone said, here, we're taking everything away from you, you can only do this one thing, that's what I'm going to talk about next Friday.
Join us, won't you, everyone, next Friday. Michael Noss sitting right over there, just next to me, all day long. You can ask him questions. We'll pick his brain. We'll talk about trade ideas. We're happy to have Michael Noss in studio. Have a great weekend. Safe flight. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely looking forward to it. Brendan says in studio. I'm like, he's going to be in the house.
In the house.
Michael Noss going to be in the house.
I can't wait for that one key setup. If you could take everything away from the man, what would he use to trade and what indicators and what setup? I'm really excited for that one.
We've been wanting more, man.
Yeah, let's see what that is, because I don't know. For me, it would be basically what he just described there. I mean, I like support and resistance, and I think that you can sort of trade off that. It gives you ins, it gives you outs. You know when you're right, you know when you're wrong. A couple great examples there. I really like that Google trade. I might have been in something similar to that as well, off that 97.75. And we look for those wick off tops and bottoms, baby.
It's the same principle, right?
Like, yeah, and the thing is, it's about finding them, right? I mean, I think that's why trade ideas can be good, and we'll talk about that next week for sure. But thanks to Michael Noss and his team over there. We're going to definitely put him to work next week, man. It's going to be wicked to have him here in studio, finally being able to travel, sitting at the brand new desk there. And then, like Raheem said, there's some real estate now at that desk. So should be a great time. Actually. Yeah, should be a great time. But you're not here on Friday.
I know, I have the day off, so it kind of sucks.
I'm not here in the afternoon, so we'll see.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a good day anyways. It's the Blue Jays hopefully being able to host the wild card, or at least the first round of the wild card series there. It's not really jinxing. I meant to find an article. I think it's like now they're in the playoffs, so we don't have to.
I'm pretty sure that the only way we're not hosting, it would take like a catastrophic,
that's what I'm
1987 kind of collapse, which they did do in '87. But I wanted to point out one thing, and I could have used a couple of examples for this. But you guys might remember, like that setup that Michael just talked about. Like yesterday, remember how Tesla was falling? And even just as a day trader, Tesla had this big level at about 270. You can see it here earlier in the week, like right on Monday, we had that low. And then it wicked below that bottom, and then that reversal that got you back up, that was that failed break bottom. The same thing happened on Apple. This is what I love about this, because he's talking about a higher time frame for swing trade setups. But then Apple did exactly the same thing at 145 2 days ago. I remember I was short 145, right? And I'm one of those people that's like, I got to get out right away because it's a failed break. And then Sean had the wick off. It's a wick bottom. The wick bottom there for the long trade. And you get 2 examples. 2 days in a row, we've had examples of those trades there. Tesla did it to give you a bounce yesterday. 2 days ago, Apple did the same thing. So the principles, whether it's a higher time frame or just taking a short-term day trade, the principles remain the same, right? There's buyers and sellers, and people got to cover their positions and the reasons why they do so or what matter.
I'm talking about it on the show. I'm getting my crack. No, I'm just getting a couple crack team onto it. The guys that I'm going to the game with, I'm just asking to make sure. Like, if there must be an article or something that says, like, what the odds were. Because when I was telling you about, it was like 2 months ago, the Jays were like 90. Well, maybe it wasn't 2 months ago. It was like a month and a half ago. They were like 98 or something % to make the playoffs. Now I just want to see what it is the other way around. Look, I think the NASDAQ is still one of those names here again that are at key levels. We just talked about that with Michael Noss. You're bouncing off that June bottom. I mean, and like he said, you don't need to be a CMT or you don't need to watch us or anything. Well, you might need to watch us so we can indicate to you when and if that does happen live. And that's the other thing, right? I mean, we're going to be going over here trading all these names live for you. But that NASDAQ bottom back in June is 11,060. And yesterday we tipped down to like basically 11,090-ish. So you're very, very close to making that bottom. And if it retests it today, I don't think that's a good sign. We should have already bounced off, which we did, and made a nice move up about 250 points. Now you're starting to give some back on that PCE. So not a great number there. But again, I don't know what the Fed is looking. I mean, we know what the Fed's looking for, but they're going to get it. So, I mean, we already talked about possible and definite. I mean, we can go to the CME rate tool, but they're at least going to go another 1.25 points. So I think 125 basis points. Let's just see if the market can absorb that. Now we're into earnings season. It wasn't a great one for Micron, and we're going to get to that. We mentioned to you to subscribe to our watch list. Over 35,000 or so, I believe, getting distributed to right now today. You guys add to that number. The more eyeballs on the watch list, the better it is. So make sure that you do hit that up. I mean, here's what it looks like. It's a fantastic little watch list for everybody. You can a link directly to our stream, and then again, over and over again, a little bit of an update here on what we're talking about for the day, and then it just starts to run through a bunch of names today, right? So Tesla, Altria, Nike's in there, Micron, the chip names. So yeah, make sure that you definitely subscribe to that watch list. Also check out the sticky note. Today the sticky note's in green, and it's not because the market is up, which it is. It's because I ran out of yellow ones. So that's that. That's the sticky note. A new pack, and it's green here. So maybe that's a sign. I don't know. It wasn't on purpose, as some of you have mentioned there on Twitter. But let's see where this market goes. It's 9:02. 28 minutes until the casino is open.
It's kind of open already.
You may never be able to go back now, Sean, with green sticky notes. If it works today, you may never be able to go back. There's a few analyst moves for you today, notable ones. Once again, as far as earnings are concerned, there's multiple analyst moves on Nike today and Micron. These two just obviously pointing to the downside. Yeah, big move. We'll talk about Nike coming up here. Alibaba on here for the first time in a while. Morgan Stanley downside. There's Canopy Growth. Tilray earnings pre-market on Monday, so mark that down. Everything else on the upgrade side, not terribly exciting. Quickly, here's a look at the sentiment board to start things off. That little ABCT, little penny stock that won't stop. Positive once again today. Everything else on this board, very, very negative right across the entire thing. So we'll see how things shape up as the market gets going. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market as we head into the final day of the week, the month, and the quarter, Arun. Maybe off the top, we can just touch on the importance of what happens on a day like today.
Yeah, so a lot of portfolio adjustments are done quarter end, so you're going to have a lot of volume coming in at the opening print for a lot of these markets or stocks. So you're going to see a lot of imbalances, maybe a little bit bigger than what they typically are for the morning. And then the big chunk is going to be done towards the end of the day. There's going to be a lot of action, a lot of volume, but it doesn't necessarily mean intraday volume. It just means at the beginning and the end. So throughout the day, we're going to have to figure out how this market wants to play. And this market has given you a wide range, and it has yet to clear any sort of sustainable direction. So we're going to have to be right back to trying to play both sides, momentum play this. You got the bottom the bottom that they decided to bounce off of 36 just north of, just underneath 36.15, so call it 36.10. That's very close to 3,600. That's a downside of trying to use that as a low, because it could easily slip down towards that 3,600. And everyone's looking at that big round number, especially on a quarter end, right? So that's one to watch. To the upside, 3,700, not that big of a deal. We've already cleared that. So 3,775 is what I've got left to the top end. So you got nearly, close to 200 points from top to bottom. A lot to work with, wide ranges. But with the amount of volume expected today and the amount of action you're getting already, just from this PCE number, we've got what, 20-30 point range in that little, just over 30 point range in that little bit of time there. So we're already starting to get a little wild with the action. So once we get more volume coming in, we should be able to pick a direction. And I do expect a resolution to this range today, whether it's to the upside or to the downside. We're not going to stay in this range with this much volume expected to come in. A lot of portfolios being adjusted and a lot of stocks and shares being moved around. There has to be some sort of resolution as the quarter ends and the new quarter begins on Monday. So between today and Monday, there's going to be a decent amount of action, and there should be a decent breakout either side. And that's one to watch, and that's going to be something that everyone's going to be keeping an eye on, especially with these round numbers. I know now Sean was just mentioning NASDAQ around that 11K. That's going to be one to watch as well. So there's a lot of action to keep an eye on, especially. It should be an interesting one, especially with the quarter ending. It should be a decent one to trade.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again on Monday. It always seems a little more of a big deal, I guess, when it's a Friday as well. If the quarter ends or the month ends on a Tuesday or Wednesday, for some reason, doesn't seem as important. But here we go. We get all three at once. Did that work? Yeah, there we go. Grab that every single day. That's what Sean just showed you, the watch list we send out every day to your inbox directly for free. All you need is your email, guys. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Use a QR code there. You can grab that for free. I'm still watching this CCL because they haven't reported yet, that I have seen anyways, but still sitting here up 1.5%. I'll try and grab that for you as soon as it comes out. Let's flip over and talk about this one, however, to kick things off. Nike, downside big time. Just made a new low on the morning. Yeah, 13% already for Nike shares. Inventory an issue, the US dollar an issue, not much not an issue for Nike in this report.
Yeah, look, it's not good. Rising inventories. Obviously, you had a bunch come in because when things cleaned up a little faster than they expected in supply chain, you get a bunch in, you order too much too early, and that's going to be some pressure for them. I tend to think that there's going to be an opportunity for it to make a bottom, but the support that I was looking at is broken, right? So whenever you're gapped down over 10%, the first thing I want to see is, are you going to initially hold support and buyers defend first level, and they've broken first level here. So I can't really be looking for the long off this 84 anymore. I have to start thinking about, okay, is it a short beneath that 84 number? Get back above, going to want to ignore it. I can show you the daily chart, but you're going all the way back to the pandemic before you get to these levels. I do remember trading this thing. Before we came to YouTube, we were trading internally. The show was internal, and I remember trading this 69, 70 was a really good level. I hope we don't see that. I do think there is going to be a bounce in Nike. Obviously, there's some concerns with growth in China right now that can be a bit of an issue. But they're doing well when they go direct, since they've gone direct sales to the customers. I think that growth is still looking pretty positive for them. Just trying to give some kernels out there to say that it's not necessarily going to be all doom and gloom. But for now, you've already broken that support I was looking at for 84. And once that happens, I want to trade with the direction beneath that number. So, Nike, I would love for it to be able to say that I'm going to just sit there defending the long, but you can see what happened when it took out that 84. Like, there was really no bounce in sight. I think that's going to be a resistance level. If you break it at the open, then you could have one of those wick bottoms effectively on the chart, and that'd be nice if that print was real up to 95, but it's not. Nike. Yeah, it's going to be an ugly one. There's going to be some if it holds below 84, you're going to have some spillover into some other retail names as well. But it's just time and time again, we've seen 10 to 20% down days when you have a bad report in the retail sector. Sometimes they bounce. We've seen it happen with like a Target or whatnot. But until we get back above support, I'm only looking for the short in Nike.
All right. Yeah, I mean, now Nike starts turning around a little bit here. I just remember the last time we traded this one, it was at 112 or 113, and we wanted to get the shorts, and then it blew up like crazy off the open. So that's sort of what I'm looking. But I mean, now forget about it. I mean, I honestly, the market is now bleeding to the downside here. We're still long Apple. We're only into 40% of it. Maybe you'll have to take the rest out. This is starting to go right back down to those PCE lows right there. So for Nike, again, a pretty bad quarter. Like I just talked about that. Whenever you're repatriating US dollars back, not good, man. 50 to 60% of their business are outside the US. So a poor US dollar is not going to be great for them. And then you have the inventory concerns where they said, what, 44 million or something in inventory? So I guess that's not great. You're going to look for some sales coming through, I guess. And then, I don't know, like it's a huge miss. It's just a huge destruction of a day. Like you mentioned already earlier today, Brendan, that, Nike's is on pace for, and it looks like it will make its worst, or have its worst day possibly in the history of the company. I thought that's what the note was there, but that's not good, man. You've given everything back on Nike. I thought this 135 was going to be a good level to hold. It did, dance around there, got back up there to 125. But, just a month ago, you were at 117. Now you're down to $82. Like, oh, man. There's two ways this is going to go. Either these are all traps and it's like these stocks are going to get cut in half from here, or this is just an absolutely fantastic buying opportunity for some of these higher quality names. I mean, I feel like if you do have a little bit of a longer time horizon here, just looking at the chart and looking at a high quality name like Nike, I mean, this is a flush out day on that report. Like, if they can ever right the ship, I mean, you're going to look back and say, like, just for your longer term portfolio, that this could be one of those, levels where you're like, oh my God, Nike was at $82. And I remember looking back at Square and at some of these names when Square was like at $250, and it was like, oh my God, I can't believe that went down to $35 or something in the pandemic low, right? Well, I mean, now you're back to 55. So if you couldn't believe it, that it went all the way down there, well, believe it now, because we're living in the now, and some of these names are just absolutely destroyed. It's going to take probably a while for this chart to load up, but there's that 250. I mean, we even got to 290 there on Square, right? I mean, you're just talking about this is last year right now into here. This is October right here. Last year, Square was $255, man. Now you're down here to 55. Like, there's only so much destruction, right? Or is there a lot more coming? I mean, it's just like one of those things, like a Square, are they going bankrupt or something? Like, I mean, this is just one name of many. And again, if we bring it back here to 2020, you'll see what I'm talking about. A historic run up in so many names, right? There it is. There's that 35 bottom right there, right? And so I know about this because I was able to get long down there. But now you're like, oh, well, if you didn't cash anything out, which we did, but nothing around. I mean, maybe something up here, but nothing major. You're still right there at that bottom, and we've already, like, there's that high, and this is what I was looking at for a lot of companies, right? Where were we before COVID, right? And that's now, you are way below. So forget about this huge run up in some of these tech names. Like, you're still below, heavily below a lot of these levels that were pre-pandemic. So names like Square and all that, man, they're really getting hit based on, just the fact that they printed money and some of the Fed's policies, right? And so now with rising interest rates, these names just come right back down to reality and way lower, to be honest with you. I mean, you're 50% lower than where you were pre-COVID, right? So I don't know. There's so many names just getting so beat up that it's kind of like, where are we again? Like, I remember buying Tesla so low, and now that's, heading back down to the downside now. Although Tesla's split many times, and that doesn't look like Square. It almost looks like Square. I mean, why didn't Square just split 5-1? Then this chart would look, a little more reasonable, right? But it's actually not a split, and this is the real good stuff here. So PayPal's another one of those names, Brendan. I mean, all the fintech names. I don't even want to pull up an Upstart chart or anything like that. I mean, they're all the same. They're all pretty nasty. And at some point here, earnings are going to have to lead the way. And so far, it seems like we're 0 for 2 with Micron and Nike.
Rubbing salt in the Square wound. Last night, the establishment I had dinner at, when the time came to pay the bill, they brought a tablet with a Square credit card swiper thing on the top of it. So I paid my bill with a Square last night, which was Ironic, to say the least. Here comes Micron next. Let's talk about the chip makers, but Micron obviously top of mind coming off of their earnings report. Again, not great as far as the forecast specifically. Talked about lower PC demand still going forward. More issues into 2023. They're going to cut investments right across the board by 30%.
That's the part that piqued my interest, because they're going to cut those investments. And I mentioned to you guys, AMAT stands to lose there. Like when you got that back and forth action in the aftermarket on Micron, that's not what you saw on AMAT. It's been only weakness since the report. So I think a little bit more of a clear picture. You can see on the 15-minute. Look, I'm going to like it. If we get up to like 84.5, 85, we see that resistance, I'm shorting the stock. It pops up $2. This is the one I want to fade into. But if you break this cluster, you can see the daily chart, man. You're past those June lows. You've barely broken it. It's about 82.5 or so. We're sitting there right now on the offer. Well, sorry, the offer is sitting there right now. And then you have this 81.5 is your bottom. That gets taken out. This could be at $80 on a bad day here today. So I want to short pop specifically in AMAT. I think on the other side of the coin, come on, daily chart, you have NVIDIA as well, which this has already broken these lows. You know, NVIDIA is well past its bottoms. I was going to tell you that it's setting up potentially for that little wick bottom thing that that Michael Noss was talking about, where you had yesterday's low, you broke that 120. If it holds higher and breaks back out, that would actually be a bullish sign. So I'm kind of looking for this one to maybe turn into that long. Although after the number came out, we ended up just sort of grounding, running down into the ground here. It looked like this was going to be something for a setup, wick bottom beneath resistance, breakout 123. That feels like that was 100 years ago, because obviously a bit of a different story. So we have CCL earnings out there, Brendo?
Not good. Well, I mean, it's a very negative sentiment kind of show here today. I'm going to sift through some of these numbers, yeah, but the initial move here, guys, big time downside for CCL. They're just coming across right now.
Okay, well, I mean, we can call it up as well. I don't see $9, so it's a nice little move to the downside here for CCL. Actually, it's not doesn't seem horrendous yet. I'm looking, I don't see any release of the, I mean, obviously they're out, but I don't see the numbers yet. But there goes CCL back down to that downside. I mean, I just said, like, the next leg to drop for all of these companies is just you're going to have to see what they report, right? I mean, CCL's trying to get off the bottom right now. That bottom was 880, and we just touched it again. So that bottom, whether or not it's a bottom or not, but we were just at 880 on the 23rd, 26th there into last weekend. If you can look at a daily chart, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Like, are you going to hold these levels? Like, that's down here to $8. Did they just give... And we'll see what the earnings are when Brendan gets them. He'll throw them through. But, like, you know, is that a level there that can hold? And if it can't, then let's see what the earnings are saying. Is there a path to, you know, profitability for these guys? Probably not right now. What are the problems? Is there a booking issue? If there's a booking issue, then you're going to look to see Disney and some of these other travel names just continue to get hit to the downside. I mean, Disney's one of the stocks that really makes you want to throw up. And this is another name here as well that I was able to get out of back up here at 165 or something like that. I'm still in it, but, you know, when we started to dip down below right there, this is where we got out many of our shares for Disney after buying those COVID dips. But I believe the COVID dips were like $85 as well. And so your rate, and again, I'm not going to pull the chart back. That takes too long to load. But, you know, like, is Disney going to hold some of these levels as well on that? They're not moving on CCL there. But this is just another name like that Airbnb, some of these travel names. And there, I mean, here we go, man. Yeah, definitely giving these up right now, Brendo, on CCL. But, you know, it's got to hold that $8 range. We've already talked about that. That wick bottom is 806, 807. I always think it's worth testing the longs when you get down there, but I mean, we may get down there today, especially if this market wants to continue to the south side as well. So
get the bids. Look,
we almost the poll. Go ahead.
My bids are in there in front of $8. We're halfway there already. Yeah. So look, if we get a really big downward push in the market, we could see that 8. I like it for support. I'll be there. If it breaks $8, you know I'm gone.
Revenue missed. They're still pointing towards further inflation, dampening travel demand going forward. Can we throw that up? Thanks. So yeah, inflation issues to come. But there's a tale of two stories here, maybe. Q3 ended with $7.4 billion in liquidity up here. There was also this occupancy in Q3. increased 15 percentage points from the prior quarter. So maybe a few positives coming through as well. So that move might not be done. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on CCL, some of the other cruise lines moving on that as well. Tesla, AI day number 2, because the first one was canceled as they weren't ready for it yet. Is there a trade here, guys, for Tesla?
Well, I like to think so because you're right at yesterday's bottoms, 265 and change. It was really 66 that was holding up and ended up holding in the afternoon. I'd maybe taper down to that 65 level. If you get we already keep talking about it, it's just great that it keeps coming up, that wick bottom. Like if you were to break the low and then immediately snap back up, this is kind of that situation. Everyone's like in the doom and gloom mode. It was incredibly weak yesterday. You could get a break of that level, and then if it immediately reclaims it, suddenly you've got a huge runway back into 275. 275 is the resistance level, but I feel like we're going to get this test maybe even before the market opens because we're right here at 265.75. A lot of times, the breakdowns were so good at every single level yesterday, it's hard for me to think you're just going to easily take out that floor and it'll be that obvious. So my first look is going to be if we got a wick bottom on Tesla, and then look for a quick little scalp long as you kind of catch some of the shorts right at the open at 65, but maybe it doesn't even wait for 9 minutes.
Oh man, I mean, look, Tesla's been a great trade. It's been a great trading vehicle. I mean, I love the fact that they split and you're down here now to 265. It just lets us day traders trade with a little bit more share size. Yeah, that's right. I can't really look at it on a daily chart from that side of things. Let's just go over here. You are, and I'm going to look at this chart from a split adjusted chart right into here. So you're just going to look right now. You know, you're starting to get to an area again where we've already wicked down here back on the 12th of September. We've already looked at not 266. We're breaking below that right now, as you guys can see. So that's 266 right now, coming into 260. Then you have this 250 top. So, I mean, you're getting real close to some of these, you know, June bottoms again. Remember, this is when we were bouncing around, you know, 700, 800 bucks like that. So you go 3-to-1 on the split, right? So 250 is obviously going to be 750 there. So, you know, coming in, I think that's a level that you might want to look to buy something as far as Tesla is concerned. But they're really operating pretty clean, man. I mean, you're going to see their quarter is going to be great, I would think. You just worry about, are they suffering any headwinds as far as supply goes? What does their foreign exchange look like? You know, the fact that they're selling a lot of cars. But the problem, I mean, the good thing about them is they've sort of diversified with their Chinese plant there, the German plant, and then, of course, what they're doing here in the U.S. And then you have everything, Cybertruck. We talked about the robot. And then there's the controversy just behind Elon Musk himself. But if you're just going to look at a company, they're still holding up pretty good right now. I'm not too worried about Tesla until you get down to 250. I have been selling Tesla, as you guys know, but again, you know, we missed this huge move to the upside. We're kind of vindicated a little bit as it comes back down, but hey, if the market does rally and we do find bottoms, there's going to be worse names that you could pick up. I mean, I think Tesla does have a great chance to make the move back up to the upside. They're still really one of the only alternatives that you're going to find as far as electric vehicles go, because simply put, it's hard to find stock everywhere else. Ford, GM, and some of these names seem to be behind sort of the grid here on that. So let's wait to see. Battery power is still key for Tesla. Pricing power, we'll see as it's getting more expensive. Obviously, every day, materials are getting more expensive. But I like Tesla. I feel like it has a little bit ways to go. I'd be looking into that mid 225-ish area here for Tesla.
They're supposed to talk about their full self-driving coming up at this event as well, which is going to be huge for them if they can ever get that underway. A few more things for CCL of note here, guys. Cumulative advanced Q4 bookings are below historic ranges at lower prices as well. So there's that. Look at this revenue number up here, was huge. Q3 revenue number, 4.9 billion. And then I saw the estimate was I think it was 598 million. I'll find that again. But the revenue number is actually way higher than expected coming out of COVID, obviously, demand to the upside. But it looks like the advanced booking number there for Q4 is actually a little bit below historic range, even at lower prices. Big tech, what do we do with these today? End of the month, as we said, end of the quarter, going to be a big day for some adjustments possibly that could include some of these.
The first things first, CCL is at like 818. Like it's it is falling like an absolute rock. But I'll go to Meta a quick second because I was on the bid looking for that dip into 135, and it's just, wick bottom, hold that support. If 135 goes, it's not to say that, I love Meta in terms of like the long-term play, but well, I mean, I think you can go long-term here, but this is just a support double bottom from yesterday into that weakness that if we can hold it and the market, the NASDAQ can hold some of those lows, I like the fact that you're putting in this higher low. It was super strong 2 days ago, so I want the long in front of that level. We've already talked a little Tesla, but I want to get to maybe Alphabet because on any, like Alphabet's got a similar double bottom as well, about 95, but on any pop, in Google today, like that 100 level is still going to be very much in play and I think needs to be respected. So if there's any strength, I want to be looking at that 100 on Alphabet specifically. So those are two I happen to be watching. Apple obviously stands out as well, and Tesla still at that 265. But at this particular moment in time, it's CCL that is front of the mind because CCL is trying to bottom out here at $8. I haven't taken anything yet, and I'm like, how far away from 8 do I want to grab? I was sitting beneath 810, and it just bounced at 811. So I might need to get something here because if you want to grab like a bounce, like a what do we call it, like a dead cat bounce type long, you kind of need to be in it when it does the panic flush. But we also have the call at 10 a.m. So be careful. Trading during a conference call is a little bit tricky if you're trying to trade off levels. I mean, they're not going to matter during a conference call.
Oh, man. Yo, what's up, Rob? Oh, Rob grabbed the hoodie yesterday. Shout out to you. We'll just go bang for a little bit here because we did take 17 long there for CCL and just got out at 25. So let's see if it does make a move back up to the upside. We're loaded up here a little bit. We should be loaded a little more, but we're not. I was just like Neil there thinking that we could get a lower move here for CCL, but let's wait to see that. Because we're on big tech here with only 4 minutes to go, man, we're getting pretty close to blasting through here. Check out my sticky note if you're looking for some names and some key levels. We have Micron down here, 48.49. I like it. I like Apple down at 144. I mean, that's where I'm, sorry, on a 144 break. That's not coming into play anymore, but we are long right now. Apple at 141, and then we like Meta busting out to that long there, but Neil's already talked about that one down here at 135. So I already have some bids out for lowers, but the one name that we really haven't talked about, and I want to go over imbalances quickly, is Netflix. I mean, Netflix has been super, super strong the last couple of days. Obviously, it faded out. I mean, everything yesterday was bad, so forget about it. But look at the day before. Netflix was absolutely ripped. And we had a big day, then a bad day, right? So, whatever this market wants to give us today, we'll have to sit there and take the medicine. But at the same time, Netflix, super strong. That's the 20-minute. Here's 235 right here, so I'm bidding that level. Hopefully we get the shares, and then we can trade off of it. But for right now, that's what I'm looking at for as far as big cap tech is concerned. Apple, Meta, and Netflix. And then just into here. It's funny because it's October 30th, end of the month here, and you're not really getting too many blowout imbalances at all. XPeng, we've already talked a little bit about the EV names. And then there's CCL, obviously, getting whacked around a little bit here off that earnings call. Or off the earnings report, the call at 10 a.m. So, yeah, not much here on the imbalance locator, but it should be a real exciting open. I'm going to be temporarily glued to CCL because, again, I have a lower bid there. We're already long. I want to get longer. But again, we do have that 8. Yeah. Okay. You just ended the poll. What is it? Let's go.
So I saw 51. Crap. I just ended it 2 seconds ago.
Oh no, you did.
And where'd it go?
I don't know. That's what I was going to ask you.
It was 50. It was 51.49 for Bear.
Bear. Okay. Well, then we got to turn it around.
51.49.
All right, we're going to turn it around. Neil has the official take there. As CCL right now is banging it out as well on the screen, up to 840 right now. Yeah, I was just offering 842, and then I started turning the Bear around.
Good number.
We'll see right now with only 2 minutes to go, and there we go, man. You guys win the day. Hey, the Bear wins. I mean, it's down to now 0.4% here on the market. So yeah, Bear wins that one pretty easy. I guess not pretty easily. 51.49.
I mean, that's as close as it gets.
That's about as close as it. That's literally as close as it gets. So we'll wait for that. But the market here, Brendan, or I guess not Brendan, we're ready to go here. Ready to go again for us. So let's wait to see here. CCL, I might just get another piece out at 40. Why wait for 42? Here comes 40 right now.
Yeah, I think you got to pay yourself at least something on that CCL. Look, it's not good. the report wasn't good. They're not making anything, and that's going to be trouble for them. We
All
got
right,
a
we got
minute to
42.
go till the open. Look, the market is breaking a little bit lower here after we got that PCE number. You guys made your vote there. Doesn't mean it has to happen. There's still some support in this market on the Qs. The ES as well is kind of holding support. Lots to watch here. I mean, Meta, Apple, Tesla. We didn't go over all of the chip names, but I am going to be looking at AMAT in particular. I know Micron reported, but it's AMAT that's got the apple of my eye. And I don't want to forget this one because yesterday it was pointed out to me in the afternoon show and I said I would be looking at it. Roblox. There's a wick bottom beneath that support at 35 even. If it holds below 35, that's a name that could be in some serious trouble. And Snapchat, $10. Kind of like CCL, I'll be on the bid again in front of Snapchat at $10 because I think I like those even dollar levels as they do set up. Already sitting there at 1s and 2s, just like we did yesterday.
All right, here we go. It's almost Tony time as we get ready to count this down. Only 10 seconds, and we're ready to rock and roll, man. It's going to be a big Friday. Free Fall Friday? We'll see, Tony. There it is. I like that sweater there. Let's go with only 3, 2, and 1. He's got the hoodie on. We're the hoodie crew today, and I think Prad's got his on as well. This is going to be a good day here as we get ready to rock and roll. There's CCL right now, not open yet. Remember, the conference call's coming at 10, so we're going to watch out for CCL as that's ready to rock and roll right now as well.
It did touch 850 there, but there's Tesla. Wow, Tesla just broke 265 on a huge volume print, but it's already trying to battle back in. So this is what you're looking for. Like, does it hold beneath, or does it give that snap back and trap those shorts? I don't want to get in too early and be part of that trap. If it jailbreaks to the upside, then you could be in some pain. CCL here does look like it wants to test that 850, and AMAT's bouncing. I want to be into the short on AMAT if it gets anywhere near that 84.
All right, we're going to take another piece out here on CCL. So there it is. We'll get some more out. Ooh, I don't want to get out 46s. We just got 44s on that name, so we're going to look to see if that can extend out. Apple did dip down to 141 again. We could have got longer, but we didn't. So we're going to wait now to see where we go. 142.40. We're going to put an offer up there for Apple in case that name decides to make that move up there. So that's 142. I'll put it at 30. Let's put one at 30 to see if that's going. Check in on our friend Netflix here today. Okay, so that's not near that 235 yet. AMD's a trade that we really like every day. That's at 64, looking like that wants to spit to the downside as well. So AMD today about as aggressive as the market. So we're going to have to watch both of them as there goes Apple right back up to 142. Maybe it wants to go here.
Yeah, I mean, I got into that Tesla. You did have the wick bottom. It then reclaimed that 265, so I'm in. You've got the bottom at about 263.5, so that's where the stop goes. That's the setup that I'm going to take. We said we're looking for it. Didn't take the breakdown today. The breakdown what worked yesterday, but you're going to see me in the long off that wick off bottom. Now CCL's really starting to come back in here, so probably a good decision to get some of that out. But as it retests that 8 even, I'm going to be on the bid. Well, the second time it comes in off 10, $8, I'm going to go long a second time. Oops. If it bounces and fades, I don't know if I want a third time long at that level. But there goes Tesla to the upside, is keeping you abreast of what's going on in CCL. When you get to 1-to-1, I'm going to take the first leg out there on Tesla. And Meta, I guess we didn't get any. No, Meta didn't go down at all. Meta only to the upside. So really no opportunity to grab that dip buy on Meta.
I mean, you know, if it's a day that ends in Y, we spin this thing. There it is right there, man. I mean, there goes Apple right up to that level again. So, you know, should have we reloaded it? Of course, in hindsight, right? But we already have the trade. So there it is right there, 142.40. Nice trade there off the bottom for Apple. Let's see if it wants to respect that or not. I want to check in on Nike quickly here because that was another name that I wanted to look at. 83 and change right here. Starting to make a move to the upside as well, possibly here for Nike. Yeah, I mean, it's got to get above 85 now. So, yeah, 84, 85. I like that 85 level right there for Nike. So, if we could break above 85, we'll punch the long on NKE. But we got another piece out at 30 on CCL as it came back down. So, this is not going to, I mean, we're not going to lose on it. But like Neil, I do want to get some more long into this name as Apple right now is just ripping. So, that's going to be a good trade for that. Micron as well made that move right down to 49, right where we said we should be getting long. But again, happens too early. Should have just done it anyways. There's that 49 long, and there goes Micron right back up to the upside, breaking some pre-market highs, it looks like.
So I did get first leg out on Tesla for that kind of wick bottom, and they're going to hold on to it. However, there was a wick bottom on Snapchat, but like CCL, I was just sitting at 1s and 2s, and then it broke 10 even. So I got out right away. Said I'd get either 99s or 98s. I got 98s out, but now you got a bit of a wick bottom, and it's holding this level. So if we hold, I think 10 could be a good long. CCL has come all the way back in. That means I'm going to be on that bid, trying to catch a secondary bounce. But Tesla now 250 in the money. Love those wick bottoms. Brendo?
That was a very negative session overnight once again for the Chinese EV makers over in China. Here's XPeng, however, big pop guys back to the upside on significant volume. So some of these rallying already.
Taiwan, I guess. Yeah, so there it is right there. We take a nice little long there on AMD again at 64. We take that 64.10. Look at this, man. This is another one now in the money, 40-50 cents on AMD. In the money, $1.50 on Apple as that continues to motor to the high side as well as we just continue to have some good fun here. Good trade on Tesla as that's ripping up. Watch out for Softy. Softy heading to 240 right now. That's another level there for a little bit of concern for me anyways. On a possible short. You might have thought that I was thinking long there for Microsoft, but right into here for a possible short. Yeah, exactly. I fooled everybody. Right into there, 240. I mean, it doesn't look so great, but that's a level that we've looked at again, and I wish our charts were a little bit more aggressive with non-wicked tops there. But here's 240 right there. It's actually 240.50. You have some highs there of 242. So there comes Microsoft pulling back in a little bit. Good thing we got a little bit out there on AMD as it's pulling back. Yeah, whether or not this market wants to rip or not, we have this AMD level here of 63.90 that I want to try to respect. So I want to go long AMD because if it's a long day, I know this name will just absolutely rip. It's with the market right now. So you know, if the market can stay green above this 50 period, I do like the AMD long. And there's a reload at 64. So now we have much more shares downside here. So we're long at 64.04. Take a piece out. Nah, there it goes. It just ripped up into 15s there. We probably should have taken some of that out. So let's sit there now. Here it comes. We got to respect that level that I just gave. 63.80 or so we're going to get out if it breaks through.
And we'll hit this one for Tesla. Perfect setup. It did that wick bottom. Able to get some out at 1-to-1. Then it does the curl at our previous key level, which was at 269 from yesterday. So a little bit of a wick here. Couldn't get to 270. I think if we pull back, you might be able to support this wick bottom, and that'll be at 266 to 265. That's a target zone. You do have the market moving up here. And I said I'm not looking at Micron. I'm looking at AMAT for the shorts today. Didn't really get the fill on that market pop, but I'm getting real close to getting into AMAT. I almost don't want to miss this party, so I might start a little bit early. It's not a ton of volume in this name, but I want to be to the south side on this after we just had not a great quarter by Micron, but they specifically said they were not going to be spending, and that's bad for some of the machine makers. Now, CCL has come back in. I'm getting long again. I don't think we got anything better. I didn't get anything better than 42 or 43. It did get to 50. If 8 breaks, I'm out. I'm just going long in front of that 8 even second time through.
Yeah, I'm going to try that as well. I'm trying to, there we go. I mean, we're just sitting there. We did get some 10s there on a little bit of a flush. There is a big Edge X order right here at 10, but I'm with Neil on this one pretty easily to get out of this, right? If it breaks through $8, we already talked about that bottom. We indicated that a while ago. Let's see if there's any size there. There's not really any size at 8, so let's see if it can hold. Hopefully it does. So now I'm long CCL. We just got it right there at 05. So this is my final countdown here for CCL on the downside move. So here it comes, man. It looks like it is going to do exactly what we thought and break that $8 mark. We'll watch that, but AMD is ticking down as well. So we did take that long. We were able to get some out, but we went long again. And then there's that out at 63.40. Let's see if it respects those bottoms. But you're now broken through, man. Actually, still have a little bit more shares. Let's just get out of that right there at the same price, 75, and just say, you know what, man? Maybe it's just a short the rest of the day. You guys voted an amazing 51.49 for the Bears. So, I mean, we are also pretty confused at what's happening. There goes Netflix down to 235. So, hey, here we go, man. We got this trade on now. Netflix long at 235.50. We said we'd do it, and here we are. We're going to give this down, I guess, a little bit more, maybe about $1 or so here on Netflix to the downside, but I was not expecting that 235 to break. So maybe we just get out of the way if that does break. But here we go, Netflix. Netflix in the money now 30 cents, but you know, we were in the money on a lot of names before this market opened, right? So let's go.
Yeah, and I'm now into Snapchat to the short side. Look, it broke that 10, tried to hold, then got right back below it. I didn't get the reverse initially, but I am now in it beneath that $10 level. I mean, there's nothing scientific about it. It's breaking a pretty fresh low here. I want to be able to work into this. Tesla just took out that bottom. There was never any, come on, I type Tesla Q. There was never any real support at that pre-market low. So we did that trade, the wick off bottom, and then it took out the low of the day, which is completely reversing the move. So once that bottom is gone, that long thesis is kind of out the window. CCL, it's pennies away, like 2 pennies literally. Brendan, what's up, buddy?
A little more Chinese strength, guys. Just saw this one. Alibaba, not a lot of volume here, but notable relative strength here as the market makes new lows on the day.
Oh boy, I don't know. Like I kind of want to defend this Apple, but you are right to where you were yesterday on Apple, right? So shoot, this chart, man. Yeah, yesterday on Apple, we were right here. If I could show you, I wish I could. There it is. So that's that bottom. Yeah, you can just barely see it right now. That's that bottom yesterday, man. 140.66. We're right there right now. So you're about to break here on Apple. So yeah, pretty nasty. There goes Netflix. It's going to drop down here. I'm going to get out if we break, and when we break through 235, we could have taken that 80 cents or so on it. We didn't. So, you know, let's watch out for that. But maybe Apple's worth a little bit of a stab here to go long. So we'll do that right now at 80. But watching out for that 140.50, man. I mean, that wants to come in for sure. So we'll put in another offer a little bit lower. But there it is. We just averaged into our Apple trade. You know, let's get something out on the high side if it does rip up. But Apple right now looking at that 141 as a good little level. We'll take it. I mean, we're long 82s there. We'll take a piece out for 20 cents if it goes back up through. But for right now, Apple, looking at yesterday's bottom of 140.66, it's coming in fast here. So watch out, 140.50 break. We're gone out of this one as well.
Yeah, and Meta is still holding. I mean, it's not even close to 135 as this market looks relatively weak. It has a wick top in there, but I'm not really seeing any signs that it wants to take out those lows. And sitting right beneath it, I'll be there. If it wants to hold higher, I might have to reevaluate my entry because I thought that was going to be support. BABA just wick top rejected in 80 even. So my gut's usually telling me here, like, you get a wick top, you should be going short. But that's some weird strength in Alibaba that I did not see coming. So I'm going to maybe back off of that one. I wanted to look over at Rivian. I'll maybe check out NEO in a quick second here. But Rivian testing and breaking below a pretty key 32 level with a wick bottom as well. This is another big floor that I want to respect that could get taken out. And this is this level right here, 31.75. Holds below there. That's your low on last week. Rivian has a long way to fall if it breaks that level.
Yeah, watch out for Apple here, guys. Apple really starting to get spicy. We did take that long down there, but let's just see what spice brings us now, as we'll see if Apple can get going back up to that upside. We're now long out 140.62. I mean, that was yesterday's bottom-ish. We just put some offers out put some bids out there, and now we're just getting out on a little bit of a move up. Obviously, we don't want to be too frugal with this in case it does rip, but I mean, the market is right now just getting a little bit of a bounce. So, you know, if the market goes great, we're here. We have Apple. Hopefully this long will continue to print all day, and we can celebrate a little bit of a victory on that one. But we just buy that bottom against 150.50. So, again, long at 62, already getting out at 90s here for a nice little move upside for Apple. So let's see, does it want to go too much higher than this? We will see. But right now, Apple is for now. Wow, holy shit. Apple right now really blowing to the upside. Damn it, Sean, why the hell did you get out? This side's starting to go upside. Boom! This is probably my biggest trade of the month right now as Apple really starting to get excited here to that upside. Good little long. We're in the money now, 80 cents, man. I told you we're here. We're here for you every day, except not next Friday afternoon. Let's go.
And guess what just broke the highs? That'll be NVIDIA, up almost 1%. Wick bottom, we talked about it breaking out of that channel. It just did it now. So I'm now triggered long into it. I do have AMAT to the short side, but I'm kind of thinking that is going to be relatively weak in the space. AMAT going to be heading to the downside, in my opinion. We'll see what happens with it. But NVIDIA now breaking the high of the day. Oddly enough, CCL, for whatever reason, does not want to break just yet. But remember, this is $8 even. If you take out that level, there is no holding past. I just want to be able to get out. If it breaks at 8, we'll get 98s or 99, something along those lines. But there goes NVIDIA relative strength. I meant to check in on NEO, but the first thing that happened was NVIDIA broke the top. So got the long trade in NVIDIA here. Going to continue to ride it. I think 127 is where you terminate this trade. Looks like that's going to be resistance.
Wow, all I can say now, we are $1.40 in the money on Apple. We are $1.50 in the money on Netflix right now. Look at this Apple trade. Damn it, Sean, why did you not just hold more of that? That's always the case, but there it is. Rip City on Apple, man. We put on a trade down there. Like I said, the biggest Apple trade I had all month was right down there. So there it is, man. The most shares I put on Apple all month, put on right down there at yesterday's bottom. So as it explodes up, damn right, we're going to be happy about that trade. And then we got out of Netflix as it rips right up there to VWAP one more time. So yeah, man, we're done. Honestly, I've made more money right now, and it's 9:43 than any day this week. So it's going to be a big one, and obviously we're pretty happy about that. So let's just wait to see where Apple goes. Maybe it continues, man. That's a nice push almost back to positive. Huge move up here on the NASDAQ. Maybe we just let it fly now. Good move upside. The problem is CCL, of course, as that's doing absolutely nothing except for trying to break $8. Brendo.
Some of the other apparel makers just popping up here, guys. Here's Lululemon down with Nike, obviously, starting to catch a bid back to the upside. It's this one, however, UAA, a big move on a huge volume spike back to the upside, still down significantly, though.
Netflix, by the way, it's a good thing. We're still up on Netflix, by the way, which is really strange. Not really strange that we're up on it. I mean, that's fine. It's really strange that it just dropped like that. Like Netflix just fell out of bed there. So I'm almost feeling like there was something that was Netflix specific that just hit right there. Maybe Brendan, if you could find that, because the market, although the market dropped, that just seemed really aggressive because Apple is still at the highs of the move, not of the day, but of the move there. So Netflix, I thought that one was going to be relatively strong today. That's why, like, when I was getting out there, I was even thinking, should I even get out right now? But yeah, it's a good thing we did, because then I'd be really upset on that. But there it is right now, and Neil and I both just waiting. It seems inevitable at this point that CCL does want to break.
Look, there's no chance. There's almost no chance it's going to bounce here, because it should have. When the market got to the upside, I'm just going to get my next order out there on NVIDIA here as well. But I think 125, kind of an obvious level to get some shares out of NVIDIA as it does bust to the upside. But yeah, it's seeming like it's completely inevitable that this is going to break down. It worked the first time through. I don't know if it's going to work this time. I've added to it down here, but if 8 breaks, I'm going to be out of Dodge to be sure. Snapchat is bouncing off the lows, and Meta did not even test those lows. If you're watching big tech, they've all held these bottoms. The Qs didn't take out those lows. You have to have something to that long side. And going back to Tesla here, yeah, Tesla now holding another wick bottom. Looks like it wants to try to break out. I think 270 would be a solid breakout for that name. But I want to be patient, working only off the bottoms in Tesla. I don't want to be chasing it too far. So I'm actually only out 10 cents on AMAT while NVIDIA is ripping. So at least that theory is holding. But at some point, if the chips keep going upside, I'm just going to be holding AMAT and then covering holding NVIDIA and covering AMAT.
Yeah, so today, Marissa, yeah, you can have whatever wine you want. This is a monster trade there for me on Apple. I mean, there's nothing better than when you absolutely, ding the name and then it just goes exactly to the dollar, to the penny, all the way down there, and then hit that out, man. That's what we're talking about. Unfortunately, we will lose on CCL, but again, I lost. I mean, again, just talking about our trades, right? You guys often want to know sort of like what levels we're at and things like that. So like right now on Apple, I'm going to wind up making about 7 or 8 times the amount that I lost there on CCL. So just to give you guys a rough update on that kind of stuff. So I hope that helps you a little bit. It probably doesn't, but there it is right now. Apple with just a monster move back up there to that upside. I am now in about 20% of this thing left. Went right up to the 200 period. You guys know that's sort of, I even have notes on here all over my computer to like respect certain levels, respect certain things. So there it is, man. Apple with an absolute monster move back up to the upside. Stay in your lane, Apple. Thank you very much. The weekend was going to be great anyways, and now it's just going to be that much better.
Yeah, I wanted to get to right here. It was about like a minute or so ago, we just had a bit of a wick bottom on AMAT. Now, I'm short off of this low at that 32 level, but you do have to respect this at 28. If it takes out this 81.50, I think it could be the floodgates opening up to the downside. The market's trying to bounce here. I just wanted something that's relatively weak, but we cannot ignore, remember where this all started in retail with Nike? It's bounced to that 84 level. That is the key. It's got one wick top. If we do not break above Nike now at 84, then I fear this stock is pretty much doomed to race pretty much lower all day long. This was that line in the sand. I think it can hold that bid. If it can hold that bid, this is where the long would come in, and then you get a bit of a dead cat bounce, probably to that 10% down mark. But for now, you're rejecting that one. And AMAT, I don't know where Micron is right now, but I knew AMAT was the one I wanted short after that report. So that's starting to work. It's about to take that 81.50. I think if the market reverses, 81 is an inevitability for AMAT. And I like the company, don't get me wrong. It's just, if Micron's going to be spending less, then it's AMAT that's going to suffer for that. And you can see Micron actually up on the session as AMAT dies.
Yeah, so we'll, Micron up. Yeah, we talked about going long on Micron. I'm going to have to review that one there as well. But here comes Apple right back down a little bit there. So, again, a good thing we got out of the majority of them, but we got out, as it was ripping to the upside there. I never have enough on board to get out at the top, right? But anyways, that was a good trade there. Netflix, this one's been the biggest sort of like, what? For me, because honestly, when that came out, I honestly thought when this came out of my account, I thought that I had orders up here, and I was like, okay, well, Netflix just ripped up and we got out. But no, instead, it takes down the bottom. So Netflix is going to be one of those names. Look at the number here, down. I should have realized this. I didn't realize it, so this is my bad. Netflix down 2.4, market only down 0.4. So should have realized that and took more out when we had that pop. But again, was way too excited and everything about what's happening right now, and it's happening again right now for me, because there goes Apple one more time to that upside, man. That's the banger trade for me today, by far, obviously. Nothing's going to come close to this for me. That's a monster move back up to the upside. It's just trying to take down that 142.20 again. I still have shares on. I'm going to put another offer up here. Let's put it at the 12s. I don't know why, 142.12. That's where my last one was at 10, so let's go a little higher. That wick top is 20, so if we can get back above 142 right now, you know what? All right, here we go. One more offer right there at 89. Cancel that 12. Let's see if it wants to go. We only now have about 7 or 8, 9% left on this trade. So a big one for us, but we got to look elsewhere right now. You talked about Micron.
Well, I didn't take a trade in Micron. I don't even know if I will. I don't like the price action on it. It's not very clean. But the NASDAQ, I just want to quickly show you guys, the NASDAQ is still above that 11.1. We're inside range. We've held support. We're not really testing it. We've held morning support. We haven't gone down to yesterday's lows as well. So a couple of things to keep in mind there, as you don't want to necessarily force positions if you don't like them. But 8 did not work. It worked the first time on CCL. The second time it absolutely did not. I didn't get short until the way back up. It broke, I got out, and then it popped back up. I was able to get some 99s short on the way back. Didn't quite get the reversal right away. It now looks like it's headed to 786. I saw someone in the chat say 1996 levels for CCL. I didn't look back that far. I will take your word for it, but that's not pretty at all. Brendo.
The SoberSafe stock, guys, continues to gain traction in retail land. Huge volume today, it's worth noting, relative-wise, versus what has happened past couple of days. Nice move here, up 21% again today for Sober.
All right, I missed that point here. Rob's talking about pizza over there. But we are going to be having the Hawaiian pizza here because it was voted on, and I want to thank Justin for that. That's going to be coming in our late show. So we'll see how that goes down, and of course Neil being a good sport.
We'll do anything for the people. But
exactly, we'll be a good sport.
I'm not going out of my way to thank Justin about pineapple pizza. But this is what Rob just, whatever. I see it's like feta. I'm not a big feta fan, Rob, so. I know. He's showing me pictures of pizza. Someone in the chat this morning was like, "Yo, I'm saving my extra egg McMuffin for the open." I'm like, man, do not be talking about food at 8:30 in the morning. It's not fair. I'm already hungry. The market is hungry to give you some gains. It's crazy that we're bouncing. Overall, the market's going up. That's what I see. We're bouncing off these lows. CCL's dying like an absolute quail. Maybe 775. I don't know where the bid's going to be on the stock. I thought it would be at $8. Obviously, it's not. So maybe 750. That makes some sense because it's a round number. That's about all I can go for. Nvidia looks like it's going to be relatively strong. I want to go back to Roblox for a quick second because that also put in a wick bottom. So I missed this one. I missed it. Wick bottom through that 35 level. Now it looks like it wants to try to break out. We love that setup. We've been talking about it sort of over and over, and thank you, Michael Noss, for coming through talking about it as well. But this does set up now to support 35 or maybe even break out at this 35.80 level. Roblox looking relatively strong.
Yeah, no, Roblox is a good name for sure. We've liked Roblox for a very, very long time.
That was a great wick bottom.
Yeah, that name's, holy shit. Honestly, man, this Apple trade is like unfreaking believable how much this name wants to run right now. Back up. Wow. Oh, to only have that 7-8%, and I just got out of some. Now I have 5% left on that trade. But what, I mean, if any of you are out there holding that, I mean, this has just been an absolute beast of a move for Apple, right back up to the upside. I mean, you're going to get this on a lot of names probably. I mean, Meta. Well, I mean, not even, man. It's really just Apple. And I'm glad that we talked about that here with Apple, as it's one of the top names here. We only have 4 names on the sticky note right now. I can't believe how high that just went up. We got a piece out, like we said, at 25. It just touched a little bit higher. I feel like we could just hold now. I mean, we don't have too many shares left, but let's go over to Brendo and see what he's up to.
Yeah, market testing back to positive territory. A little one from earlier in the week that we mentioned a couple times, ATXI, barely a red candle here once again, up better part of 30%. You can see still monster volume coming into ATXI again today.
Yeah, lots of moves definitely happening. Tesla just broke that 270 level. I did miss it as it broke this top here. That's going to suck. It was about 269.30 was the actual top, but 270 just went. I think you got to be looking for these wick bottom breakouts. I added Roblox in there, so if it breaks 36, I'm going to be triggering in the long. I want to buy dips in front of 35. CCL is actually, it's actually catching a little bit of a bid here, so I want to respect that one. And then Snapchat, that's the other one I wanted to get to, because Snap, that also put a wick off bottom in. I think this is now setting up for a potential long opportunity. The only thing I want to stay short, well, CCL fine, it broke that 10, but AMAT, I want to stay net short unless it takes out 84. And Nike, remember Nike?
Oh, sorry, CCL broke 8.
No, 8. What did I say?
10. That's what I was like.
My bad.
Did it rip?
$8 bucks.
$8,
CCL,
yeah.
$8.
All good.
Still going to hold that short. It probably has to get back above 8 before I get out of it. But Nike, it's still at 84. So I was looking for that wick off bottom and then break out from here, but all you're doing is go sideways. And what is with that wick? Sorry guys, this crazy wick. This top here is 84.35, so call it 84.50. It needs to break this channel for there to be a dead cat bounce. I don't want to just sit in the trade and be hoping for something to happen. I want it to happen more organically. Here's NVIDIA. It looks like it's another wick top and sort of rejecting this 124 level. I did take another leg out, but that is certainly going to be relatively strong, and I think you got to look for the longs there. If you're tracking Alphabet, I said if we ran to the upside, I wanted to short 100. Well, Alphabet's not nearly as strong as everything else, so I don't think we're going to see that 100 level. It's still down around 90.
Yeah, okay. I think we're back. We might be back. Yo, what's up? If we're back, say what's up to us. It's funny because I noticed that there was a problem there because as Neil was talking about Meta breaking levels, I was looking at my e-signal and being like, we're already at 138 there. But there we are back now, so thank you for that. Hit the refresh button. Maybe Liz, if you're watching, you could tweet out that we're back right now. That'd be nice. All right, so we are back, and we're back in business right now. That Meta trade, just like I was just going to talk about it quickly, breaking through that 138 right now, looking for a nice little top. My long was down there at 135, did not get executed. Apple right now, $2 in the money and continuing to go up. I mean, you know what, guys, honestly, I still believe in Apple, but this is a nice little level here, right back into the pre-market high again. So I feel like it's already going to be trade of the day. We might as well just get out right now at this level, 142.55 right there, off of yesterday's bottom. We'll take yesterday's bottom, get out at today's high. I mean, if it continues to rip up, fine. We're here for that. You're right, Henry Z. It's a bang, bang, bang kind of a deal there. And I'm sorry if the Apple trade crashed the stream. But there's Palantir up to 830 right now. At least we're able to refresh. And that's just a little tip for everybody. There's nothing Neil, myself, the production team can do at all.
Refresh
yeah, sometimes the internet will get hiccup there. It doesn't look like it was maybe it was a YouTube problem, but definitely I was having issues.
I think it was on our end.
Yeah, I was having issues with the internet.
No, my charts had some issues as well, but Fahad made a good point. It was because the likes were too low. So if you want to keep the internet, whatever. If we would keep the lights on and the internet going here, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Actually, hit the subscribe and hit the like. I'll say subscribe several times because we're hitting a milestone today. We are hitting that milestone, that 350 today. The only thing still going to the downside, although like the market's rallying and AMAT's holding resistance, so I think that's relatively weak. But CCL continues to fall to the downside here. I just have NVIDIA to the long. I got out of the Tesla long. We got that wick off bottom on Tesla, but I did not hold on to it. But watch out for Meta because like Meta, there's a second little wick top. You see that setup, like wick top and then sort of fall back down, try to take a pre-market high, fall back down. I think it's obviously relatively strong. But at some point, I want to see us sort of holding a consolidation and breaking a high convincingly. That has yet to happen. We'll see if it can in a little bit short order. Nike, do not want to ignore them. I have not taken a trade on Nike. I don't know if we've traded Nike today, but it is now above that 84 level.
No.
It looks like it's trying to go here. I wanted it holding. It put a wick bottom and just bounced off VWAP. I wanted it holding levels like this. Now if it breaks 83.5, that's VWAP on a 3-minute here, I think I would get out of any kind of a long. But this feels like a dead cat bounce kind of day, and my level was 84. I said the only way I want the long is if it starts holding 84. That's what it's doing. This is not a commentary on the earnings. It was a terrible report, but it's down 11%, and it put a wick bottom at the open, so I'll take my shot at this long. But my out's 83.5.
Yeah, I was. We do have Brendan in a second. It's funny because you just talked about Nike, and I just saw that's Micron. Come on, Nike chart right there. I'm just seeing again. We had Michael Noss on from Trade Ideas there, and we're talking about support and resistance. But I mean, we've now touched 84.50 a couple times, including. I mean, forget about 84.50. I mean, it's like 84.30, 84.40 right there. So that is a possible area there to now go short on Nike possibly because it was a disaster report, disaster move to the downside, touched 82.50. Rallied back a buck before now, heading down to that south side. And just an update there, you guys saw me take that out on Apple. So again, that's another banger right there. The funny thing is, you guys remember that wife comment about the wine? Well, guess who was watching? So my wife was watching. So I don't know if the LCBO opens up right now at 10 o'clock or not, but as far as I know, she's on the road right now. So Brendan, let's go with the update. It's 10 o'clock.
It in the LCBO this morning. Go for it, Marissa. Go for it. University of Michigan sentiment number out there, guys. The final 58.6 versus 59.5. So not good on that number as well. Happening now. Brought to you by Chart Prime. They have top-notch indicators. Automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance, pivot points, and more. Add them to your strategy today. Check out Chart Prime, guys, on screen right now. Here's the board. Back to flat, essentially. So not bad. Could be worse, obviously. 0.10 downside for the S&P, the Dow 0.25%, the Russell. Pretty mixed right now. The same story for the NASDAQ here. We're floating around break even. A few things we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. My board not populating. There we go. Apple was on the watch list, and I put, look to leaders at the end of the month and the quarter. That was the first one to bounce this morning. Tesla, AI day to come after market tonight. And yeah, we got weak earnings from Micron and a downgrade or two on Micron. So chips a little relatively weak at this point. Wanted to mention this. Here's Amazon. We were talking about leaders and big tech. Amazon not really participating in this move higher, guys. Back over to you.
So it was Alphabet's not participating either, at least last I checked. So Amazon, Alphabet, neither one of those participating. Speaking of chip names, NVIDIA here bouncing off VWAP, but if we can't hold 123, then I think we can be headed like maybe back down into 122. So I'm not holding out for that level. So I'm going to be out if it takes it out. I want this to break 125, and we might have to take like some rinse and repeat style trades in there off that 123 area to get to 125. CCL still going okay, but watch out for Meta. I think this is going to be the moment for Meta in a second, but it was Roblox I wanted to jump over to. Another wick top on Roblox holding a higher low. This is really setting up for that breakout at 36. I still have my 36 break. I'm kind of waiting, not dip buying this. I only want this breaking out of that high and then jam to the upside. It looks like that's the trade we're going to get. And Nike, which just came in, it's holding court at VWAP, but if it breaks this bottom, I'm just getting out. It's a bad report. I don't want to get too cute about it, but it looks like it's trying to hold support here. I could see 85 and then 86 here. I'm not saying the stock's going to 90 bucks. I think that's crazy, but if you get a couple of dollars out of a dead cat bounce, I think that's pretty solid here with Nike.
Oh man, yeah. So I just got off the phone with Visa. They put a limit on the card, so hopefully that all goes okay there today. I'm just kidding. She's walking the dog right now, but it doesn't mean she can't go somewhere else. All right, it's just embarrassing. I mean, I'm glad Neil has it, but honestly, you know, like that CCL, we could have been up double the amount of money there if we just like said the obvious, and that was just short $8. Like, it's so stupid that I go long in front of it on a disaster report, and then don't hit the short. So honestly, like, although this is, like I just said, I mean, it's going to be my best day of the month, but like the fact that I missed that trade is actually quite stupid. So I'm not super happy with obviously the performance there by myself on CCL, because definitely should have been respected at some sort of a bottom there through that $8. We'll go long now and see if we can make a little bit of cash off this. But if it breaks now again through that 7, and I don't know why I'm doing this, to be honest with you. This is more of a revenge trade, to be honest with you.
Don't do it.
But I'm long now, 661. There's size there at 60. Like, if it breaks, this is the one where it's like the risk to reward is just like, I can get 3 pennies on this trade, just a little bit of an uptick here for CCL. It goes to 65, right? So, I mean, it's not like we can't get a risk to reward trade on this, but yeah, I don't know. I see that 60 there. It's down 17%. Maybe we get a relief here, maybe we don't, but this is a very, very small risk to reward situation right now for me. This is the kind of stuff that we can do being on a prop floor, honestly. See? Is that, you know, we could just do that, and there it is. Let's just take it out. I mean, that's 3 cents. It's not a lot of money, but that's the kind of stuff that we do on prop floors, right? You scalp it in, you scalp it out, and I mean, you have the ability, we all do, to hold whatever the hell you want, you know, for a higher high or lower low, whatever. But right there it is. Now, I mean, this could crash right here. Watch out for that 60 level to break, but that's why we take out a little bit, and that's just really just me talking about trying to scalp out and how that works. And obviously, we only got out of a third there. It does go to 66. Probably should have taken that out, but now it looks like 60 is going to break. So, you know, my order's in there. If it breaks, it breaks. We're gone. And actually, I don't even really like what's happening right now. Let's take out another piece there it is, at 61. So we take out another piece there, small, and now we're only holding half of our initial position. Let's see what happens here with CCL. We're down again. Our internet's down again.
Yeah. So my chart was just
internet's down.
We're down again.
Yep.
So well, I'm just going to keep talking because I actually see the stream still working. So hopefully you guys can hear me. I keep trying to get rid of this wick in Nike. I can't do it, but we just bounced off of 84 there. I took some out in front of 84.5. It looks like Nike's trying to get back into that upside. I'm also watching NVIDIA hold out at that 123.
I'm just telling you, we're dropping
so
all the time.
Yeah, 123 continues to hold. I did not get the dip buy. I wanted to see it bounce one time. Now that it's bounced, I'm going to get back on this bid, rinse and repeat this trade probably as many times as we can. As long as support wants to hold here at VWAP on NVIDIA, I want that long here. I want to stay net short. Like, if I have any kind of a real loss on a short today, it should be in AMAT, because logically speaking, that report from Micron has to be really bad for AMAT. That's just the way. That's just my take on it. Doesn't mean it has to be true. Nike headed upside. Meta also headed to the upside. I don't want to ignore Tesla, but I did get out of that first jailbreak long. That's still NVIDIA for some reason. And Tesla now back below that 270, but it's still got that wick off bottom. There was that bounce to the upside. It did it twice. 2 wick bottoms on Tesla, and then heading back into the upside. Nike is trying to go, but it hasn't broken out yet. And I think if you're long Nike, it's a bad report, man. Pay yourself. It's down 11%. Like, I'm not sitting here holding for the moon. And Nike is not like some short 30% name. Like, there's no squeeze happening in Nike. I haven't checked the short flow, but I'm pretty confident that it's not some gigantic number, though having said that, I should check.
No, there'd be no short float on Nike. Yeah, I mean, there would be probably something, but there goes CCL, by the way.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, that just breaks as well down to the downside there. So it's funny because we were able to get some out there. That's going to be a nothing trade for me because, again, we took 3 cents on a third, then lose 1 cent or 2 cents, on the last third there, and we did have an out at 61 as well. So a nothing burger for CCL. I mean, I'm going to go down here again, and I'm not like I said, I'm trying to be a changed man here. So I even identified that this was going to be a revenge trade. But I don't even want to take this at 750. Normally, I'd sit here and be like, yeah, let's take that 750, but I'm not going to do that anymore. Let's look at Micron right now. Okay, that just dipped down to 50. We missed that dip. That was stupid. Again, man, just like instead of looking at Micron, I'm looking at CCL. Like that should have been bought down there on that dip. This is very much barcoding right now for CCL, so kind of nothing happening right there. I like that Nike break. I know you have it at 84 bottom, which is much better. I like that break of Nike there where we were talking about it. And again, I just was looking at CCL and missed it. But that little top right there that we kept bouncing up against. Remember I was saying 84.40, 84.50? Well, that, would have indicated a nice little break long there for NKE as well. So, yeah, look, big names moving around today. I mean, that's why you want to get our watch list, man, and get the sticky note. We have Apple long written on here. We have Micron long at 49. Both of those came through. And then I wrote down Nike at 87, so that might be an area to look for some resistance on the upside for NKE. We're flat. I mean, I'm holding this Apple. You guys are going to see it. Right now, I have 3%, 2 or 3% or so of my initial order. I have some part shares, so it's a rough estimate there. I'm just going to hold this. If it drops back down, it drops back down. I don't think it will, but let's see what happens here with Apple. And then is PayPal near 90 yet? Almost. So we're going to watch. Ooh, look at that. Like I didn't even realize that. But that PayPal 90 is another level there to watch out for. I kind of like these bottoms. If the market falls, this bottom of 87.60 probably gets breached as well. And then we watch out for the downside. So watch out for PayPal here, relatively weak against a strong market.
That's something I want to try to find here. As the market keeps trying to bounce off the lows, what's relatively weak? We're still in the bottom end of the channel on AMAT. It's down 2%. That's why I'm sitting in this. I understand I am long NVIDIA and short AMAT, but I kind of went over the reasons why in the Micron report there, making some sense to me at least. But if it does take out this 83.5, I do like this 85 level, and I think that needs to be 2 trades. So as much as I like the short and it's relatively weak, I do need to take it out if we get past here and we're more than like $1.20 out of the money on it. I don't think losing $3 on it makes any sense whatsoever. Nike continues to run up. That 85 level just got tested here. It's a huge gap down, crazy looking chart, but that 85 level is kind of battling. I think if it gets to 87, I almost want to get out of it at that price, to be honest with you. Like if we get back up to those pre-market levels, I think I need to be getting out of the stock if it gets that far. So right now, I'm holding on for dear life. Finally, Meta looks like it's breaking out. But Roblox, on the other hand, which I've been sitting here waiting for 36 to go, and I'm still waiting for 36 to go. Roblox finding some resistance at 36. Maybe I'm not going to get that breakout, and I should be somewhere else.
Rendo?
It's very rare, guys, but I just saw this one pop up. XRT, the retail ETF on a volume spike. So we're trying to go red to green here for some of the retailers with Nike trying to bounce.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I really like that Nike trade. That's going to be a good one there. But if retailers are going to bounce, then there are other places for us to go for that. So we can have a look quickly here on other spots. So let's go have a quick look here. I was looking at AMD. I mean, AMD's ripping to the high side right now. We can have a look quickly to see Lulu's expensive. Obviously, we can have a look at what Lulu's doing today. Probably started off pretty bad. Yeah, actually not doing anything right now. Lulu's still down that 5%. Obviously, that's going to be a take there on Nike. Earnings still down, but okay, that's it. I'm already bored with retail. Let's go over to Microsoft again. So some of the moves starting to happen now, back down to that downside in the tech space right now. So here comes Microsoft again, a name that's still strong today because the NASDAQ is flat and Microsoft's still up. So we are looking to pick up some value here somewhere in these names. I'm trying to be patient. We're really just resting on that first couple trades that we had. We had a good trade on Netflix. Yeah, CCL, like I said,
for the record,
it just broke 750.
I'm going to be on that bid at $7. Look, I know the short's reversing and working here, but it gets to $7. It's already 20% to the downside here. And and we talk about this as day traders. The reality is there's sitting at 1 or 2 where your risk is 2 or 3 cents. And if it does, at this point, if it bounces off 7, you could get 25 to 50. Realistically speaking, if it gets down there. So you don't see very many risk to reward trades like that. That's the logic behind taking it. I get it, you're catching a falling sword, but I'm looking for an exit here, probably in front of the course. It's gone so parabolic to the downside. I'm going to slap a trail at 750 on it and then bid out well in front of $7 because I think that's going to be a long. If we see 7, I'm going to be on that bid.
Yeah, 7 would be amazing. Therefore, that. Oh man. Wow. Do we? I mean, now I have to start to decide, like, you know, where are we as far as what we think about this market, right? So. Again, pretty choppy in there. We've already respected that 11,000 bottom once. Doesn't feel like it wants to test it again. Kind of, sort of, to me down there. Microsoft's not low enough yet. I mean, Microsoft needs to get down here to 237.80 or so before we even start to, I mean, it's getting close, I guess, that we start to look at that level there as a key one for Microsoft to bounce off of. Maybe Meta is starting to go downside a little bit too much here. Nah, Meta's still
strong.
Meta's still very, very strong.
Yeah, really strong.
Netflix was the one that we acknowledged was weak, but now it's kind of just flattish. So I don't really want to be in that name. What else, man? What else is everybody else saying? Good trade there. Anurada there, $1,200 on CCL. Great job on that one. We'll spin that money for you. That sounds like a big trade to me. So congratulations on that one. For that. And there's another one. Yeah, Palantir always gets talked about. Square moving up as well. So yeah, always some good names to look at.
Actually.
Maybe Apple. I mean, now that I'm holding Apple, I'm seeing that it's dipping down into some levels. So maybe we'll have to find something for a key one here for Apple.
Like, I know Henry talks about Palantir every single day, but look at the 850 level on the daily in Palantir. You break 850, you're already breaking out from $8 here in a pretty tight consolidation, and you got a double top at 835 going. Hey man, if the market gets a little bit stronger than this, that's a strong chart on the higher time frame. I like 850 probably a little bit better for a level, but getting into this maybe on dips or catching a breakout, it's not the end of the world. I can see some logic behind it. It sounds pretty good to me. Nike. Look, Nike's been working off this bid, but it's rejected now twice this break at 85. I don't want to give this all the way back into 84. It doesn't feel right. That being said, I'll probably put a trail somewhere in like 84.60 or so. Like, I don't want to be holding this all the way back into VWAP. It is a negative stock. Like, the stock is negative on the session, down 11%, and it was a bad report. So I don't want to be too greedy with these longs. This long, I should say. Brendo?
One-time Kathy Wood name just popping up here, guys. Stoneco, FinTech, back to the upside. 4%. In a big way, just testing 9.5, which is the top end of the range here for STNE.
All right, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the internet, so we're trying to get back to that and get that all cleared out for you guys, obviously, as it seems like it's getting more stable. So, thank you again for your patience on all of that. You closed your quick SoFi scalp. Okay, you guys need Netflix to drop. I mean, obviously, AMD, I was just looking at AMD and Apple. I don't really see any levels for any of these names as they continue to be pretty low. So we're going to hold off a little bit on some of those. And then let's go over to Netflix, because I do agree, man. I mean, I don't know why you need it to drop right now, but yeah, I do think you are at a dropping spot here for Netflix, especially if this market does continue to do its little dance right now. You don't need anything. Well, I don't know your position. Maybe you do need this to drop, but that 237. I mean, this was a great level. I think if you get back up to there, it does look like if you're going to be short a name and you think the market is overbought right now because we did have a nice move up and now you're right back to a flat spot. Netflix, I would agree with that short, man. I mean, if you're going to be short something, Netflix definitely, had those moves. You have a defined out here of 238. You can even use 238.50 as your out. So that's $2 to the upside. And then the downside, I mean, I got hit out at 235. So I think you at least have, the $2 to the downside. Well, now it's starting to go down. When we started talking about this, was 236.50. But yeah, I like the risk to reward here for Netflix, and I don't think you can go wrong taking it to the short side. But again, you have to really feel, as I'm going to sneeze in a minute, you have to really feel the fact that there is going to be some pressure here, excuse me, in the market.
I just got an interesting question just came by. Someone asked me, how do you identify a wick on a wick top or a wick bottom candle? It should look something like this. And I only like it at a resistance level almost always. So it just happens to be Meta. This is the open right at 930. You had a pre-market high at 138. You tested at 130, 138. It pulled back. You then had a break. Look at the wick. It extends higher up to like 50 or 60 cents higher. So not like one or 2 cents. Sometimes on a inexpensive stock that might matter. And then right away, it's resistance back at 138. And then you can see like any shorts in here worked all the way back to the low. So that's an example. I usually prefer it on a higher time frame and something corresponding with it. Like if it happens at a key level, it's just that much more significant and worth noting. I said I would get trailed out of Nike because ultimately, it's a bad report, and the long worked off of 84. It rejected 85 a couple of times, and then I got trailed out of it. But it's still trending back into the upside. It's just hard for me to be terribly greedy on this name down that much when overall, like this is what we're doing on the NASDAQ. I mean, the ES is going to look relatively the same here, but we're kind of just sitting sideways inside of the range, but with still a bit of a downward pressure to it. What I think is holding us up is we broke the low and then have held support above it. That's what's holding us up right now, and some strong names in the tech sector. But getting greedy with arguably the weakest name in the bunch does not make sense to me. However, I got to find a way into Meta to the long side of the trade. I'm still in NVIDIA, but Meta is so strong and it is not dipping back. That 138 I was talking about, that looks like a good level, but VWAP seems even better on any kind of a dip. It just broke 139. Meta up 2%. I think we know where some relative strength does lie.
Oh, man. Ashutosh, I do not think CCL is a buy here. I've already tried that a couple times, and it has not worked. And it sucks to be negative on that name, but again, that's sort of one of those things there that you're just going to have to, I'm just going to have to like eat that one and figure out what's going on. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. The normal names that I trade, Amazon, all this stuff, they're just really just barcoding right now. So I don't, again, I'm not super excited about going long on Amazon, to be honest with you. Although it is trying to give it to you. Breaking through this 115 could be something. I mean, that high of 115.05, that could be a play. But then if I'm wrong, like how far down do I actually have to hold this thing, right? Probably into the 50s or so. So maybe we will try to get Amazon long. But again, it's relatively weak against all these other names, like a strong Meta, a strong Softy, so on and so forth as it continues to go. So, all right, well, there's Microsoft. Oh, shoot. Again, missed it again, man. Microsoft, that was the level that we talked about, 237.80, came right in, and then it just ripped up $1 from there. So, oh, man, that sucks. We just missed that opportunity there for Softy as that's continuing to move to the upside right now. Amazon, maybe Amazon's just a fade. I could try the short here in Amazon against that. That could be something. Maybe we'll try that. Amazon short against that 115. I don't love it, but we'll hold it for a little bit. It's small cap recap time with Brendan at the desk.
Hey guys, with the overall market move, kind of a quiet day so far for small cap world. I'll show you a couple moving around here though. AIMD was one of the gappers in the pre-market, holding this 2 area, 1, 2, 3, count them 4 times. Gave you a nice long opportunity at the open through that 210 pivot. This is hard to borrow as well. Very, very few and hard to find locates on AIMD. We're getting into resistance though for that one. Decent long opportunity so far. FXLV was kind of waiting on this to break to the downside to see what happened. Kind of want it below that 310, which was that resistance point. It's still holding that as support right now, but decent volume still on FXLV as well, guys.
Yeah, FXLV going to be one. And I don't want to ignore some of these small caps as too. Like Arrival was out there, that was gapping up, but it's failed at $1. SoFi, I saw someone mention SoFi. SoFi failed at $5, trying to break out. But I did just get Roblox. And Sean and I were talking. It was great to have Michael Noss on, but he mentions wick bottoms, and then they're just across the board, right? This looks better on a higher time frame. Like if I show you the 15-minute, it's much easier to see this break, wick down at 35 and then recovering. I didn't get it back above 35, but I said I was looking for the 36 break. So I got the 36 break. I think you can see here 36, 30 to 40. That'll be about that first out where I want to take some profit. If we're going to get any kind of a long day, I love that setup. I like the wick bottom entry at 35 better. You have a bit of a flag and a consolidation break here. So 1-to-1 is going to be right back to VWAP. So that sets up pretty well. But I'm into Roblox. It took a while. I finally got into that party. Meta starts to pull back here. But I was just noting on AMAT, and I want to go to Meta next, but on AMAT, I was giving to 83.50, but I got to tighten this up because now it's consolidating, putting a bull flag in. So I've tightened my stop up to right here. essentially 36.10. I'm going to give this one up and say this is just wrong at this point because the market's looking a little bit too strong. I think I was in the right name for some relative weakness, but I think it's going to stop me out here, and I'm tightening that stop as a matter of fact. Meta was what I wanted to go to next because I'm looking for some opportunities that I've missed to the long side of some trades, and Meta does stand out. I want it back into this 137.50 to 138. Otherwise, holding a bit above 139 does give you an opportunity to go. But I said if I was going to take a hit on the short, it was probably going to be on AMAT because I believed in that one here today. That didn't work out. I'm looking for something other than Roblox. Still holding on to NVIDIA. I want to hold that one all day if I can. Tesla. I'd like the Tesla long again, but see what's happening? It just keeps rejecting this top. It probably just needs to break 272 at this point, or give you a good dip back into 265, but you're not getting either one of those things. So I don't want to chase too many longs, but I was able to just add Roblox. Brendo, what's up?
One of these little tiny IPOs just opening, guys, into a halt. LASE on the NASDAQ just opened, immediately halted to the upside.
Oh, that volume's okay.
Wow, an IPO automatically halted to the upside? Yeah, no surprise, bless you, no surprise on that one. Okay, so, you know, we could lose. I mean, first of all, AMD, Apple ripped all the way back upside after making that bottom right there. So we take it in and get out at VWAP, and now it's starting to go higher right now for Apple. So good on that. We only now we have a real small piece left. So that's the Apple trade that we're looking at right now. And then I have got CCL. I don't know where that is. I canceled that.
703.
Yeah, CCL is garbage, hot garbage stock there.
You got to be kidding me, man.
There's Netflix. We are trying to get more short, but a 239 break, and we're out. Just to review that one, guys.
Well, this might not last long. And I say that tongue in cheek, but I got out of the short, not here, but at 21. So probably gave away a little bit. But like I said, I would be trying this bid. I'm long at 02. The reversal at 8 was pretty fantastic, but I probably got out way too much in front of 775. But I am into the long now. I will scalp it all the way back up. So I'll definitely take some out into that 725 level and then just see how far it wants to bounce. This is one of those. If you're catching a falling knife, if the report was bad, they're down 23%, the bookings are horrible. I'm not saying this is a good buy on the long term or anything like that. Stock is at even dollar. It has big bid. It's down already 22%. I'm taking a shot at a risk reward of risking 3 to 4 cents and seeing if we can scalp it off those lows. That's the entire reason for this trade on CCL. It's working for now because we're now at 711. But remember, as this is working here, it is not really a moonshot in the traditional sense. That would be it getting back to $7.50 or $8. I don't think that's happening. As a matter of fact, I'll be half out if it gets to 720, for sure. Actually, even more than that now that I think about it. I'm half out now at 715. It's all about paying yourself. This is the weakest stock out there in the market today. The fact that this long is working has everything to do with a psychological and options eligible level at 7 even. But the short, the reversal, that's a better entry point. And quite frankly, it's a better trade traditionally for most people. As a day trader, we just love these even dollar bounce trades.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I hated it early. Like it down there at 7. Good one for that. We're now 70 cents in the money on this Netflix short. We reloaded it, obviously, up there at 239, right at that 200 period, as discussed here. So that's going to be a good trade for me. I am trying to bid in the 60s now, just a little bit lower than this. So if Netflix does fade out, man, again, I think I have a decent spot here on Netflix. But again, like, you know, it does have to print lower to get me out here because, like, you can't, you're either diddling in the middle or whatever. So we'll see if we can get a bid now in the mid-70s here. There it goes. We just got filled there on the bid. So another out for us on Netflix. So that's going to be right there. It's nice to see getting back positive on CCL there as that's starting to go back up off that 7. That's a great play. All right, so now I'm just going to reduce. I'm not going to take any more on that play for Netflix. I'm just going to reduce my out because now if we take 239, I have less shares. I'm out of 40% of this trade, and we're right back to the high of the day for me. So good trade here on Netflix, really, you know, making up for some of those other ones that we've had. But Netflix right now, let's see if it does pull back. I still get a feeling that it wants to take 239 though.
Yeah, we did get our first level, so we'll do a little bit of dance off. It's Friday. We'll have some fun here. But Roblox 36, that break, 1-to-1 about 30. We just got 36 quarters here, and then the next out will be about 36.50 as that continues to churn to the upside. Did not get the wick bottom entry. That's obviously going to be the better one. But truth be told, just because you miss what you deem to be a better trade doesn't mean you don't take the next one. So sometimes you've got to grit your teeth. Like, I like the long setup at the low, but it's not at the low anymore. Now it's consolidating, bull flag, whatever you want to call it, and breaking the top. That's the only trade out there, so you got to be able to take it. Now I want to, just very quickly, I'm going to pull up UVXY here for a second, because that's what I look at. If you look at VIX, fair enough. But this previous, I got this line here, 1260. It's been like support, resistance, over and over again, flipping back and forth. It continuously rejects that level. If we break out from here, like, I'm looking at these longs. I'm only in longs right now, as you can see. Like, we start holding above that level, it's like, get the heck out of Dodge and find some shorts. Like, that's what I want to be thinking about here. But as long as we're holding that resistance, I want to give the long a chance to be able to go. You've held support on the NASDAQ, that 1111, and you're not breaking out in terms of volatility. So I want to give these longs some chance to work here. I don't really care about what the market is doing when it comes to CCL. That's going to be its own beast. I just got another leg out here at 7.25. I'm going to be all out if we get anywhere near 750. That's a pure bounce play. The market could go up 4% from now. I'm still getting out in front of 750 on CCL because I think there's a limit to how far this thing can bounce. You don't see volume selling like that, and I'm sure like RCL and NCLH are moving as well, but. We're trading this one because they reported. Now it's heading further to the upside. We'll hit a little home run. I'm going to the game tomorrow. We'll probably pace the Red Sox, but it doesn't matter because we're already in the playoffs, baby.
Yeah, we need to go at least 4-2 to get that home game.
Wait a minute.
What?
We have to go 4-2?
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on what Tampa. There's a lot of stuff that happens.
That's not a lock, then.
If Tampa wins outright, then yeah, we don't host. I don't think. But we have to go 4-2 to lock that in. So
okay, then it does matter.
So then it does matter for sure. What's happening right there, man? Again, guys, we've hit tops, we've hit bottoms today. It's been a real successful day. I mean, we tried that Amazon short, by the way, right there at 115. We got literally in at 115. I just want to talk about that because I was like, I'm missing a trade that I haven't discussed. And that was Amazon. You can't even see it. That's how fast it was. We were short here at 96. We got out at 05. So it's a 10-cent hit there on Amazon as that started just to creep up to the high spot there. So we'll leave Amazon. I mean, we won't leave it alone. I still like the name. And we'll look at that. But I still like a short for Amazon, but you could see it's really starting to get going now. So that's 116 right there for Amazon. That might be the level, but again, it's really starting to go back up to the upside. I kind of wish we would have respected the upside move a little bit more there. Yeah, you're right. Look, Fahad, I corrected myself, man, already. Yeah. It's not Lil Mike. It's like Mike over there. I was wondering if Fahad was watching Like Mike, which is why the stream crashed. But obviously that has been confirmed. He doesn't watch it at work. He gets too excited. He waits for at home to watch that. So good one there, Fahad, on that one. You can see right now Netflix, guys, starting to make that move back to the downside. Again, I'm going to hold. The market is now pretty much it's not at day high, but you might as well call it that. We're at the open market high right now. The pre-market was a little higher than that. And look at Netflix. It's still going to the downside. So again, we respect that 200 period. This is another one here. Let's see if it can get back into 236. Like, that's 236.50. Like, that would be a $3 win. So let's see if we can get that for Netflix. If it does dip down there, we will take some off. But without any further ado, it's time to update what's going on in the world of crypto, Brendo.
A surprising headline this morning, guys, for crypto markets coming to the end of the month and the end of the quarter. Yeah, certain individual assets in this market actually outperforming equity markets this quarter. This MVDA, which tracks the 100 largest digital assets, is up 8% on the quarter. Versus 2.6 to the downside for the NASDAQ heading into today's session. Bitcoin itself only down 2.2% this quarter versus 2.6 for the overall NASDAQ. So individual crypto assets performing a little bit better this quarter so far as it comes to an end than equities overall. Here's Bitcoin to end off the week and end off the quarter itself. We're right back at this key level. This is the daily chart. 19,650 has come into play multiple times over the, I apologize, this is an hourly chart, not a daily chart, has come into play over the past couple of days here. So if we get above 19,650, might see some push further to the upside. Positive, however, over the past 24 hours for BTC and Ethereum, up about 3.5% each. Still trying to hold this 1,300 for Ethereum. Rest of this board nicely green on the day as well. Solana with a nice move, almost 4% at one point this morning. 6% down there for Matic, guys. Back over to you.
Definitely a good day over here. Oh, is it coming back to us? There we go. Definitely a strong day as the market is now 0.6% on the NASDAQ. The ES only 0.3, but we're actually breaking out of this malaise that we're in. Like, it's not a malaise. I mean, we're bouncing, but not nearly enough in my estimation. Like 125 just got taken out on NVIDIA. Just realized I hadn't talked about the trade in a while. I think, look, 126, you got this rejection pre-market a couple of days ago. We rolled over. That's where I want to get out in front. I want to respect this high here. If we get anywhere near 127, I'm going to be thinking about fades on NVIDIA at around these prices, so I got to get out of that long first, obviously. Roblox is holding 36.30, so it's in the money, but it's not really extending as much as I would like. Like, it's in the money about, what, 25, 30 cents at times. I'd like to see a little bit more. A 15-minute is completely useless on the CCL chart, so I'm just going to go back here. It's almost a deal up. I'm now out of it. As I said, I don't really care how far it bounces. I don't think there's any reason it should be getting back to $8. It seems like a little bit much. So I'm now out of CCL. If it comes back to the downside, I might take a long at 7 again. I'm not even sure I like that, to be honest with you. If it goes down there again, it might just break it. But I'll probably try it for like smaller shares. But lunchtime, sometimes you get those moves. As I mentioned, Roblox, it's still at that high. I still haven't even gotten anything out in front of 36.50. It's gotten close a couple times. Looks like I'll be able to get that fill as long as the market tries to hold up here. And I was talking about Tesla earlier. Well, it's finally broken that 272 area. So Tesla now participating a little bit stronger in this breakout that we're seeing. It's confirmed. I like longs in front of that 72, back into 70, maybe even giving it a little bit closer to 70 just to get a better price. And if you complain about it, you get it. I just got to fill in Roblox, but I want part of the Tesla party as well.
All right, so we're back into a position here on CCL against 760. Like, I mean, that's VWAP is 770 right now. We could get punched out of this, which obviously it sucks, for today because we were long. We haven't really done anything since then. We tried to go long before at 760, and this is where we were able to make a little bit of that money back, but that was a flat trade, as you guys saw. So we'll put on a position now on CCL. I mean, here it comes back to 53. Maybe we get that bid. I'm sitting there on a paid gateway, so of course I don't get it. There it goes as it's tanking back down to the downside. So again, we have a decent position on. So here we go. We can make everything back just right now. Like, I don't, on this position. So let's just start to get, here we go, right now on this trade. So let's just keep it coming to the downside now, CCL, as maybe we have found that little top there. I don't know if we have or not, but we're scalping some of this out. And again, just going right back to the high of the day for us right now. You don't want to break higher, or I'll punch out a little bit there at 50. Ooh, and then it goes to 48, 49. So, okay, there it is. Let's go, man. A little bit out now on CCL. Yes, finally, boom. This is a big trade here again for me. Let's go. This is again, like when I'm putting on position, like I've already told you. Good. I've already told you the strategies that I'm doing, man. More shares, more money, and that's it, right? Like when you make the calls and you don't have the shares on, you feel like, that's great, but you got to get paid out. So for me right now, we'll take this short against that 760. And you know what? A couple more pennies and we make everything back and turn positive on CCL. So let's see if that happens. I don't need to turn positive on it. I'm pretty happy with this move. As I said, if I flatten every single position I have right now, I'd be at the high point for me on the day. So let's just see what happens here with CCL. I'm now out of about 70% of the trade now. So that's it, man. We took some shares. We'll hold a little bit for the last three if we do get a dump back down. But there it is, man. Out of a lot of that for CCL. Pretty happy with that trade. Finally caught that top and cashed in. So there it is. Made that money back. It looks like we'll still be negative because we're not getting that complete flush back down. Let's see if if that does happen. I think this has to get to about 740, and then we'd be positive here on the day for CCL. So let's go CCL. We have our out 760. If it breaks it, it breaks it. But that's a wrap on this short for now. We'll put another bid around 740 to get out, and then we'll see if we can capture it a little bit lower. Actually, we just got out right there, 42 or 43? 43. So no more bids now for CCL. We're almost back to positive on that name. Let's go.
Yeah, and let's go NVIDIA. I'm going to slap up, maybe not going to trail it just yet, but it's getting pretty close. My target at that 126, it just stalled about 30 cents away there. Got a couple of bucks in the money. It looks like it wants to do a bit of a flag and pull back down here. Roblox did get that next fill on Roblox. It continues to run to the upside. The market's going up at this point. I got to go to the higher time frame as always. When in doubt, zoom out. You are now at this gap, that 36.50. I wanted to cover some in front of it. If this gets taken out, suddenly I'm thinking 37, like not the next 25 cents, but the next 50, maybe even 60 cents to the upside. Roblox could make a bit of a move there. And for you, Henry, Palantir, good luck, man. It's now broken through that double top. It's running toward that 850 that I was mentioning on the daily chart. So Palantir's a good runner. It's almost convincing me that if we're going to be in an up day, why not have some of this in front of that high? Like, why wait for 850 to break? If I can get along sort of off of that breakout price consolidation and maybe give it back into VWAP, risk 10 cents into 850, that way you're already into position. You can take some out at 48, 49, just in case there's like 1 million shares on the 850 offer, which there might be. And that way you can scalp that trade in front of 50, and then if 50 breaks, you're already into it. Brendo, it's 10:40. Time for Sector Watch.
Interesting day shaping up here, guys. I want to show you this before we get into the sector board, just to give you a breakdown of the split right now as far as what is happening in the S&P 500. So positive nicely, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the upside versus 4 downside. It's the consumer names mostly downside, energy with a bit of a sell-off as well, but basic materials, real estate, financials, and tech leading to the upside. There's the S&P 500. All the obvious ones to the downside right now. So CCL obviously leading 20%, better part of 20% downside. NCLH, RCL being dragged along with it. That's Nike if it's a little tough to see there, 10% in negative territory. But everything else you can see having a pretty good day, back higher for the rest of the retailers even trying to bounce here. We did see some initial weakness in this group, but they're trying to claw their way back. CRL having a nice day in the healthcare group. That was an earnings name as well, but low volume communication stocks. Pretty good bounce as well in some of these. Some of the streamers, I noticed Warner Brothers, Paramount downside a little bit in the pre-market, but look at, there's Paramount right there. 2.3 now back to the high side. Financials and tech though, where most of the strength is coming from so far for the S&P 500, guys. We're up 0.35. Back over to you.
Yes, sir. We show the winners. We show the losers, too. Remember, I like AMAT to the short side. It's still down on the day, but I had to stop out of it when it broke that 83 level. Now I'm looking for it challenging that high of the day. It hasn't gone green yet. The market is certainly strong. It's off the AMAT report that they're going to be spending less and you cut costs. Well, you know, it's some of these, like AMAT's lambs of the world are probably going to get hurt. That's why it's going to be down. I like this resistance. It's 84 to 84.5. Once we get in there, that's the target zone for the entry. But I didn't want to hold it all the way into that area. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. Allow it to break out and then see if I can short these tops. I need the market to continue this move if that's going to happen. I just mentioned Palantir. It starts to pull back. Ooh, not quite close enough. No, not quite close enough. Starts to pull back here on the way to that 850 level. Got to 42s. I'm going to get in. I'm sitting here at like 32s. Going to get some more shares in those 20s. Give it some support to participate in this breakout into 850. I recognize 850 is a big level on the daily chart, but if I can get a good long going into it, I think it makes a lot of sense as well. Tesla, as it starts to pull back in here, I'm looking for the dip buy to join this trend. If I can get 270s, we'll go ahead and take a shot at that. It's $2 away, so not into it just yet, but going to be on that bid in front of 270 on Tesla.
I'm going to get out of Netflix here if I can. We were just on the bid there, and then now we are not on the bid. So, oh man, I thought I was bidding 237, not apparently there for Tesla, or for Netflix. Oh, that sucked, man. We were almost out of that. Got distracted looking at something else there, and it was CCL. As CCL I was just trying to think about what levels, and then I looked over and my net was like do. And then Netflix down there 237. So we'll sit on the bid now. now. Hopefully we can get something out when this comes back down in right now. So I'm not gonna, I mean, we're bidding 230. I mean, I might as well, you know what, I'm just gonna change that bid here. It doesn't really matter, you know, the price at this point. I mean, it does, but I just don't wanna dance with this too much, man. I mean, it just made that move down. It almost took down 239 there again. So I feel like I got to get something out there on that bottom spot there for Netflix. Oh man, that sucks. Here we go. Come on, just print me in the teens. Like I'm in the teens somewhere. That'd be nice, man. My bad on that, Netflix. My bad. Should have been sitting there at 237 flat. It'd be like look where the 50 period is, right? I mean, that's the whole point. Like I should have been sitting there, and now that's why like I'm a little bit. I mean, obviously, I'm a little bit upset because we just missed out on 30 cents there. I was bidding that 237. I know I was, and I canceled it. Oh, man. Okay, let's just bring it down, Netflix. Just one more little swipe down. I promise you I'm on the bid. You'll get me out, and then we'll work from there, okay? So let's do that. Wipe down a little bit here. Just someone put out a little bit of a sell order, and we will get out of Netflix right now, but it is hovering. This will suck, man, if this goes back upside. Oh, no. All right, hopefully it does come back down, but that's what I'm working with right now is Netflix. And then, by the way, guys, I mean, CCL, we have, now I only have, we're short at 57. I mean, it would be great to still have more shares on board, but we did get some outs there. We got some 30s, some 32s. So, I mean, it was a great out. We were positive on it. We didn't get out of everything, so we will be down a cup of coffee unless this goes sub 30 right now. And what I mean by a cup of coffee is literally a cup of coffee. You might not even be able to buy a cup of coffee at Starbucks or Tim Hortons for that matter, but we'll see. Hopefully CCL can come back down. Good trade today on CCL, man. That initial short was so cash money there at $8, and then that bottom at 7. I mean, really, really a great name to trade with lots of volume on earnings. So hopefully earnings season can continue to be real strong for these plays, where not necessarily strong as in the direction, because CCL is not strong, but
moves,
you know,
man.
the follow-throughs, the moves, right? The volatility is what we're here for.
And
if that,
wait till these garbage names start reporting.
yeah. Well,
Like,
that's. Well, we did get a garbage name reporting.
Okay,
That's,
well.
Yeah. CCL is about.
I didn't mean to say CCL isn't a bad stock or a weak stock, but like I'm talking about.
Yeah, the ultimate
I shouldn't say garbage, but I'm talking about like next earnings season. We're gonna get names like Affirm coming through, and when they don't show it, like
Well, that's a garbage
when names
name.
like that don't show any progress. I mean, come on, man. But there might be short covering too. Like you get those high shorts. That LASE. It did open back up. I know, sorry, it opened up a while ago, kind of going back and forth off this 4 level. It's got decent volume, but a bit of a big spread. So liquidity is not nearly as good as you might think on this. I'd be a little bit cautious if you're trading it. I'm going to kick myself over this one because sometimes you slap a trailing stop out there and you're a genius if that's the reversal, and then you look like a tool if that ends up being like literally the dip buy. So that's going to happen. I got trailed out of Nike and it went to 86. But ultimately, Nike's down 10%. I didn't know how much I believed in that long. I did like the long once it started holding 84. I just didn't believe in it past 85 enough, I suppose. It hasn't gotten to that pre-market high. Now it wants to roll back over. Sorry, it's trying to roll back over, so I have to respect that. I've got a trailing stop on NVIDIA that I'm going to actually tighten up here because the NASDAQ is starting to run out of steam. And I don't, you know what? If we break down here at about 124.75, then I want to get out of NVIDIA. And if we break the tops, I actually canceled my offer above because if we break this consolidation higher, then I think I want to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of holding this and trying to get a bigger move. And I feel about the same way about Roblox here too, where if you can hold this consolidation and actually break higher, then that 37 almost feels inevitable. Tesla, even on these dips, man, like Tesla's still not back here at VWAP. So I want to be patient. I don't want to buy these tops. I want to see if we can get some support down there. But Tesla's one I haven't been able to get into since the open when it made that wick bottom. And yeah, once again.
There it is again, man.
It smells good. It does.
Thank you. This time he's giving me my mug. So the king of, turn it around, the king of the grill mug. Thank you so much to Mr. Sharif for that one. Very kind of you. As always, man, thank you so much. And by the way, Netflix, let's go. Mamma mia. Right there, another one for Netflix. Now in the money, $2 as that's continuing to go down. We did get some out at 237.40 we got out right there at the 50 period. So another out for us on Netflix right there. Now we'll let this thing completely hopefully completely crash down to the downside. And by the way, CCL, another one. Before, I'm going to hit this because Jeff really likes this. Jeff Mendel's coming up here. He actually personally told me this is his favorite animation. So here you go, Jeff. This one's for you, buddy. We're dancing it off right now on a Friday. This is the kind of day that we're having, Mr. Mendel. My best day of the month. And for you, buddy, the first one's free.
How do I ever match that? As mentioned, Jeff Mendel, VP of OTC Markets, jumping in for a quick look at what's happening over at OTC and the Pink Sheet so far on a Friday. Great to see you, Jeff. We missed you back on Tuesday, but let's get a check here. It's been a busy week of movement all over the place as far as markets are concerned. How have things been at OTC?
Pretty good up until that little image that just popped across Sean's screen. But no, everything's good. I guess I want to jump right into things today about it's a ticker that we don't usually talk about. Came up symbol GTII, Global Tech Industries. It's up around 25% today. It's a $3.75, $3.80 stock. Right now, closed yesterday at $3.05. I'm not really seeing why it's up this much, but probably something good to take a look at if you want to do some scalping today here on Friday.
I just saw a note. I was actually double checking that as well. Looks like a note. There was some board members that were adjusted. There was also a warrant and looks like an offering maybe. Anyways, but yeah, good look for GTII. We'd like to discuss obviously the ones that are doing the most volume here. Great asset if you're the type of trader that likes to look at OTC listings. Go to their website. Here is the most active on the OTC, right on their website, guys. This is the current market. You can see top volume names, top volume by value names. Some of these, Jeff, we've talked about in the past. This is Tencent. There's Rolls-Royce on here once again. What I don't see, there's GBTC down there. But talk to me a little bit about some of these ones at the top here. NSRGY, and then I believe that's still Tencent on there, top of the list.
Yeah, I mean, Tencent, we typically talk about it. NSRGY is actually Nestle. So, I'm sure everyone has heard of Nestle. They are an ADR. Obviously, that's the 5-letter symbol that ends in a Y. That's how you know it's an ADR that's trading over the counter. Today, a decent amount of volume. It's up about 22 cents, a little bit higher price name. So, maybe not something you want to scalp, but, very well-known brand and always a lot of liquidity in there. One of the reasons being is because there's a lot of market makers that make markets on OTC markets that are also making markets back in the home country listing as well, too.
Just quickly, we'll go back to this GTII Fahad Dathray on the spot here. I want to mention this daily chart because this is not the first move this stock has made. This was just going back a week ago. This thing broke $1 and has done nothing but go straight higher since. $4 incoming. Again, GTII, big mover at OTC. Mr. Mendel, we're heading into the final quarter of the year as of Monday. Anything exciting to look forward to from OTC for the final 3 months of the year?
I mean, right now, it's a little pickup in trading this week, obviously, with all the volatility going on in the rest of the market. I bring it up every time, GBTC and ETHE, right? I mean, it just depends on what's going to happen in the larger crypto space, but always looking at these names, right? I mean, today GBTC is up 4% on a decent amount of volume, even though we didn't see it up at the top of the list. But always a good one to keep an eye on. Same thing with ETHE, another one, right? It's up about 4% as well. So always keeping an eye on these names.
If anybody wants more information, obviously, when it comes to some of these opportunities on OTC, got to check with your broker, guys, obviously, on the retail end of things. But from an exchange purpose itself, from some of the listings itself, is there one place outside of the website, maybe, Jeff, that they can go to get more information?
I mean, I always like to direct people to our website. Obviously, it is a very good source. There's also a stock screener in there too. So if you're looking for names that may be out of a specific country, right? It's a great way to kind of check it out. So if you go to our website and under the market activity tab, you'll see something that's called the stock screener. and you can sort for like which tier in our marketplace is it in. So it's QX or QB or pink. And then you can also go down to the country as well too. So, using stuff like that, let's say that you're interested in trading or seeing names that are, out of, China or France or just any country in general, Germany, you can go there and you can click on country and it sorts it right out there for you. It also gives you the price and the volume and a couple other key pieces of information. So that's under OTC markets, market activity, stock screener.
Great stuff. Great information, resources as always. Jeff Mendel, VP OTC Markets. Have a great weekend, sir. We'll speak soon.
You too. Thank you, guys.
As always, good to have Jeff on there. And look, we actually had never seen that that name as well. And I think there's trading opportunities abound in these markets, and getting exposure to some new ideas and new symbols is what we're all about here. This is not a new symbol, but it's not very often that we almost completely ignore the EVs today. And, well, one trade in Tesla, and then that's kind of pretty much it. But NIO here, we started with Michael Nas talking about wick bottoms. And I don't know how many of them set up almost perfectly to give you the example, but there's the low, 1540 yesterday on NIO. You had this big volume candle at the open, wicking off the bottom, breaking, and then breaking out from that wick bottom. So whether you take the breakout when it breaks the pre-market highs, or you just slam right back in here on that next break to about 1525. That's one long possible entry. There's another long for you at about 1570. Now you're breaking out the upside. Look, I got Roblox on a similar setup, but NIO up 2.5%, big time runner here. I just said in the chat, but I can just tell you guys we got 5 minutes left. I didn't know how long we might have gone. I've actually, now that we've broken 125.5, I'm going to trail this up. I was trailing it to 124.65. I'm moving that to the even. I still think we can challenge 126.5 to 127 on NVIDIA. The market has made some strong moves. It bears mentioning that we have not even gotten through the overnight highs. So you still got a ways to go to crack resistance, despite how impressive this is. It's 0.5%, but there's plenty of names that are outpacing that move. That's where you want to make sure you are. I understand that technically speaking, the bear won the poll, but let's keep in mind, at the open, that poll was never more than 52 to 48. At the biggest it was. So I don't think anybody had a general idea with really big confidence in terms of our audience where we're going to go. We turned it to a bear because that's what you guys said, and the poll was 51 to 49. But we're headed to the upside here today, obviously. I don't know what the rules are for us changing it at this point. I mean, it feels a little weird that it's the bear.
I mean, I don't really go by.
We honored the poll. We did
honor the poll, but remember, I had it as a bull. I had it as a bull earlier. But you know what? We'll change it. Look, if it goes back to red territory, then we can put it back to red. I mean, or we can do another poll on the midday show if they want this guy, and then we can put it for there. But for right now, the bear is a fail on that one, so we're going to put it over to a bull. But yeah, we definitely respect that poll. We could do that poll every day, I think, maybe, if you guys like it. But let's see how many likes we have, because we had like 3,000 votes on the poll. If we don't have 3,000 likes, then, oh wow, 2.3K likes. They like it right now. Mamma mia. We do have the pineapple pizza coming on the midday, on the after show. Maybe if we get it early enough, we can throw it down to Sharif and Prad. But right there, 2.3K. Thank you so much. Over 7,000 watching here as we get ready to turn the show over. But hit the like button if you can. I mean, if you're not enjoying the trading that's been getting thrown down today, then I apologize. You might be in the wrong spot here. That's back-to-back days, by the way. Like, if you're going to do something, look at this bid that we had on Apple yesterday. We had 141. Apple, that's this morning. Yesterday, actually, we're not going to show the bid on Apple. Yeah, we don't have any of that. It was 2 days ago we had that same bid to the upside. So we bought and picked Apple there today here for that. And then CCL was a little bit of a rough ride. AMD, I'm still like, we were long on this. It broke, and then it's just like nothing but upside here for AMD. Look, man, it's been a monster day, and I just hope that you guys are able to have that as well. As there it is. Like, remember what I said about CCL? Like, it came down. We just got out again down there at 30-something. 30... 35 right there. So just for this, we have 10% left on CCL. That's the standard that I'm going to hold. If we break back above 760, we're out. I'm not going to reload this one. You're above the 50 period here on CCL as we head up to 765. So I'm just going to get out if it takes down 760. No more reloads on CCL. It was a bad day early, a good day late for me there on this name as we get excited for more and more earnings. I saw a baby story here, and I don't know about it because it's Korean, but Apple's Korean office is raided by antitrust officials. So I saw that. Honestly, I could have got out up here at 142.20. I have 2% left. Literally 2% left of this trade. So I know it's going to look like, oh man, why didn't you get out all the way up here? But honestly, not really into that. Let's see what happens now for Apple. I'm just trying to hold this for that dream. Netflix, again, like as if, man, it bounced right off 236.50. Was hoping for that to crack a little bit lower. We'll test one more time up here, right near that 200 period. But if you take down 239, we're out. But Netflix, my number 2 stock today. Number 1 is by far Apple. Like I said, the most money made on any name here on the show this month. Apple right there, 142.15. Put it in there. I mean, that was a great trade at that bottom. And reason why we went long, we were just sort of doing that hope and pray, man. We had that long from yesterday's bottom right there, 140.60. This is 10 cents worth of a hit, which is why I put on the biggest trade, like I said, of the show for the month. So right there, that's Apple. Let's see if it continues to go. And I guess that Korean story maybe is nothing. So right back up to the high again. Let's see if Apple can take down 142.80.
You might have heard a little bit of a crash next to me. I don't know if you did. Everybody is okay. Although if Rob dropped the other thing that was up there instead of the cord that fell, then it may have been a different story. But yeah, still some work being done, and you can see like the green screen looking fantastic. But that's what's going on next to me. But I got to shout out Lone Sophos. Lone Sophos apparently wearing the exact same shirt as I am today. So good on you. It basically means that you have good taste. Like my wife, because I'm pretty sure she picked this out for me, because I don't even remember buying the shirt, to be honest with you. I think she picked it out. But it's Untuck It. It's like actually like one of those Untuck It, like, I don't wear all my shirts tucked in, but I own a couple of these Untuck It shirts. They're pretty cool. I do like them. But yeah, good luck there. Yeah, it's an interesting coincidence. The market is breaking higher as we get 11 o'clock. Meta 140 just got taken out. Palantir, I didn't get the dip buy on Palantir, but it's about to get to 850. So congratulations, Henry Z. Legit today, if I'd punched long when he brought that stock up, then it would have been fantastic, but that's not a reason to get into a trade. It is a reason to keep watching that we got the midday boys coming in with the Chai Tea and Trader Pratt, Sharif and Trader Pratt. I just called you Chai Tea, I don't know why. But Sharif and Trader Pratt, go get them, boys.
Oh, he's got the Chai Tea. He does.
I literally just called you
What
Chai
is
Tea.
up, people? Great to be here. It is Friday, which means that in a few hours, we will be off the clock and ready to enjoy our weekend. I don't know about you guys, but I have a whole lot planned this weekend. Trader Pad, next to you right here.
Yes, sir. We are here, Market Movers, Midday Mayhem. You know what time it is. We're going to be enjoying the markets for the next few hours over here, keeping you guys company while Brendan, Sean, and Neil themselves take a little break, get some food in themselves, and come back in around 2 o'clock. So in that meantime, let's enjoy whatever the market is presenting us with. Today, it looked like it was going to start off red a little bit, but the markets finally managed to go back to the green side. I was in the chat screaming Free Fall Friday, let me hear it, let me hear it, but it didn't work out that way. At the end of the day, though, we're still profitable on the day today. We're making money, and that's the only thing that matters. Doesn't matter if we don't get what we want. You know, you don't always get what you want, but as long as we're making some profits off of these trades today, that's all we care about. Let's start off with one of the trade that I guess everyone was talking about. It's going to be CCL. Ooh. I was short CCL. Actually, I was watching CCL fall off a cliff in pre-market and could not bring it in me to punch into a position. I'm just not a person who trades pre-market, so I just watched it fall off over here all the the way from $9 to $8. Eventually off the open, managed to punch into a position. And if I say so, I traded it pretty poorly. I mean, look at the stock going to $7 all the way to the downside and could have taken more size. This was a stock that today you could have literally taken unlimited size every single even dollar break. Well, not every single, but
Almost,
$8, $7.90, $7.80, $7.70, $7.60. Every 10 cents apart from $8 to the downside, there was big size posted. And there was also iceberg orders. For those of you who don't know what iceberg orders are, that's when someone shows you maybe 100 shares, but really intends to take 1,000 shares at a level. So icebergs were following the stock all the way to the downside, and I just sat here watching it like it was a movie. I couldn't believe what I was watching. Honestly, man, I'm not laughing. I couldn't believe what I was watching. It was so upsetting that this stock today has done 130 million shares, and I only traded 0.000001% of it.
That's okay, man.
There's so many opportunities on CCL today. It's insane. But at least I said, forget it. If I can't bring myself to trade RCCL today, I'm going to jump over to RCL where I can take more size and play the sympathy trade. I'll watch CCL, and at the same time, I'll trade RCL instead. A little bit of a slower move, not so much volatility in it. And I mean, CCL is not really volatile or anything, but a little bit of a slower move and a little bit of an easier to read, if you ask me, compared to CCL.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And like, I don't want to say better range because obviously CCL.
I'm trading it better. I have made more money on this than I have on CCL today.
Oh, I'm happy for you, dude. I'm also happy for myself. So I just sat down right now and I saw ATXI just broke this key resistance level here. So I punched in long. I believe my long was at 948, but now it's gone, so I can't really see it. I'm pretty sure it was 948, 949, something like that. Took out, I'm out of it completely. Took out the first piece, 960. The other piece, 970, and I kept going up and up here, 978, 985, and then I got the top piece here at 995. So completely out of my ATXI trade. I sized in quite heavily, so this was a good trade. Happy with it. This one, careful with it though, because it doesn't seem to be respecting any exponential moving averages, or you know, it's looking like it's respecting more of the price action, the levels on the price action, but not so much VWAP. You can see how it's broken through and broken below several times, not really paying much attention to that level. So this one's been trouble for me earlier in the week. Luckily today I had a good dub on it. I sat down, I took the trade, and yeah, so I'm happy with that. What I'm also looking at though is SOBR, sober. Decidedly above VWAP. Looks like VWAP's at that 254 here. Currently it's trading at 270. The high of day on this guy is at 285, I believe, or 284, something like that. Give or take a penny or two, 285, yeah. So I'm looking either for a dip trade on this or for a new 5-minute setup, but consolidating sideways for a little bit now. You know, you could say it made a new high of day here at 1034, but, you know, it pulled back in. Looks like the 50 period here is the I want to say the indicator that is best to follow, I guess, for a dip trade here. We're getting some respect off the 50. At several touches here, you get a nice bounce off the 50. Here, you're getting a nice bounce off the 50. So I'm looking at SOBR and ATXI. Currently, I've got also blue, BLUE, on my side chart here, which is this guy. It's also above VWAP and trending quite nicely on the day. It's not as aggressively moving as the others, but it's up 11.25% on the day, 12% since the open. It's done, you know, almost 3 3/4 million shares, but it's still way below its average daily volume, which is at 8.25 million. So we've got a ways away to on this one, but it's still early in the day. Anyway, so those are the three that I'm watching. I'm watching blue, ATXI, and sober. I was looking at
Sober.
Yeah, I know, SOBR. It's jokes.
Yeah.
Right. Sober curling a little bit here. ATXI staying at that last place that I got out at, that basically that 10. Flirting with 10 and 9, breaking through it. And as I say that, it breaks right through 1025. So ATXI doesn't look like it's done its move yet, Brad.
Right on. As you were talking, I was just sitting here watching RCL because I am in that trade. The position board just needs to update once. It looks like it will update in a second over here. but we're only 8 pennies in the money on RCL, which is pushing back to the north side, as CCL also pushes back towards VWAP and pushes a little bit above VWAP. NASDAQ. Let me also show you a couple of my futures trades today, which is part of the reason why I am up on the day and having a little bit of a good day today, because obviously to the short side, the futures. So maybe I was on the wrong side. Not maybe, I was on the wrong side on the futures today, and I just got stopped out on my RCL short as CCL creeps back above VWAP slightly. So we're gonna give RCL a little bit of a waiting room and wait until CCL stops moving to the north side to short RCL. But here's my MES shorts. BTC. Basically a bunch of fills, way too many fills that I needed to. Was fighting the short. I would make money, then I'd give it back. I would make money, then I'd give it back. Eventually, I realized something that I said to my buddy Blind Jedi, the Discord moderator for Trader TV Live. We were talking about the futures levels and so on, and in there I told him, be ready for this market to do absolutely like, just trap on the long side, trap on the short side, and just end flat, because this market this whole week was insane. Too much volatility, way too much downside and then upside and then downside. Eventually we did close negative. So based off of that note, I was just prepared for this market to do just trap people on either side, bounce off of the resistances, bounce off of the supports, and now pushing towards resistance areas is the S&P 500 market. Let's see how the market behaves at 3,700, which is not too far out from where we are currently. UVXY pulling back to the south side also. UVXY down 4% on the day today, currently at $12. Let's see if we break $12 and continue going south on UVXY.
Guys, Bitcoin, Bitstonk just made a move. Look at this, bouncing off that, I want to say 19,100 area and wicked up here to 20,169. So $1,000 move in the matter of, I want to say, let's see, 9:45. That's 10:45. So in 15 minutes, it just moved $1,000. So that's a really aggressive move here on Bitcoin. Liking that. I'm also now, as a result, watching Coin on my side chart. Coin has made an epic move too, off that 6107 bottom, now trading at 6757. That's a big boy move in my opinion. So Coin, Bitcoin, keep your eye on that if you're long-minded today. It looks like this might be a nice move. I don't know. And it's corresponding with the ESES also breaking here a flat top at that 3670 level. It kind of touched there about 4 times before breaking through, and it's broken through quite nicely now, 11 points higher over that 3670 level, trading at 3681 on the MES December contract. So I'm gonna keep my eye on Coin. I'm not really sure where I'm gonna go long here because it was kind of a parabolic move to the north side, and I don't really like chasing these ones all that much, to be honest. I feel like I punch in and then they pull back and then I get frustrated. So I'm keeping an eye, maybe a pullback into that 50 period moving average. Here is the chart on Coin. Let me move this a little bit down so you guys can follow along. There we go. So look at this move on Coin. This is the 1 minute chart here. There's not really many entry points in terms of pullbacks. I mean, you could have got it here. That was really early on in the move, and I don't think Bitcoin had actually started making its move at that point, to be honest. It was still consolidating during that time. This, you've got like 1 red candle every 7 green candles, so not many opportunities to get in, but there were. Nothing off the moving averages, though. You'd have to wait for a 1 or 2 minute pullback and then punch in long on the lows of the pullback. So I wanted to mention that. Let's see what ATXI is doing. Yeah, ATXI is still, holding. It's not holding above 10, and that's kind of the issue with it at the moment. You want it to reclaim 10, you want it to break through 10 decidedly and hold above that level and not break below it. And if it breaks below it, you want it to pop right back through 10 quickly. You want it, the way that I like these stocks to trade so that I know that they're quite parabolic, is to spend as little time as possible below 10. It really needs to hold that 10 level and continue to 1050. Let's have a look at ATXI's daily chart so we can figure out, one second, we can figure out what the daily levels are on this, Bradley. One moment.
I was just saying, I love your sound effects. They're always so entertaining.
I need a button that goes for me, so I don't actually have to do it. It looks like ATXI on the 27th, so 3 days ago now, topped out here at $11.12. That'll be an interesting resistance level. The day before that, it topped out at $10.90. Currently, we're at $9.98 with $10.30 high today. So those are important levels to keep in mind. Just know this one's a former runner. So if it's gone before, it can go again. That's the way I like to look at it, Bradley.
I like it. I'm looking at PCG. Today, very flat on the day, but PCG, as I said 3-4 days ago, according to the CNBS article, PCG is getting added to the S&P 500 index today. So that should be something that I am going to be watching out for. Also, there's another stock that PCG should be replacing in that same index. I forget what that stock was, but either way, PCG very flat on the day today. When the news was announced, there was a little bit of an up move on the stock. I believe it was this day right here on the 28th of September when I saw it in the CNBS, a little push notification coming in. But real quick glance at it, not doing a whole lot anything. I want to show you my worst trade of the day today at this point. NKE coming out with the negative catalyst. They actually did decent on the earnings report. I believe they went up in revenue, but they guided lower because they have excess inventory, and they were talking about how they might have to reduce prices or give discounts on their products in order to clear out that inventory. Something that Walmart had said previously, if you remember, Sharif. Yes. Walmart saying, excess inventory, we got to give bigger discounts and get rid of this inventory. I actually was going to buy a brand new Air Force One whites 5 days ago.
At Walmart?
No, off the Nike store, off of the Nike store. But I was like, you know what, I'll wait. And now, after seeing this article today saying Nike's kind of coming out with saying, oh, we might put discounts on there, I doubt there might be discounts for the Nike Air Force One whites and whatnot.
Who knows,
but
bro?
If there are discounts and they're planning to put out discounts, then I can't wait to see the I like buying things at a cheaper price.
I'd up that store if they put it on discount, man. Like 99% of my gym stuff is from Nike. I love Nike
buddy.
stuff. Yeah. So, fingers crossed on Nike. Let's see here. Coin pulling back a little bit as I want to look to get in here off that 67 bounce, but it broke 67 quite easily, and now it's trending down more into that 20-period moving average. The 50 period is currently at 66, but we haven't really seen an aggressive pullback like a pullback into 66 basically the entire day. I mean, save and except maybe for this area here at 9:32 immediately after the bell, but that's always a period of extreme volatility, so not a great comparator. I'm looking perhaps here for a period of consolidation sideways and then a reclaim of 67, maybe for the first 1 minute candle to make a new high. Let's see what the 5 minute chart looks like here. Okay, so if I was to wait for the first 5 minute candle to make a new high at the moment, it's too high up there, 67.40. Let's see where we're going to have a new 5 minute candle in about 20 seconds. So we'll see where that one closes, and maybe we can take the first 5 minute candle to make a new high. We'll see about that one. But I want to keep my eye on coin here. It is very upward minded at the moment. Not much else that I've been trading. I had a few other small cappers, but they've since died out. They were AIMD, FXLV, and LITM. They're all trading now below VWAP, so they're not of interest to me at the moment, to be honest with you. But let's see how big tech is doing, if we can glean anything from that, any weaker or stronger big tech stocks. Yeah, geez, Meta's always like either very to the downside or very to the upside. That's the way I see it anyway. It's been kind of the extremist of the six lately. Like, look how Microsoft kind of, flirted with VWAP, moving up and down, moving up and down. At the same time, Meta was just making higher highs and higher lows. Same thing with Google. Google's a little stronger. Looks like Apple and Microsoft are kind of a little bit the weaker of the bunch today. Tesla and Google and Meta and Amazon all seem to be a little bit stronger than Microsoft and Apple. So that's an interesting little side note there. DWS asks me in the chat, he's like, are you also watching Mara? Yeah, I should be watching Mara, to be honest with you, but my first inclination was to go to coin quickly, but obviously also Mara is a play for Bitcoin long. Let's see how Mara's chart is looking. Bring this one down. Yeah, looking a lot like coins. Not much of a difference between Mara's chart and coin, to be honest with you, but if you're more inclined to take a smaller cap, cheaper, like dollar value stock, nominal value, then yeah, definitely take Mara. It's made a move. I mean, it's not a coin move. I mean, here it looks like we opened up at that 1078 level, and Right now, a high of day is 11.83, so about $1 move. That makes about 10% on the day, Prad.
I would even go as far as saying, you know, if you want to go to trade even lower. I mean, how much is Mar? $9?
Yeah, Riot's cheaper too.
You can go to btcc.b.to, which is an ETF that holds the coins directly. This is, I believe, not grayscale, but GBTC on pink sheets. It's also another position that people can look at. The OTC markets. I believe we had the OTC markets on today. You know, lots of instruments to always take a look at in order to see where you want to put your damage in when you're trading the stock market, right? For example, once again, CCL was the main mover today. 150 million shares traded, recently pulling back to VWAPs. But I'm not trading CCL because it's scaring me for some reason. I don't know what about it, but something about the stock is just not allowing me to take positions. But if that's my problem, if the stock is the problem, the amount of volume and the size is my problem, then I might as well just go onto a stock which is a little bit more expensive, which means people will be moving less size on it, and it should be giving a little bit more range on it for me to trade. For example, every time it pops up above $40 with confluence of CCL moving back to VWAP, I'm punching in shorts. Every time CCL comes back to the south side, I'm punching in exits, I'm taking my profits, and I'm just rinsing and repeating this trade again and again and again, and most likely this will probably be my only trade for the rest of the day because this is the only stock where I've kind of made money in. The sector, the stock, CCL and RCL. I've made a little bit of money on AMD today too. AMD longs, I believe, is what I had. AMD long off of 65, and look at me punching out like a dummy because I could have had a whole $1 per share. I saw 50 cents, 30 cents. I took my profits. I exited stage left right away as soon as I saw my money. Quick. Man, AMD has been so good today to the long side, especially compared to yesterday when market would not let AMD bounce at all. It was very painful to watch my bad boy AMD, my baby AMD, man. It's my love of my life. Sadly, did not bounce at all. Very happy to see AMD bounce today, and I'm guessing if AMD moved this way, most likely NVIDIA did too. Look at NVIDIA, 3% to the north side. I want to circle back to RCL because now we're 50 cents in the money. I want to take some more profits on this stock. I also have some more orders layered to the south side, one of which I'm going to cancel because I think the stock could go even more to the south side, and I want to take a bigger profit range on that position. CCL just now pulled back to VWAP. CCL looking to reject VWAP and come back to the south side. I'm trading the sympathy trade. People might be wondering, why am I trading RCL? I'm trading RCL as a sympathy trade. I'm just following CCL. I'm monkey see, monkey do on RCL, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. I love trading sympathy because they tend to be a little bit less volatile than the actual catalyst stock, and you may be able to get some more, you know, clean moves off them. So smart on you for doing that, Bradley. I'm looking at coin here, and I'm also looking at the ES's chart, and I see the ES starting to curl back down after topping out here at 36.84. I wonder if it's going to retrace back into that 36.69. If it is, I want to go against the trend, although I know the trend is my friend. I'll probably avoid that. I want to take coin short possibly here, but I think I'm going to avoid going. Anyway, let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, 3 days in a row here. We'll show you a changing board as far as sentiment is concerned on social media at this point. A ton more green coming back into play here so far today. If you remember in the pre-market when we first looked, ABCT here was about the size of both of these boxes, and it was very green. Has since gone back to the red side. The market overall flipped as well, both the Qs and the SPY here back to positive on the day. Tesla's positive on the day. AMC positive sentiment on the day. I want to mention up here, Apple, there was a note on more signs of slowing demand for the iPhone 14. So that caused a bit of a move back to the downside, flat right now as far as sentiment is concerned. This board just represents the comments that are being made about these individual stocks on social media boards today, directionally speaking, obviously. Color-coded here, the size just represents the frequency of which we're seeing comments coming through about the individual names. So a bit of a mixed board to end the week, guys.
Yes, thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, still looking here. I was looking at Blue. Blue just made a nice move up there. Not really a whole lot. Broke that 640 top, and now it's at 647. It's great, right? But the volume's not there. I don't see the volume yet. We need volume for the stock to go up, especially if we're going to break high of day here at 657, and we're not getting that yet. In fact, if you draw a trend line here on the volume bar chart, you're going to see it's declining volume. So even though we're moving up, it's not a move up that I would trust, to be honest. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. I definitely like it. It's up 14% on the day, 13.5% on the day, above VWAP, holding that 50 period quite nicely. You know, broke below it by a couple of pennies, but nothing to concern ourselves too much with. I'm thinking maybe just to put in a long here and then maybe put my out a little bit below that 50 period in case the volume does start coming in. In fact, that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quarter size share. Let's punch in here at 648 so we get filled. Let's put our stop out at $6.34. 634, we'll take out everything at 634. We're going to look to add here through the break of 655. You know, actually, I'm going to have to actually go back on that. I don't want to be adding near high of day. I've got to add before high of day, so I'll add at 652. That'll be the area that I add, and my out will be 634 on Blue Prad.
Yes, sir. Currently just sorry to be a broken record, but just currently still trading RCL, but I'm gladly open to walk away from that position and look at other stocks for you. So please be active in the chat. Throw in your stock names. I'm only going to be looking at messages that have a stock name in it. I'm not going to be reading anything else. So if you got any tickers that you want me to take a look at, throw them in there. We'll gladly address them for you. In the meantime, while we're waiting for people to bring up some stocks, let's go holla at some super chats that we might have missed out from the morning. Keep the people who donate, keep them engaged, and also say some thank you to them, right? Basically, that's the idea behind it. Couple super chats that we missed from yesterday. There was a far in the money, not sure what that was. Yeah, it's far in the money P puts, I'm guessing. Oh, they were far in the money puts. Yeah, it's coming in with a $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Bottomless market, my friends. Remember, question mark? I mean, yeah, that was yesterday. It did look like that a little bit, but we did manage to find a bottom at some point, which was good. That was a very good point for the market to find a bottom. I expected 3,600 to come into play yesterday, which never came into play, so I was pretty happy watching that. Thank you for the super chat, Adam, $1.99. We got Keithan coming in with another $1.99 super chat. No message though. Maybe we missed out. Obviously, this is from yesterday, so can't really. If you're in the chat, maybe we can address that later on. A cool emoji of a dancing lemon or something along those sorts. $5 super chat from Exclusive. Thank you, Exclusive. Appreciate that. Coming to super chats from this morning. Great job. Your whole team is on point, says Michael Gentry. Thank you, Michael. I love it. Thank you for the $2 super chat. You know, as Sean was reminding me yesterday, it's all about educating, entertaining, and informing our viewers as to how to trade better and how to, you know, just have fun in this community together. That's all the point is. So smash that like button if you did enjoy what we're doing over here. Today's a positive day for HPCO. Good luck, boys, says Ronnie with the $5 super chat. Finally, a stock that I can take a look at. Let's go take a look at HPCO. Only 132,000 shares traded on this one. And you said it was a positive day for it, but it looks like sadly when the market opened up a little bit negative, the stock turned negative and the lack of volume didn't really help it turn back positive. Maybe if volume shows back, pulls back into the stock, relative volume of 0.07 really reiterating the fact that there is no volume in this stock today. If volume was supposed to coming back at some point, maybe the market's being up, the NASDAQ market being up 1%, S&P 500 market being up almost 1%. We're at 0.25% over here on S&P 500. Maybe HPCO can wake up and also turn back to green side. Thank you for the super chat.
Yes, sir. Coin now starting to make a little bit of a move back up. The volume's starting to come and support that move. It looks like our high of day on coin is 67.59. We're currently trading at 67.18, but nice consolidation period here. Let's see if this is going to be a flat top breakout or a flat bottom breakdown. I mean, it can kind of trick you both ways. Let me just have a quick look to see what the actual Bitcoin is doing. No, it's consolidating sideways, so this move on coin could be, you know, a bit of a fake. Not really sure, not going to punch in on this level on coin, to be honest with you. Maybe I should trade Mara. I can probably mitigate my risk a little bit more on Mara. Anyway, I'll come back to coin in a second. Looks like I'm still break even on my trade on blue. I see 47s on the asks and 46s on the bid. So my long here is 48, so out a penny or so. There's no volume on this one, so unless the volume comes in, I'm probably going to be out. I think I'm going to actually get out. I'm going to adjust my stop on blue to a break of 640. If it breaks 640, I'm out. Currently, I have it at that 634 level. I'm going to change that. So let's go ahead and change. Oh, why do I have 2 scripts on blue? That's weird. Okay, well, we're going to get rid of both of them. So let's go here. So we're going to go 639. And we're going to be out at 636 in case it blows through. Anyway, we've got super small size entry on this one. So stop adjusted on blue. Coin now kind of looks like it's creating a bit of a double top here at that 67.50 level. I need to see a really good break in the volume coming in on coin in order to take a long here. But looks like ATXI has actually reclaimed 10 and held above it. And that's what we were looking for. ATXI and Q stock. Here we go. So here are our exits we took right when we sat down on ATXI. And what I like about this is that we're creating a lot of higher lows. And it's very clear higher lows. But the thing is, it looks like we're creating an upward compression pattern. So if we were to draw a trend line from this area here all the way up, come on, you can draw it. So let's draw the trend line from here all the way up to like this. There you go. So that looks like it fits quite well. And then we bring in that top line, and you can see how many times we touched off that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so definitely creating an upward compression pattern. Let's look for that break of 1020 on ATXI.
Upward compression pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Rice? Rice method?
What is the rice? I don't even know.
The rice method, like when you get hurt, you put like compression, ice, elevation. I forget what R is.
I didn't even
rest?
have that in my mind. No, this is like a compression pattern in terms of like the price ranges. The range is getting tighter and tighter, but moving decidedly to one side. That's what I'm talking about.
Right on.
So I'm going to look for a 1020 break here. I'll take an entry level position at that. At that level, it won't be a full size, so let's go ahead and add that now. I'm going to put 1022, so we'll go 1022, and we'll give it to about 1025 in case it blows through, and we'll take a quarter size of our shares on that one, Brad.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was some way for us to pull up this tweet. One of our viewers who actually showed up to the office one day tweeted, "Sadly, I can't play this because of the music behind it." For anyone wondering, just go to the tweet over here. It's just Numa. It's like one of those little apps. It's a fun little video. Thank you for that, Rob. Appreciate it. Yeah, we can't play it because of the copyrights, but the video, as you can see, it was I just played it. Fun little video, obviously. Coming back to Super Chats, the Haste Records with $1.99 today. With all this red, gotta give... okay, anyways. Nicole Harris, $5 Super Chat. Hi, can you look at Fastly? Good morning, family. Thank you for the Super Chat over there, Hayes. We appreciate that. But please keep it a little bit clean on that side. Coming back to the other Super Chat, though, I think you wanted me to look at FSTLY. I think the ticker is FSLY, if I remember correctly. Let me see if it is. FSLY should be Fastly. Yes, it is. FSLY on New York. So NY, it is currently at $9 with the 1.5 million shares traded, up 5% on the day. And is this the compression pattern too? You know, flat on the top, a little bit of a wedge.
That's what I'm
so the
talking
same
about,
compression pattern. Hey, I'm learning things, baby. I'm learning new things every day. Even an old dog, even though I'm not old, you know, I'm only 28 years old and I've only been trading for 2 years, so I'm not old. But even an old dog can be taught new tricks, baby. And here we go, compression pattern. So what is the compression pattern basically telling you? That's going to break out to the upside?
Yeah, which is exactly what happened on ATXI here. Look exactly what it did, and I got filled, but it shot right back down. You know how
Fail
these
break.
things, exactly. But that's the whole idea. It's pushing to that one line where it can't break. That's it.
Yeah, makes sense. So it looks like we're going to maybe have another breakout over here. A round 2 push up on FSLY. Obviously, we need some volume behind it. FSLY today with only 1.28 relative volume. The markets are looking like they kind of topped out at 11,350 for the NASDAQ market. And S&P 500 did not even push up to 3,700, which is where I wanted to see how the market would behave in order for me to build into a short position. So all things considered, you know, it's also 30 minutes into lunchtime. lunchtime. 30 minutes into lunchtime, meaning lower volume periods. The chances of a stock breaking out and actually having that oomph behind it to break out are lower and lower as the day progresses, going into that 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock period where volume comes back. So you want to make sure that you're applying the right strategy at the right time. FSLY, though, congratulations to, I just want to make sure I got the viewer's name correct over here. It was Nicole Harris, the comedian Nicole Harris, who has yet to show me her stand-up yet. I'm waiting to watch it. Send me a link if you have it, Nicole.
Attaboy. Good job. Okay, so what are we at here with blue? We're still a couple of pennies out of the money on blue, but not doing much. Well, if this one breaks 640, we'll be out of this one. So we'll continue to hold on this. Still up on ATXI. I just wanted to report my ATXI trade here. What happened with this one? Broke right through that 1020 level, but it was a false breakout top wick here at 1043, but it was so quick I didn't even get a chance to punch out. So I got filled, and then it broke right back down. And as I say that, there it goes, now breaking 1050. 1060. What a move on ATXI. Yeah, it's gonna do its thing. It's gonna shake you out. Too bad I got shaken out of this one. I could have held a little. Wow, right through 11. ATXI flying now, up 50% on the day. I'm definitely not chasing this one, but what a move on ATXI. Yeah, gotta have more patience. You know, it went against me a little bit. I had a quarter size share, so I probably could have taken the hit all the way down to about that 960 level. A little bit above, below where the 50 period was. But ATXI doing exactly what I thought it would do. Too bad I got shaken out of that one. ATXI on fire now. Oh, 55%. Jeez, what a move. What a move by ATXI on that one. I had a feeling this one was going to go anyway.
They just waited for you to punch out, bud.
Just waited for me to get out there, and then it went to the moon. I should have, it's all good. No worries about that one. Blue. Not doing anything. Let's see what else is going on here. I'm not going to watch ATXI because I know I'm going to FOMO punch into it, and then I'll end up giving back what I made on it, and I don't want that to happen. Let's see what's popping off. Nothing really, guys, to be honest with you. Coin now kind of consolidating sideways, moving back down, so not doing a whole lot. Let me just fix my screen here. What's going on? There we go. Let's switch out of blue for a second and go to coin. Here we are. Yeah, coin now moving back into the 50-period moving average, but it held quite nicely at that 66.55, 66.50 actually. So you could have taken a nice little dip trade back up, hopefully through 67, currently trading at 67 3/4. But this one looks like it's made its move, and it's either going to consolidate or stair step back down. Having a look here at the actual Bitcoin chart, Bitcoin is kind of pulling back a little bit, lower highs. This is a 5-minute chart too. Let me bring it down so you guys can have a look. Here is the actual index chart on Bitcoin, and look at this, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and lower lows. There we go. Now we're breaking down, looks like, on Bitcoin. We're giving up some of the goodies here. 2175 is where we topped out at, and 19998 is where we're pulling back into. So a bit of a pullback currently on coin. This might be an interesting short, actually. Brad, what do you think?
Coinbase? Yeah, I mean, I would love to short Coinbase at any moment possible, but Bitcoin has been a little weird moving for me to time it perfectly. So I would say good luck to anyone who has the balls to even indulge with that stock. Yesterday, I actually tried to short it. I had the 66 short yesterday, Sharif. Yeah. It was working out for me. Then I got stopped out. Oh, yeah? So I was complaining about that position. Later on, it closes at like, 63 or something. So that was like, oh, Brad, come on, blah, 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 blah. It's just the Coinbase is way too spready for me. That's my problem. I have an issue with stocks that have a little bit of a too much spread. I can't seem to wrap my head around those stocks most of the time, not some of the time. I want to go to a question that one of the viewers just asked in the chat about FSEL. What do you think about FSEL? Do you think it's topped out? FSEL's ATR, which is average true range in the last 14 days, the stock seems to be moving around in 27 range points. So today we've moved up 15 cents already, probably even a little bit higher than 15 cents, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20 cents or so. So I think the ATR is completed for FSEL. If you also look at the range over here on the weekly range, we are at the top of the weekly range almost, and this stock doesn't have that much volume behind it. Only 3.6 million shares traded today with a relative volume of 0.81. So all things considered, I think this stock doesn't have the volume required in it to keep on pushing higher than 3.6 today, and that's why you're watching 3.6, 3.57 act as somewhat of a barrier, and we're getting a pullback towards VWAP as the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market, both of them start their descent back to VWAP, maybe back to VWAP, I don't know yet, but you expect maybe it goes back to VWAP over here. But CCL also pushing to the downside. For anyone who is in CCL, congratulations. I'm not in CCL, but I'm on, I'm on RCL, which is working. But in my ear, I hear that we have to go to Brendo for the Europe segment, so let's hand it over to Big Desk.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update on the European session as we wrap things up, not only for the day, as we've been saying, but the week, the month, and hey, even the quarter coming to an end over in Europe. Nice positive day, worth mentioning, right across the entire board here for all of these. 1.3, 1.1, 0.3 there for the UK. I'll show you the final prints as they're coming through here in a second, but France and the stocks index, stock 600, up nicely right across the board. So yeah, England, the only one lagging here a little bit, 0.34 the end of the day, in positive territory, 1+%. Otherwise, right across this board, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5 there for Italy, Spain about 1%, 2% for Sweden, the Swiss market as well. Remember, if we get to about 2.5-ish%, I'll get an exact number, but 2.5% for the NASDAQ would put us in positive territory for the quarter on the NASDAQ as well. But nice way to end the week for Europe, guys. Back to you.
It's what makes me feel it's a little bit, yeah. I don't know, Sean and I are discussing whether Tua should have been on the field yesterday. He feels like, you know, he was cleared by a neurologist, independent neurologist, the week prior, and so he was legitimately on the field. I obviously don't have any proof, but I feel like, you know, that was a little bit overlooked by the neurologist there, especially the way he was tumbling. Obviously, I don't have the proof, neither does Sean, so we're both speculating at this point. Anyway, you know, the guy's career could be over, and that kind of breaks my heart a little bit to even see stuff like that. Anyway, so it was a little side discussion there between Sean, Neil and I, but I just want to report my trade on coin here, guys. I got short on coin at 66.55. I took out a piece 66.42, and then again 35, and then again at 28. So nice short on coin there. It looks like it worked down with, it's actually moving with Bitcoin quite nicely. If you look at the Bitcoin chart, if you're able to pull that up on TradingView or wherever you have the Bitcoin chart, it's moving in conjunction with it. So it was easy kind of to take that sympathy play off there, but it looks like I covered too early on there because now we are starting to test that 66 level. So the idea was right, but as per usual, I pulled the trigger too quickly, Brad. I should have let that one run.
All good, man. Yeah, sometimes I was actually making a joke about that with Michael Noss yesterday on my Twitter. Last night I got home and I turned on my desktop, and to turn my desktop, I have to say, Alexa, turn on Jupyter. So Jupyter is all the things connected to my desktop, such as the TV, the two monitors, the desktop itself, and then obviously you have to walk in and click the thing. But instead, I actually wanted to turn off the lights. Instead of saying, Alexa, turn off the lights, I said, Alexa, turn off Jupyter. So I shut down my whole desktop, right? So I tweet about it. I'm just joking. And Michael Noss goes, might not be a good feature to have if you're gaming, and you say that by mistake. But I tweet back at him. I go, but it's a good feature when I'm trading, and I'm thinking about covering a stock that's winning for me too early. So, you know, maybe that's something that I need to put into my trading computer over here. Figure out how to turn off my computer for me when I'm in a winning position, because I'm always covering too early, man. Look at this first RCL cover. I cover for about a 50-cent winner. I go, no chance the stock goes any more lower than this. And boy, am I wrong. I did the same thing with CCL today. So this is not a first time occurrence. This happens all the time with me. Last night, actually, Sharif, I journalized my trades for the first time for the first time since January, and I post them in our Discord over here. So the last time I journaled a trade was January 27, 2022, and then I journaled again yesterday at 29 September. But in that journal, the one thing that I noticed kept repeating in my sentences was every time I was taking the exit, I have no plan on my exit. I simply have no plan. That's why my exits are always so random. My exits are based on my P&L. If I think that much money is good enough for me, I'll take it, but it's so stupid. I need to create a better plan out of this for exits. But at least my entries, like I plan my entries a lot more than my exits. So it's something that could always be worked on. That's
There's
a
always
problem.
something to work on.
That's a problem that's easily fixable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I want to ask you something, and don't tell me no comment. Do you kind of feel it's worth it if you get if you extract your trade data and upload it so you can analyze it a little bit?
No comment.
Like I mean, by that I mean like looking at what your best trades at time of day are,
but like
sectors,
you don't do that like
prices.
Daily, right? Like if you
well,
do
you
that
just upload it daily, then you look at it like on a monthly basis,
weekly,
or whatever,
monthly
right?
basis analysis of how your trades are going. So like what I noticed is when I was doing it daily, I would get bogged down by like, oh, I lost this much yesterday, I need to make that back. That mentality kind of had me going down a dark path in my trading for a little bit. So I just got over it. I said, you know what? I'm going to look at it month by month basis and a week by week basis, and then analyze as to how I either progressed or degressed on that week or month.
Okay, I got you. That's interesting. All right, let me just get out of this here. There we go. What in the world? Anyway, Sober is making a move now. It looked like it wanted to test 3. Breaking out off that 280 level where we had triple topped essentially. The high of day until just a few seconds ago was 285. Now it's 296. Pulling back though now below 290 into that 289. Let's see if this one has enough legs to try to break 3. I want to see where this one has been on the daily so I can kind of glean where the major levels on it are. Let me move this up. There we go. Why Sober's taking a bit of time to load on this platform and has been for some time.
That's a trash platform, bro. Best platform on earth. Day trade the world. Do exclamation mark. Day trade the world and learn about it.
P Pro. I used to say PPP Pro.
PP Pro. That's
all right. So for some reason, saying attempting to retrieve data, it'll load up in a second, but it's been a little bit tricky for me on this one.
In the meantime, I'll do this right here. Actually, I don't want to show you my screen just yet, so don't put my screen on just yet, guys. Okay, now you can if you want to. I want to show you exactly how I reviewed my Lee Auto trade. So this is my Lee Auto trade from yesterday. Trade plan. The trade plan was to take the Chinese EV sectors short, because if you have our watch list, something that you must have, it's a must-have, our watch list from Trader TV Live, do exclamation mark watch list and go sign up for it. In our watch list yesterday, you will see right here, sharply lower, and the explanation why, because Leap Motor IPO'd and they fell off a cliff off of that. So Chinese EV stocks in general had a little bit of a weakness in it. I put all of that in my trade plan. Then trade execution. How did I take the trade execution? I wanted the 24 break, but instead I noticed that if I wanted the 24 break, why don't I just take it around yesterday's low? Yesterday's low was 23.30, 24.30, 24.40. So if I'm taking this and I'm giving it 20 cents of risk, I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with giving it 20 cents of risk, and then I can add on the break of 24. So I got in pre-market, slightly pre-market. I added on the break of 24, and then profit with the best exit at pretty much the low of day. Painted the candles from the open, from the bottom. My best trade probably I've ever made. And then on the trade improvement, how could I improve on that trade? I could have added a lot more on the second entry, because the risk would have been, 24.15? And then I could have had it on the breakthrough of this range high on the 24.20 instead of 24.40, and then I could have gotten back in if I really liked it. So you gotta be able to journalize good trades and also bad trades in a way where you can go back to it and come back to it. There's some power behind writing down or even typing it out. You know, new age kids, it's all about keyboards and computers and typing stuff out. There's some power behind writing it down or typing it out to the point where it sticks into your your head a little bit better, you remember it the next day, and the more you keep doing, you start remembering patterns of your trading, how you wanted to improve and how you didn't want to improve, or how you didn't improve, and so on, and you just get better, baby. That's the goal. Keep on getting better. Currently, we're $1.20 in the money on RCL. RCL just can't stop paying me money today. I just turned from negative to positive just off of trading RCL. Nike had me in the negative state. JD.com had me in the negative state, but CCL and RCL alone, wow, look at JD now, going much higher than I would have thought. Imagine I kept fighting the shorts on this. I would have paid a lot more.
Yeah, just got into sober here, and the second I got, there we go, baby. Come on, give me print more, man. Let's go, get up there. Long at 89s, there we go. We're taking another print, there we go. Let's go, Phil, man. There, top print. We're holding about half the position here. We're waiting for that break of 3. Excellent trade so far on sober. I had my out at that 279 level. Are we gonna get a break of 3? Let's go. Where's the tape? Light up, man. There we go, and we're out of the entire position. So excellent trade on sober there to the long side. It created a bull flag. We took it right at the bottom of that bull flag, and we waited for that spike to go up. As is usual in 2022, it spiked down, but this time we didn't have our stop too close to our entry because we saw what happened on our second trade on ATXI where we got shaken out. It ended up going our way. So I put my stop, you know, a little bit below where I thought it may dip down to. And here's the first out at 290, and then the second out here at 296, and then the third out at 299. So pumped about that trade on sober. I didn't have full size. Full disclosure, I had half the size I typically go into with a stock, so you know, not as big of a winner as the ATXI, but a winner nonetheless. So far, let's see, I am 3 for 4. Positive on sober, positive on coin, positive on ATXI, red on blue, sadly. Blue sucks. Let's see what blue is doing over here. Yeah, blue shook me out.
I'm blue, dabba.
Yeah, I actually like the new one.
What band was it? Eiffel 65 or something, 66?
What?
The band who made that song?
Oh my God, it's not.
It's Eiffel.
It's not Alice DJ.
It's
Wait.
Eiffel 66 who made I'm Blue.
iPhone.
Eiffel.
Eiffel, yes. I thought you were saying iPhone. I was so confused. I'm like, this guy, there were no iPhones back then. I'm so confused. Yes, Eiffel 65.
Were there iPods back then?
I think the iPod came out like 2002 or 3, something like that.
My brother had the big circle thing iPod.
Do you remember the Zune?
No.
You're too young to remember the Zune.
No.
That was Microsoft's attempt at the iPod,
No.
and it didn't go anywhere.
No.
Yeah, it was really bad.
I remember Sony Ericsson and the Walkmans and so on.
Oh, yeah. That's funny. All right, so I just want to report my quick trade there on sober. And look what it did. Breaks 3, tops out at 305, and then flushes back down right below 3. And that's been happening a lot. The whole dollar breaks to the upside on these small cappers. You'll always have an aggressive retracement down. It doesn't always happen, but I would say for the majority of them, that does seem to be happening lately, that whole dollar break pride. And then flushy.
Flushy. Oh, wow. I'm actually not noticing that the market's flushing to the VWAP. I mean, I did say we might move to VWAP, and we did successfully all the way back to that marker, but now it looks like we want to extend a little bit past that level. That's not a good thing. I mean, I would like for the market to stay green today, maybe end on a green note today. It would not be good if the market ended red. At least that's my understanding. That's just the way I'm wrapping around a theory in my own head based off of how this whole week's played out. But at the end of the day, man, we've not broken that 3,600 bottom. We haven't broken way past 3730 to the north side. We're stuck in a pretty decent range. I think the next Fed rate decision, if I can remember correctly when what the date that Brendo told us yesterday, I think it was October 13th or 12th, the Fed rate date, CME 13th? Oh, CPI is 13th. Yeah, so the next tool number, CPI, that we're waiting for is October 13th. But I want to Fed rate tool. According to that Fed rate tool, the next rate hike will be, come on, tool, load up. 14th of, 2nd of November.
Coolio, I just want to shout out here, Brendan Harn for the $2 super chat. He says, cover SPY. Yeah, definitely. If you were short here at the 36.83, kudos to you, because now we're at 36.56. So that's almost a 30-point move right there. That's plenty of money if you're on the ES, and that's still a really good money even if you're on the MES. So, oh, and you said SPY. SPY is the ETF. I forgot about that. Okay, so let's see what the SPY is doing here. Let's bring in this chart. This is our ES chart. I don't think the SPY will be that much different. They're different prices, obviously. Spider ETF. There we go. Yeah, same looking chart as the MES. Looks like we just touched VWAP here off that 365.91 top. Now 363.09. Let's see where the low of day. The low of day on the SPY. Let's bring in a horizontal trend line here so we can get it right. Looks like we're at 36, almost 36, 360 even, 360.15, 360.16, in and around that area. So still $3 to the downside. That's plenty of room here if we're going to start making a move down south, to be honest with you. But not my cup of tea. I won't be trading the SPY. I can watch and appreciate anyone who does, though. Let's see what Sober is doing. No, still flirting with that $3 level, not doing much at that 291. How about ATXI? ATXI pulling back, but holding above 1050, which is interesting because that is an interesting resistance level here. If we look at top wick, on this breakout, looks like we topped out here at 1043. So not exactly that 1050 level, but it's not a hard, it's not a rock solid sign. So you got to give it a bit of room. Looks like we have support here at that 1046, and then we had previous resistance at 1043. So the levels are holding up on this one. If you're looking for perhaps a long, maybe a dip trade off that 1050 level back to the north side through 1140, if we can get enough volume to take us through there. But have your stops a little bit below where you typically have them. If you look here, this is where I got faked out. I got long here, anticipating this break through the compression pattern, and I was right, but I put my stop too close. I didn't give it enough room. I should have had it below the 50 period. Yeah, exactly. You guys know on the show that I use the 50 period moving average. I should have had my stop at that 50 period and allowed it to break through. So, things that I can reflect on, but for the time being, we'll send you up to Brendo at the big desk for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, back to the downside we go here. I'll show you the S&P 500, seeing a little more red creeping back into this board once again. When we showed you this first this morning, I mean, all of these were here. These are the cruise lines right now. All about CCL, down about better part of 20% off earnings today. NCL, HRCL, 10 and 14% following suit with Carnival this morning. Nike here as well, 11.5%. The big earnings miss. Wanted to mention this down here in the healthcare group. AbbVie having a tough day, 5.5% to the downside. The rest of this sector, however, in positive territory. I mentioned a little more red creeping back in. Over here is where we're finding it. Utilities and consumer staple stocks. A few more negative numbers coming back into play here. Some of the food-related names. Philip Morris here as well. There was a headline on that. Jewel story once again this morning for MO and Altria as well. They're finally going to finalize that divorce, it looks like, so they can move on with life. D and DE I saw in the industrials group just pop up on volume, but not seeing them on here. Generac, however, GNRC, nice day. Boeing on here, ALLE, URI in the industrial sector having a pretty positive day. Banks are strong. Tech stocks still strong as well, specifically some of the hardware names, the semiconductors up here, all three of the big ones. Micron, NVIDIA, and AMD, 1.3% for AMD through to 2.7% for Micron off earnings. Guys, back to you.
Put a poll. All right, let's put a poll.
People
Guys,
don't even know that song.
of course they know that song. It's very
mentioning.
popular. Guys, here proudly put. It's called "I'm Good Blue" by David Guetta and Baby
David
Rexha.
Guetta? If,
Yeah.
if it's from David Guetta, then maybe it might be good. It might be good.
All of a sudden,
If
he's changing
he's
his
a
tune.
remixer, though. He's
All
a
right,
remixer.
here's
You know
what
what?
we're
No
arguing
comment,
about.
bro. You know what? No comment. You know what? No comment. How about
We're
that?
arguing about whether the original song "I'm Blue" is better or the new version by David Guetta and Baby Rexha, "I'm Good," is better. Could you make a poll for that?
Yeah.
All right, guys, you can get to put your say on this one. Do you guys like the new one better, or do you guys like the original better by Eiffel 65? So Prad's going to put that in the chat, and you guys will be able to get your say on that. But while Prad's doing that, let's have a look at some stockage. ATXI pulling back into that 20 period and holding that resistance, that support quite well. I do like how this is setting up I'm afraid of this stock, though, to be honest with you, because even though I had a good trade on it and I am green on it today, on the week I'm red on it. So this one, you know, I feel like I have its number at times, and then it kind of just humbles me pretty quickly. Let's flip to Sober. Sober not doing a whole lot, below 3 and kind of consolidating sideways. There we go. Bradley put it in the chat. He's like, the old is gold, or it's the remix. Okay, so I'm going to vote what I like here, which is I'm Good by David Guetta. Let's see what the chat. Oh, Eiffel Blue is winning, so it looks like I may lose this one. It looks like we got a couple of old heads here in the chat that don't like new
Gotta
music.
be the OG, bro.
All
Come
right,
on.
well, whatever. You know, we're going to put it in there. The people are going to have their vote. Democracy at its best, Bradley.
Gotta be the OG. It's always gotta be the OG. People in the chat were talking about Netflix. Netflix turning red. They said time to go short. Yeah, maybe. But I'm a little hesitant on the short side today, even though I started being really bearish with the overall market. I was trying to short the market the whole day. Thankfully, I am up on the future side today. But I'll tell you what, that's very lucky for me to be up. I'll tell you what.
You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what.
But, you know, I was lucky, man. There's nothing besides giving it to luck and chalking it up to luck. The fact that I'm successful on the short side. Also because I knew in my head, there's something, man. My crystal ball was shiny enough and sparkly enough to tell me, like, Brad, don't get trapped by these moves today. They're going to go to the downside. They're going to trap you. They're going to go to the upside. They're going to trap you to the upside. It's just traps being laid out everywhere. You know those spike traps that cops be throwing out? There's spike traps on either side, Brad. And the best thing you can do is just not move. Just stand still and let the money come to you. So I would punch in, punch out, punch in, punch out, scalp, 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 scalp. And successfully, I'm green on the equity side and on the future side. I'm just going to chalk it up to luck today. Because there were moments where I would punch into the future short and I would literally be Jordan Belfort saying, I'm never closing my position. I'm only closing at 3,600. And I was very close to giving away my whole day off of that mentality. So sometimes you got to be ready to adapt with the market. Not every day will the market go straight to the downside in one direction or straight to the upside in one direction. Sometimes you're going to get the choppy moves, baby. And today it's a little choppy. We were down, what, 0.5%? Then we went up, what, about 0.75% on the S&P 500, and now we're back to being flat / maybe turning red / maybe going back to being positive and staying green.
Yeah.
There's so much maybes going over here that we have to be ready to just scalp these ranges. Get in, get out, get in, get out. The hold for the dream move was yesterday, right? Lee Otto gave me that move yesterday because it was hold for the dream move. We got that shorts, we got the best outs. But today, I don't know about that dream really playing out like that, man. Most likely there's chop action coming in.
Yes, sir. I'm seeing IC here on my scanner show up. It's up 11.25% on the day. Nice little move, I'm not gonna lie. Looks like we started off the day at that 17.5 area, and we topped out at 19.5. So a good $2 move on this one. It's been relatively stable in its ascent. Now basically consolidating a little bit off that 50-period moving average. Let's see if it breaks down below or it holds the 50 here. On the previous occasion, it didn't even get to the 50. On this pullback here, it actually touched off VWAP and then moved up, consolidated, and moved up again once the volume started coming back in. Let's see if it respects the 50 here. I'm going to look to go long if we can take that 940 break and if we can actually hold 50. Talk more about that and other things when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, as we head into the lunch hour, 4 hours, count them, 4 hours left in Q3. That's how things look right now. S&P 500 positive on the day, only just 0.07. The Dow 0.3 to the downside. The Russell chopping around here. You can see the 2,000. Russell 2000 here, 1.5% leading the way. NASDAQ 0.4 meanwhile for the composite higher, 0.17 only for the 100, also in positive territory. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, here's what we were discussing. A few things anyways. Apple on the watch list this morning looked to leaders at the end of the month. We saw a pretty impressive move out of the gate for Apple. Back to the downside now. Yeah, Tesla AI day after the close tonight, but Tesla trying to trail off here as well. And Micron weak earnings, downgrades, dragging down the overall chip sector. Here is Tesla, as I mentioned, back to the downside after topping out around 275 this morning, guys. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going to come out of the Tesla AI Day. I remember Elon Musk tweeting yesterday that the Cybertruck is like waterproof or like water resistant or whatever the term is, and it can cross, I don't know, like a canal. And he actually had some standard, I don't know exactly which canal, but he wanted to basically say that it had to actually pass through that particular, I don't know if it's a canal or a river or whatever, but yeah, anyway, so this is going to be super interesting to see what what he reveals today, if any, about the Cybertruck. Everybody's waiting for that robot. Neil, what's the robot called again? Optimus. Yes, the Optimus, which is obviously a play off Optimus Prime, I'm assuming. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what that. I'm a big fan of that, guys. I know there are a lot of mixed opinions about him out there, and if you have political affiliations, you may feel differently about him, but from a purely like technological standpoint, he is like kind of the real life Iron Man, if I could call him that. So I'm a big fan, and I'm definitely interested to see what comes out of that. Now let's talk a little bit about the market here. The ES. Let me just flip back to my MES chart, because this is the SPY chart, because I think we just broke the open on the futures here. Where we go? December contract. Yes. So did we break below? Yes, we broke below the open today. The open was at 36.54. Now we're trading at 36.48. So we're technically negative on the day after moving up quite a bit. That's a big bounce off that 36.84 top that we had, Prad, here. Now we're about 40 points lower. It looks like the low of day, though, guys, on the MES is at 36.33, I believe. Yeah, 36.32, excuse me. 36.32. So we're still, about 18 points away or so from that level, but we'll see if we can make newer lows, Bradley.
Yeah, market red now for both of them, NASDAQ and S&P 500. And let's see how low can the market go now. Crazy reversal in the market indeed. We are going into lunch o'clock. It is 12 o'clock right now. And to get ready for market to die off with volume. I closed my RCL position completely as, oh, that's the wrong box. Here's the box I wanted to show it in. I closed my RCL trade completely. I'll probably regret about it later. But one thing I won't regret about is the money that I made on it. So making profits on it is something that I will not regret, but I might regret later on when I'm taking my notes that I jumped out too early, especially when the market looks like it wants to keep on going to the downside. Lays, the new IPO near day's low, LASE, Lace, anyways. Yeah, pushing back to the south side over here ever since the IPO. It looks like he halted a little bit to the downside, opened back off the halt, and now continuing to destroy itself, sadly, with the rest of the market, man. And I wouldn't be surprised if this market closed around VWAP today or absolutely flat today. And you can ask your boy Blind Jedi in the chat or on Discord. I called it out at 8:30, man. I called it out at 8:30. Be ready for this market to trap people on either direction and just end flat. Could be that type of Friday today.
Yeah, you were here earlier than like I've ever seen you, to be honest with you today. You were here as like, you were here quite early. Shout out to Prad for making it in, baby. ATX Sky, look at this. I mean, here's why I'm liking this stock, despite the fact that it's been consolidating the better part now of half an hour, is because it's really held that support level. So if we drew a trend line right here, which was the breakout point from our earlier move, look at this. So that 1042 area. So this was clearly previous resistance, right? I mean, we don't need to argue about that. It rejected here, rejected there, even up here, kind of rejected. And then there's the breakout point. And then we made highs, right? And then we pulled back, but we didn't pull back lower than that support area. So I'm definitely liking a trade off this support area. If we can get back into that 1060s, maybe even the 1050s, I'm definitely going to shoot a long off there. My only concern is it's going to be with small size, because ATXI does have a tendency to kind of fake you out. This looks like a proper setup though. So this is, in my book, is like an A- setup, so to speak, because of how rigidly it's respecting its support level. So I'm going to go ahead and put an entry here, and I'm gonna be a little bit more aggressive with my entry. If I was to be a little bit, if I had my way, I would like it in the 1050s, but I feel like it may not reach that. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it at 1061, and it's gonna be for a quarter the amount of shares that I take typically. There we go. So do we have that in there? What did I get, a rejection? How come it's not showing up? No, it's there. I don't know why it's not showing up. Maybe it'll show up after. So is that a long buy? Yeah, so it's a buy. So I have my order in there. If it comes down to that level, it'll be it'll fill. My out will be, I'm gonna have to give this one more room, guys, because of this fake out here. So obviously I was right, but I didn't have the right stop on this one. So now I can see my order. Awesome. So I'm gonna look for a break of the 1020 level. I'm gonna give it all the way. I'm gonna give it 40 cents, to be honest with you, before I get stopped out on this one to the sell side. Now it looks like it may be going without me, but look at this move. We made a move up all the way to 11 1/4 and then right back down. So it's not quite ready, it looks like, just yet to break the high of days at 1140, but I want to be part of it if it does, Prad.
Yeah, I want to take a moment over here to talk about the like counts and so on. I know you guys probably get annoyed when I do this, but it's part of the job, so bear with me, please. I do appreciate for everyone who bears with it every single day, back to back, but it's just part of the job. It's just something I have to do. So let's get that like count elevated. We're already at 2.7K likes. I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. Beautiful
That's
Friday,
a lovely picture
2.7K. Yeah, it's the weird freeze frame, huh? Let's get that out of there.
Poor guy.
Let's get that out of there for that man. Here, that's a better freeze frame. Here, there we go. Now we got both of them. Now we got the two Indian legends in the same side screenshot.
That's awesome.
But yeah, you know what it is, baby. 4,700 if you're still watching. I did not even hit the like button yet, so let me do that for you guys. Let's smash that like button together, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate that number to maybe 3K. And if we do get to 3K, there's a good chance that your boy Neil today drops some bars. Not sure what he's planning to drop.
Hey, yo, Brad, what's up? All right, so overrated, underrated. Tesla.
Overrated.
Crypto.
Overrated.
Way over.
Working out.
Underrated.
Hey.
Living at home with your mom.
Underrated.
TraderTV.live.
Underrated.
Very good. Thanks, my man. Get back to it.
Oh my
Yes,
God,
sir.
that was hilarious.
But yeah, you know what it is. That's gonna be later on Instagram and YouTube Shorts and on what is it? TikTok? Yeah, TikTok. So go do exclamation mark socials in the chat right now. If you do exclamation mark socials in the chat, you'll be able to get a link for all of that. But coming back to the YouTube spiel, hit that like button, guys. Hit that subscribe button too for those of you who are not subscribed. We're now almost at 350,000 subscribers, baby. Woo! We're so close to 350,000 subscribers. Let's get that number going. Share with your friends, share with your family. If you haven't seen on your boy Sean's chest today and on my chest, we're wearing the Trader TV Live merchandise. And I also have right here to the other side of me, I got the Trader TV hat, baby, which I'll be probably wearing tonight, using this hat at the bar, telling the ladies, hey, I have a YouTube show, and this is my last day to drink, so if you want to party with me, it's got to be today or the end of the month. So ladies who are at the bar, come hang out, and we'll have some fun. Anyways, coming back to the YouTube spiel part, everyone who does Super Chat, we appreciate it, but I want to talk about the members. These green names, they're members. They pay like $5 or whatever it is in their currencies to be a YouTube member. What it entails, you can click on this little join button. That will tell you exactly what being a member means, and Brando will jump on that screen for you as soon as you click on that button. And for the merchandise, baby, you just go to our YouTube store right here and then buy any of the merchandise. Where did the hoodies go? They just disappeared again. The black hoodie disappeared, but hopefully they'll be back in stock soon.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at blue here. It looks like it's setting up for a good short. It just broke VWAP. I'm going to see if it's going to bounce off VWAP to the north side or it's going to make its way stepping back down. We've got quite a ways to go here into the low of days and even the open on blue. So if you're looking for a short, you've got ample room to the downside. My only concern on this one is that the 200 period and VWAP are quite close together. So it creates a risk where it may bounce off the 200 period if it didn't respect VWAP. So I'm looking at this one. I'm also looking at how aggressively. The volume is declining on this, so it's setting up like a good possible short here. Maybe I'll actually wait until it breaks the 200 period too. It just broke and closed below VWAP now, so I'm already officially missing out on some of the trade. At least that's the way I see it. But blue, yeah, blue definitely looking like a really nice short setup there. What is IC doing? IC's kind of doing the exact same thing. We were thinking about taking this one long. Clearly that's changed because now you have several of the moving averages crossing each other down to the downside. We call that the death cross. So that's changing direction as well. It's changing trend. But we do have a possible VWAP bounce on this one at that 1880. So it's gonna be a tricky one whether we look for a long bounce off VWAP here or we just ride the short down, possibly down to VWAP for like a 20-cent winner on IC. Let's see what else is happening with ATXI. ATXI still holding that what's it called? Support level that we talked about. Haven't initiated a long down at 1060. It hasn't come down to that level. It held 11 briefly for, I would say a couple of minutes, but broke down below it. That's never a really good sign. For me, I wanted to reclaim the whole dollar and stay above the whole dollar. I don't like this dilly-dallying where we have like, a few minutes above the whole dollar and then come back below and then consolidate below. It doesn't really give me confidence to take the long, to be honest with you. So we need some decisiveness and some clarity from ATXI if we're gonna go long here and try to break the high of days at 1140. SOBR, sober, really, this was an excellent short down after we had our awesome trade to the north side here. It's been one red candle after another. Now we're currently trading at 270. We had a high of day on this one at that 304, 305. VWAP's at 264, so you still have a good amount of room possibly to the downside, to be honest with you. So that's what I'm looking at, Bradley. What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm just trying to point people towards the right direction in terms of where to get their information from, baby. Trader TV Live, your one-stop go-to store. What does it say? 2 numbers over here. Brankles, you messed up. Go sign up to our watch list, man. From our watch list, you'll find stocks to pick from every single day. This is actually yesterday's watch list. From today's watch list, if you were wondering why Nike had the drop-off it did, we got explanation for it exactly. If you're wondering about what key information to look out for in the market before the day begins, or what key information to look out for next week and so on, we have fun educational videos that drop at the end of the week, over the weekend, that is. Brando records the videos, we post them for you. And it's all for you guys to get ready for the next week, for that day, and so on. So sign up for that watch list. From that watch list, I'm going to pick up this company right here, Altria Group Inc. MO finally buying out exercising their options, which was I'm gonna need to not stutter. So let me process my brain first and think about the sentence I want to say.
Stutter.
So what I wanted to say is, Juul, when they partnered with Altria, they had a clause in there that Altria could not invest in other companies in the same realm. But now, finally, after exercising that option, Altria can go out there and invest in other companies, such as I don't know, any other vaporizer. Give me a vaporizer brand name, Wayne.
PAX? I don't know. PAX.
PAX, they already own PAX, don't they? Juul is PAX. Juul is PAX. PAX is
shows
Juul.
how much I know about that. Yeah.
So they could go invest in other brands now if they wanted to. I'm using Aloe right now. So Aloe, maybe they go invest in Aloe for all we know, right? But the idea that they no longer have to only have Juul and they can open up their portfolio to other vaporizing companies means a good thing for me, for MO, right? It means a buy for me on MO. But clearly today, down 1%. Looks like that catalyst did not help them out at all. When the market moved up, MO actually didn't really move up in a crazy way. It just went up to the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, rejected off of that, and when the market started going down, MO went further to the downside. So the cigarette company, MO, Philip Morris, or it's not Philip Morris, this is Altria. Altria not doing so good today.
Guys, ATXI spread is opening up a little bit. Right now it's 3 pennies, but I've seen it as wide as 10. I'm long like a quarter position here at 1120. I took out a piece a little bit above that at 11.24. So I took about, what I take there? I took about half of the position out. So yeah, a 4-penny winner on that one. Not really anything to brag about. I'm looking for a decided move upward. This one is coming in spurts. Like the volume shows up and then it'll drop off. So this one's a bit tricky. I've been wanting to take the dip on this one, but it hasn't come down to my levels, sadly. So since I'm holding like such a negligible amount of shares, I'm going to let this one ride. You know, if I take a hit on it, it's not really going to affect my P&L because the initial trade that I had on it, which was over here, was with really big size. So this is really nothing. This is just about me trying to break through this level and perhaps add to it through the break of 1140. So anyway, I've got half what I had, so which was half the size initially. So a quarter of the size of what I would typically take still left on the trade. So we'll leave that one. I don't need to watch it as closely because it really doesn't matter as much. Blue, we have a blue short here at 626. It's currently at 629, so we're a couple of pennies out of the money. It was a break of VWAP that actually led us to wanting to take this short. We're going to be wrong, or we'll judge the fact that we're wrong if we break through this possible resistance level right here, which is at 634, so about 5 more pennies. Let's put that stop in now. So we'll put a stop to the high side at 636. So 1 penny above 635, and then we'll cover the quarter position that we have. We'll give it a penny buffer from 636 to 637 in case it goes haywire. So that's basically it. Let's check on the votes. 465 votes. Bradley's song is winning so far by a margin of 61 to 39, so almost 60-40 basically. People
I mean,
like
it's
your
not
song.
my song. It's just the OG song. That's
know what I'm
it.
saying.
Even if you picked the OG, they would have, you know, that's all it is. It's
All
just
right.
the OG song.
I'll just update them quickly on my ATXI trade. We're printing 1128s now. We're going to get 1130s. There we go. Now we're pumping up to 1130s. I'm going to punch out here soon. If we can get some higher than 30 prints, there we go, and I'm out. So done on that ATXI position. Profitable trade. Pumped about that because this one's been tough for me lately. Jeez, feels good to get back at this one, Bradley.
Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Another consolidation breakout for your boy on ATXI for your boy Sharif. I'm just looking at what the FP2 results were for the race coming up this weekend. Lewis P5, George P3, we like it. But at this point, everyone's already made that joke enough times, which is, you know, just give Verstappen the cup already and get it over with. This guy's gonna win it. Just get it over with. Why even bother racing anymore going forward?
I don't know anything about that. You were looking for me for commentary.
No.
I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, no comment.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment. No, I mean it's just wild how Red Bull has been being a monster this year, and I don't know, man. Apparently it's supposed to be raining this weekend. At least that's what your boy Ian was mentioning to me. Ian said maybe Hamilton comes out clutching because it's raining. I'm over it, man. Even though I want my boy Hamilton and Mercedes to get a dub, I'm just over it. Yeah, he's not wrong. Can't believe how bad everyone else was designed to Red Bull. Yeah, so Brando over there basically expressing that the other cars are also pretty bad compared to Red Bull. Red Bull's straight line speed is just insane right now.
Really?
Imagine the fact that a company who doesn't even make cars is killing it compared to a company who are actually making cars.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are there regulations about like how you can tune up your engine?
Yeah,
Do you have
yeah.
to stay within certain parameters?
Yeah.
So
There's rules.
How does one engine become better than the other? Like, is it just the engineering, creativity?
Engineering, and there's
Okay.
also like the shape of the car. They look like how the wind goes over the car. Does it put a lot of drag over it? Does it not put enough drag over it? Does it create too much to the point where the car starts bouncing when you're going in a straight line, which will slow you down compared to some cars that don't bounce and just glide through the air and so on. There's so much science behind it.
Yeah, I
and
figured. I
every
just
time a
didn't know.
team wins next year, their budget and their testing time in a wind tunnel also gets lower. So every time a team wins, the best team's testing time is cut down.
What? I don't know if that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair because they want other teams to come up, right?
Oh,
like Mercedes has
goodness.
been the winner for like 7 years in a row, 8 years in a row. It just took Red Bull to come back up on the last year, right?
All right.
So like, it's like,
I'm just looking at it
It's
from a
kind of
completely
fair.
layman's perspective. I don't know
It's
all
a
the
kind of
details
fair.
to kind of make
Yeah.
it a full picture. So yeah, my opinion, doesn't count for much here. ATXI making us look foolish again for punching out too early. Now made a new high of day into that 1160. This one's got legs, guys, legs for days. I'm talking like supermodel legs here, man. My goodness. Yeah, ideally I wanted that dip trade off that 1060, 1070 area. Didn't get it. Punched in long here at that 1120 or whatever, 1118. Took it for a ride. Obviously a little bit too early of a punch out here, but this one's just been so volatile for me. I actually had to punch out. Looks at the high is 1160. Let's see if there's anything else going on. Not much to report. Blue, our short on blue is still basically break even at the moment. Coin, the short on coin that we had, that's another one we should have held because this one is continuing down to the downside.
Yeah, market
Look at
going
that.
back down.
Yeah, and the market also kind of heading to the downside as well. Are we going to test day's lows? That's kind of the good question here. But coin is pushing into that 200 period and VWAP, which are basically almost at the same levels. Stair stepping down though. Like, look at this. We got, you know, consolidation, drop, consolidation, drop. So, you know, looks good. Stair stepping down. Looks like the reason I say stair stepping down is because it looks like stairs, right? Get it? Flat, then bottom, flat, then bottom.
Wow, ATXI.
Pradley is now looking at small cappers. What is happening to the world?
There's nothing going on, man.
There we go. So this is the bull. We had the bull today, guys, and now it is time. And I get to do the honors. Sean authorized me to do it. It is now a bear. We are negative on the day. We are actually down 0.25% today on the day. We're going to put it here, and now we're officially in bear territory. So make of that what you will. Our superstitious individuals. I just want to shout out one quick individual here. You want to take this one because he sent rupees.
The stock's going to halt, bro.
You want? Okay, so I'll take this one quickly. Hiren Chugani, I hope I didn't butcher your name, to be honest with you. I think that's the 100 rupees that he sent,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Hiren Chugani.
Chugani. Okay, I want to read this privately first before.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it.
I appreciate the super chat. Definitely, everyone's entitled to their opinion, no doubt. It's just on this show, we don't talk politics for obvious reasons. So this comment, we can't read aloud, but thank you again for that super chat. We're always appreciative. Bradley, what's ATXI doing? I can't believe I'm sending it to you, and you're the one that's going to talk about ATXI now. Bradley doesn't look like he enjoys the volatility that comes with trading small cappers.
Look, only reason because of that is I remember trading a small capper one day, and it fake halted on me, and it pulled back all the way to the downside, and I lost like $500 on it, which was painful. And I was a trainee then when I could only lose $50 on a day, right? Yep. So that sucked. But yeah, ATXI, I'm just watching it. I just saw that someone in chat said ATXI time for a short. So I was like, maybe time for a short. So I pulled up into it and I watched it break 12. I was like, maybe not anymore, not anymore. But if I do try a short, it has to be a very small one. I have to pay for shorts. So I can't even short the stock. And it's too late for me to pay for shorts in the day anyway. So I'm just going to not bother with it. Looks like it does want to pull back though. Look at the size chasing the stock down. This was on 1220. Now we're at 1205 on the stock. Let's see if they're going to take that fill. They did take the fill. So that is a real size. It's not a fake size. Now the question is, are they going to run through that size? Because 20,000 shares is nothing compared to 17 million on the day. But does that size reject? Is that an iceberg? Is that size continue to push the stock down and chase it down like it did previously from 1220 to all the way to 1205? Look, that size is real. They're taking size and it's decrementing on what we're seeing. But more people keep on putting orders on the same area, and these bids are now running away. The bids are pulling their orders. They want to run away. Some people are getting scared, and the shorts are straight up pulling up with their gats.
What? I love it. All right, let's set it up to Brendo at the big desk for volume leaders.
Hey guys, an update on what's moving around here this afternoon. Positive afternoon so far for the S&P. Here's a look at the entire U.S. landscape. 10,714 listings represented on this board, of which 6,540 in positive territory, 3,069 there to the downside. 718 new lows currently versus 41 only new highs. So an indication of directional movement currently. A ton of volume being done here as expected to wrap up the month. Carnival, top of the list, 166 million shares traded already. It's 12:25 Eastern currently. TQs, 128 million shares traded. This little AVCT, what a couple of weeks this thing's had. It's down big time today, but still 100 million shares today, back to 18 cents for that. SQs, SOXL, the SPY itself already at 50 million. Apple, LabVIEW, AMD, Tesla, and on and on. ATXI, bottom of the board here, top of the list as well. But a ton of volume, guys, as we head into the end of the month, end of the week, and end of the quarter. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Want to shout out Jose Mercado, an OG in the chat. Definitely seen that name many times before. Sending out a $20 super chat saying that was correct. ATXI to 20 plus. You never know, man. I might go to the gym and come back and I'll find ATXI at 19 or 20. And that's what's happened a lot lately. Kind of makes me feel bad for going to the gym because I am missing these parabolic moves. And that just hasn't been.
Don't go to the gym.
Nah, that's not going to happen, man. I know, but you know what? I don't have time otherwise because I'll talk to you about that later. So that's the issue. Sucks, but hey, that's my life, to be honest with you. So shout out to Jose Mercado for that. ATXI, let's look at the daily on ATXI quickly here so we can glean some actual support levels or resistance levels. ATXI,
There's none, bro.
There are. Yeah, look, we were up. Geez, ATXI. Looks like it topped out at $188 back in September 2020. Obviously, that's a ways away. If we were to look at the highs more recently, let's say March 2022.
There was a split recently.
Yeah, there was
1 to 15.
Okay, there we go. So this is split adjusted though, Bradley.
Okay,
so,
okay.
Yeah. Looks like on February 28th, we had a high of 2040. So that is not completely out of the realm of possibility, doubt. And actually, the following day, we had a high of 1875. So, you know, those are March and February highs, albeit. Looks like in June, actually, we had, where is it here? How come it's not showing me? In June, we had a $9 high. Okay, so June highs are no longer in play. It's going to be the March and February highs. Looks like we're definitely at 6-month highs at the moment on ATXI. But this one's got, I don't want to call them bag holders because it is almost from 2 years ago, but this one had been a lot higher than it was previously, Brad. So ATXI moving.
Yeah, that's a Dominic Famularo classic right there, bro. He loves those stocks, those AERCs and those ATXIs. Oh, yeah. No clue how people trade those. I just watching them start getting a little bit of a heart palpitation, honestly. I'm watching Tesla at the moment, though. Tesla 270 holding up, not really wanting to go too far to the downside. Market still deciding what it wants to do. NASDAQ market flat on the day completely. S&P 500 down by 0.1% and showing us green candles on the 5-minute charts at the moment. The last 5-minute chart candle, the last candle on the 5-minute chart closed green, and the current one is opening green and trying to head towards VWAP. So let's see if the market can do that. If the market does move to VWAP, then I think it does turn green on the day. I believe it turns green on the day once again. Just flirting with the positive and the negative side. I want to go now regret about RCL for punching out too quick on RCL. I thought CCL, the way CCL was moving, it was kind of muted. I didn't expect CCL to maybe have another leg round down to $7, but looks like it might just have that leg down to $7. So RCL is just following suit, but very slowly. End of the day, man, if that other screen shows up for my position board, you will see how many units per share reward I have made on RCL today. And if I was just to calculate real quick, I think it will say, you know, that was about $1. That was about $1. All of these were about $1. I think that number will be really skewed, and it'll say like something like plus 30, plus 20 or something, because that's how many times I've exited every single time for $1. So, you know, taking rewards on a stock off of another stock's negative catalyst. I mean, look at CCL today, right? We are below COVID lows on this stock. How insane is that?
I know.
Below COVID lows.
Yeah, I mean, how is that even possible? I mean, nobody was going. Well, I guess at the time, no one kind of had the idea that we would be locked down for as long as we were eventually. But guys, it is now 12:30. It is my time to exit and Tony's time to come on. He's filling in for Ian today. Ian is out sick, so he will be back on Wednesday, hopefully next week. But in his place, we're going to have the wonderful, the informative Tony. So Bradley, I'm going to say bye to you and bye to the viewers, and I'll see you guys Monday morning at 11. Ciao, guys.
All right, yeah, your boy Tony the Tiger, Tony Pepperoni. There's so many names for him. We could keep on going forever. He's going to be jumping on soon. The best thing is, man, this boy looking sharp these days, boy. It's time to start taking Tony to the club so he could start pulling in the woman for us. Tony, looking good, my brother. Can't wait to have him. Be my co-host for the second half of the day. Get your questions ready. Get your XBI questions ready. Get your Sava questions ready. Get your Lab U, Lab D questions ready. That man is prepared for all type of questions. He is out here to educate. Not just you, but me too, man. I learn a lot every time Tony jumps on. So I'm excited to see what type of knowledge base are we going to leech off of our boy Tony today. Two-finger Tony, never heard that one before. But sure, we can give that one up there. I want to quickly head over to the family favorites, AMC, GMEs, and even Best Bet. I always get this wrong. Bed Bath & Beyond. So AMC today, when I did open it, was under $7. It looked like it was trying to go much further to the downside. But the thankful move in the market later on saved AMC to not destroy itself too much further. AMC now moving towards that $4 area where all of the games started. So the question is, does AMC hold up at 6 or does it go all the way down to 4? And do we see new buyers, new big buyers who previously missed out on that run up, buy it at $4? I mean, I might even just buy 10 shares for fun at $4 just to say that I'm in it. And when the squeeze happens, apparently the squeeze has not happened yet. So when the squeeze happens, I will be able to say I was part of the squeeze because I missed out on the first time. So AMC moving further to the downside, sadly, well below $10 now. I think the new low that AMC has had was $6.80. Thankfully today we bounced off of that exact same number once more, moved up to $7.25 and now around VWAP of $7.08 or so. Tony is a phenom, mass appeal. He is indeed a phenom, baby, and that phenom will be on very soon for you. He's just logging in. We'll give him some time to log in and get rock and roaded. HKD, please. Oh man, HKD, haven't heard that stock in a while. Let's go see what this position is doing currently. It's still at $48. I would have expected the stock to go down to its IPO indicated price of $4, but it never really managed to go down there. The other stock though, which was I think MELG, was it MELG?
Yeah, Megel, was it?
MEGL, sorry, MEGL, not MELG. MEGL on NASDAQ, which did somewhat of a similar move, but eventually managed to go down to the IPO price of $3, $4, unlike its partner in crime, HKD, which is still holding up at $46, which is absolutely insane to me. The volume on it, though, has died off pretty drastically. Only 100,000 shares traded on the day today, with a relative volume of 0.66 for your favorite HKD.
Absolutely. No, it's good to join you again, Fred. Thanks for having me. Great job to Sharif as always. Ian's going to be just out for the remainder this week as he gets better. Feel well soon, Ian. So I'll be joining you as Fred's co-host today, and man, am I excited. It's a very, very interesting market today, and I say that about most markets, but today in particular saw a huge rally, I think, in most indices this morning, and now it seems as though we gave it all back. Qs right now just barely holding the green. I saw it went red just a moment ago. Most surprising to me, however, we saw Apple down another percent today. We're close to it after like a 6% sell-off at one point yesterday. After reports said that the demand for the iPhone 14, I think, wasn't quite as expected. So very, very interesting times now. AMC, like you mentioned, we're all the way back at 7 flat. Obviously, they spun off the Ape preferred shares, but even those shares now it's at it's under $3. So the whole unit, pre split or spin off or however you want to put it, it's now under $10. So for me, I think that's something very, very interesting to look at. There should be a squeeze again at some point. Not in this market. We see all the Q is pretty much 10% red vertical. I do think we should see a bounce in the overall markets, which should lend a little bit more credence to a rally, I'd say, in some of these meme stocks. So far, not quite the action the Bulls are looking for, but Sean was just interviewing me, I suppose, a moment about this. One asset I think that held up really, really well, Bitcoin of all things. I think we hit 20,000 today. Actually, it didn't really follow the rest of the market on the way down, but just holding its ground here. It's down around 70% from the highs, which is better than actually a lot of tech stocks that are negative cash flow. So Bitcoin is a long-term investment. I'm very much long on it. I think at the moment I just had to give up on holding long-term stocks in my account. I'm just gonna 10 years from now, I think Bitcoin's gonna be higher, perhaps a lot higher. I think I'm just gonna long-term wise, go on Bitcoin. Sounds ridiculous, but I'm now a believer. Looking at the price action alone. So that's my take on the assets right now between stocks and crypto.
Right on. Yeah, I just want to give people an update about the Hurricane Ian, man. Look at this. This is I believe this is Gulf of Mexico. The hurricane wiped out all the water in the Gulf to the point where this man recording it claims that he could literally probably walk halfway to Texas somewhere off of that hurricane. So insanity. This apparently used to be filled with water all the way up to like the water line across the wall that it will show up in a second. But that hurricane has been insane. Like, look at people's decks, right? This is where they have ladders to like go into the water, and there is no more water in there. It's just missing. So insane tragedy over there in Florida and other parts of people affected. Prayers and everything goes out to everyone. Hopefully, all of the chat and your friends and family who are in that area. I know you were a guy from Miami, Florida, right?
Of course.
You lived there for a while and whatnot.
My dad lives in Miami. I live in Jacksonville. I lived in Jacksonville,
Right.
Florida for the longest time. But we actually had pretty much a hurricane season like every year around September, October for I think 2017, 2016, maybe 2018. But I remember it was like a very seasonal year-round thing. So when I saw, Hurricane Ian, not entirely surprised we saw such a huge hurricane. This time I think not as much impacting where I'm from, but I think Southwest Florida, near Miami, I think a bit west of that, Fort Lauderdale. They really have it tough. So well wishes to anybody living in that area, anyone who's impacted. Prayers, everything goes well, because I saw the videos, I saw the aftermath of it. It looks absolutely devastating. So I hope everyone there gets the help that they need for all the the repairs and everything getting back to normal. But absolutely devastating hurricane.
100%. Yeah, I'm glad to see Playmaker in the chat healthy and still with us and being able to talk to us. I know you were away because of the internet one day, so I'm glad that you're doing good, my friend. Coming back to the market over here, though, is the market moving up? And the answer is yes, baby. The market is indeed moving back to the north side over here. NASDAQ is now up 0.2% on the day, and S&P 500 flat on the day. So look at, oh, sorry, I thought I opened up the chart. I did not. Here's the chart moving back up to the north side. Let's see if we can actually get back above VWAP and above the 100-period EMA. I'm very happy that Prashadamas has striked again today to the point where I said it. Market's probably going to just trap people to the upside and to the downside and just end flat somewhat. And if it does end flat, I'm going to be very happy that I'll manage my trades in a way where it was going to be based off of that theory. Today, though, RCL, my number one trade of the day, RCL did manage to go a little bit further than my last exit. My last exit, 38.60s. We're at 38.30s now. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sucks to be me, but that's fine. We'll get back in on the short ride one more time. If the stock pulls up to $40, 39.80 is the 39.89 is where VWAP is. But if it does pull back anywhere close to 40, I'll look for that short opportunity one more time. But the reason why I want to be hands off the long is because CCL doesn't look like it wants to pop up at any point. CCL just looks like it wants to slowly inch its way towards a lower day and then maybe bounce off the lower day. So because of that, I want to be hands off on the RCL pops for the long side. I'd much rather just short the pops on RCL and time it along with CCL overall. The sector in general has been beat up. So you can also go look at NLCH, which is your Norwegian cruise line, which is on, it's NCLH? Yeah, NCLH. Not NLCH. NCLH on NASDAQ, on New York. There we go. Should have pretty much the same movement to the downside. But what I want to go take a look at, yeah, there we go. Down 15% on the day. Exact same moves almost as RCL and CCL. But I want to go see if by any chance our airliners got affected by these stocks. And no, they did not, which is good. There is some days where airliners and cruise liners move in the same direction, but it shouldn't be the way that CCL's earnings affects American Airlines, right? So it's a good thing that they didn't.
No, they're both definitely related. I think, remember back in March 2020, the two pretty much moved together like an index because they're both travel related. They're both with shutdowns of everything, nobody needed to travel. So of course you had discretionary travel, and then for airlines, I think you have a bit more business travel. So we don't, maybe it's not entirely one to one. But yeah, today was the news. I think Carnival reporting missed revenues. Possibly missed earnings. I didn't quite read up on that report as much as I'd like to. Bad earnings. Yes, I think revenues and earnings are up like several fold from year over year, but still below revenues. And now with the economy, expected to be in shambles in the coming quarters as interest rates rise. Probably not going to get any better or much better from where they are currently. I think this was the 10th consecutive revenue miss for Carnival, and not entirely surprising. Stock today beaten, battered, down below pre-pandemic lows. Now I think that was around just under $8. We pretty much touched $7 today before a slight bounce. Now we're touching around $7.25, down 21%. So I think these earnings plays more recently, it's just been a sell the news type event. Obviously, these earnings aren't good. The question is, how bad would they have been if the market were actually up? I think CarMax yesterday was reporting much reduced sales for the used car market. Tanked Tesla just a little bit yesterday. I think that was down 6-7%. CCL today down 21. But also in the headlines today, Nike now down 12%, or at least 1 point, touching 83 today at 1 point. I think they mentioned having a 60% reduced sales coming in from China, which is a major engine for them. Higher sales in I think the North American markets, but definitely a reduced demand in other areas. So that stock's been being hit quite hard today. We're now down 50% from the previous highs, I think, last year. Question is now oversold. It's now time to get in. The market, I think, just fundamentally doesn't have much reason to rally. I think the short-term rallies we saw 2 days ago was from Bank of England temporarily saving the market, saying that they're going to stop their bond sales. In fact, they're going to 180 it, do some QE rather than QT, at least in the short term. But now that that's done, I think the markets are back towards selling off. I think today's reversal quite highlights that. So, all these names, CCL, Nike, are these overreactions to the market, to the earnings? I believe so to some extent, but are we going to see an actual market bounce that would justify CCL and Nike being, a good recovery play anytime soon? I wouldn't go in quite this moment. At the moment, I think just watching it, waiting for it to stabilize a little bit, try to, start the U-turn back up. Maybe then I'd be a buyer, but I think at the moment I'm more of a watcher for a lot of these stocks. They're just, fireworks going on.
Yeah, with the British government just buying bonds and whatnot now, I'm thinking the next step might be just putting stocks on their accounts.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, go the Japan route. Right?
Exactly.
Go the Japan route, just buying stocks, putting it under the government sheets and so on, and just calling it a day. How else are they going to save the market here? Right, exactly. So I'm just waiting for that next catalyst at this point. I think that catalyst is not too far due. Probably 2-3 years if the market just keeps on handling inflation the way we are and the way things are going. We're not that far out from governments just buying out stocks and just stuffing it into their own accounts over there.
Give it a little bit of time. It'll happen, I'm sure.
and I'm not sure how Japan does it. Do they use tax money to buy these stocks?
I'm not too familiar. I'm sure they do a lot of borrowing. They set their interest rates negative and they just don't do anything about it.
Yeah, I can even see that happening where the government just goes, yeah, we're going to take a portion of the tax money and just buy Apple shares with it every year. I could see that happening, man.
Yeah, possibly.
Anything to save the market, anything to save these companies will probably end up going that route. But look, I'm talking out of my butt at this point. I'm not an economist. I'm just a theoretical trader, not like a theoretical physicist, right? But I'm a theoretical trader. I just create theories on a daily. That's my job, and then I try to create a trade out of it. And besides that, I got nothing, right? I'm just your day trader, your average day trader, trying to be better than I was yesterday. I'm looking at XBI at the moment. XBI yesterday was a good short to the downside. Lab U, Lab D, all of them were having a lot of crazy volatile moves in it. XBI today to the north side. For anyone wondering what XBI is, it is your a biotech ETF. This stock holds a lot of the biotech stocks. For example, if you want to learn about how to find out what what stocks does an ETF hold? You can go directly to ETF.com, type in XBI, and you'll be able to click on that link right there. Scroll down a little bit, and you'll see exactly what stocks are in here and how they're weighted. So the number one weightage will be Biohaven Pharmaceutical. Then, honestly, I don't know most of these names up here. But what's surprising to me are they're all pretty evenly weighted, with the 1.18% being the highest. Because if you go to the SPY has Apple, Microsoft, and Google at the top three, I believe, or Amazon. And one of them, whoa, Apple is now at 7%. I thought it was 19 or 11%.
I think you're thinking of the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ is 11%? Okay, yeah.
Like that.
So Apple 7%, Microsoft 5%, but yeah, NASDAQ is what I'm thinking about. 11%, which is like a big chunk of the portfolio.
Yeah, for sure. I remember one time Amazon missed earnings. I think that was also 10% at one point. So their stock fell 10%, in the aftermarket. Straight up NASDAQ futures down 1% off, Amazon alone. If all the other obviously other stocks kind of fell with them when they reduced their guidance. But just if every other stock stayed the exact same, Amazon down 10%, NASDAQ futures down 1%. So, not a very concentrated index. Definitely right about XBI, being a lot more diversified into a lot more biotech and pharmaceutical companies. The issue is, unfortunately, it's still all within one sector, so you end up seeing a lot more fluctions than you would, in most other, sectors
One
that have.
falls, we all fall.
Exactly. Rising tide lifts all boats. However, today, like you mentioned, NASDAQ XBI up 3.5%, so that's a good recovery day there. It's always a little bit of a contrarian, I feel like, XBI. It's either a leverage short to the downside when markets are bad, or on a random day when the markets aren't even moving much, just 5% up somehow. So, I think that's the beauty of biotech. It's like a, different asset class altogether some days. But yeah, NASDAQ now looks to be recouping some of its gains. It's now up a bit more than 0.25%. I see mentioned in the chat, we end up having ATXI now just dump a little bit, fell from 12 all the way to 11. I believe this name was one of those, reverse split biotech play names, trading at like 20, 30 cents before, then announcing something crazy like a 30, 30 for 1 or a 50 for 1 or even 100 for 1. I don't think I saw that yet. But, just squeezes, absolutely. And our NRBO was another one. I think that stock right after the split went from something like a reverse split. I saw it at $10 in the pre-market, and that went to $63, the highs that day. So we might see something similar here. It's up certainly quite a bit today. It opened flat or just red, actually, up 53%. Looking to fade this play if I were to go in. I think 12 seems to be a level of resistance that you couldn't really break through from 3 5-minute candles. And the moment, where do I see support on a chart like this? It's, I think a breezer here is very much needed if we were to go higher. First level support seems to be this valley here at the bottom where we couldn't really have a close a wick below 1060. So this 1050 area, 1060, not a bad entry, I'd say, if you want to go in for like a low risk, high reward play. Relatively tight stop loss, I'd say, perhaps a wick top over here at around 1020. But otherwise, I think at the moment we might see a bit of a further drop, maybe a bit of recovery. Risk reward, I think, would definitely be in your favor if you were to buy it, 50 cents down from this level. So that's what I'm waiting for. But yeah, besides that, I'm just looking at NASDAQ at the moment. Everything feels kind of way oversold at this point. Sometimes just not a good reason for a rally, but it's people start the shorts start taking profit. I think it starts a positive feedback loop. The market just go higher, and even if there's no fundamental reason behind it. I think we had some sort of inflation number come out today. We're better than expected from August to July. I can't believe I forgot what the name of that thing I'll call it. It's not the CPI. It's the one that's personal. Can't believe I forgot it. But CPI, yes, that one. Yeah, that one. I think mixed, headlines. I think it wasn't anything terrible. So I think the market might have tried to use that to rally. But nonetheless, I think we're waiting for an actual stimulus here to see that the markets rally. But I think we're way oversold at this point. I would not be interested really in shorting the markets at this point at all.
Yeah, I think we're looking at FNGR in the chat at the moment because Neil brought it up. Neil says FNGR is nuts, and I come back with would you say finger is finger licking good, because that's the type of volume and movement that the stock is giving us. 83% to the upside today. What even is the stock? FNGR. It is finger motion. And what do they do? Let me quickly go check over here. FNGR, you are a technology service, a packaged software. The company has not previously paid dividends, blah, 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 Any more detail about what the company does would be good. That's what I hate about trade ideas, or not trade ideas, sorry. What is this? Trading View. Trading View like doesn't tell you any description of what the company does ever. And they just give you like a quick little title idea of what the company services or brand in there, and they just leave it. Trading View, I wish you had like a better thing over here. But let me see if Trade Ideas has anything. FNGR on Trade Ideas. It just tells me like their basic information, like their float and stuff. So yeah, I would like to know what this company does. Clearly though, very active today. Look at that volume candle yesterday, the day before that, and today. So it's been pretty active from 60 cents going into $3. I'm gonna read the chat here real quick to see. Yes, it does scroll down, Prad. Okay. Let me scroll down then. Oh, it does. Okay, sweet. Thank you, God. Engages the mobile payment and recharge services in the China market. Principal earns revenue by providing these services to customers of China. A mobile service, I'm guessing then. Yeah, kind of like a mobile service, a telecom service of some sorts, FNGR. Either way, baby, finger licking good is what I'm going to stick with. Hopefully I don't get sued by Colonel Sanders by stealing his motto? Not motto. Slogan.
Yes.
For stealing his slogan over there, because this stock is can't stop, won't stop to the upside. I want to quickly go to talk about how to find yourself a biotech stock to trade, maybe sometime in the future, maybe today. And if you want to know why a certain biotech stock is doing something, how would you do it? Go to Google and type in FDA Catalyst. If you type in FDA Catalyst, the first link, usually the first link, you'll find a website where, let me just go back here. It says FDA Calendar by biopharmacatalyst.com. If you go to that FDA Calendar, you can scroll down over here and look for stocks. No, I don't want to upgrade. Cancel that. I don't want to upgrade. So yeah, we've seen this stock before, IC, right? We see a lot of stocks over here. No, I don't want to upgrade. Stop trying to hit me with the paywall over there. But yeah, you can sign up for services like these that tell you, on a certain date, they're expecting data to come out. When was the last time they updated on that disease or on that drug that they were creating, and how the votes were going in, are they going in the bullish direction or the negative direction? Very useful tool over here for those who like to trade your biotech stocks.
Yeah, absolutely great Catalyst calendar there. Also gives you a heads up as to why the implied volatility of the stock you're trading, has options at 500% implied. Major either phase 3 readout or FDA decision. Always good to know ahead of time before you wake up to your account being down 85% for the day because of phase 3, didn't meet the primary endpoint. Wish I knew that ahead of time before I got all my money into one stock I kept talking about. $100 a year ago, I think $1.30 today. QNC. I think it used to be, I can't even remember, Cortexine, that other Alzheimer's stock. So biotech stocks, I think for me, I'm going to take a step back. Easier, better risk reward money. Just buy the Qs, buy Bitcoin. I think I'm out of biotech for the time being. At least on a specific stock basis. If you want to buy the sector, I think that's a bit of a different story. You might get some better upside there. But yeah, thanks for showing that. Definitely very good useful resource to take a look at. Finger motion today, like you mentioned. I would have guessed it was some mobile game developer, actually. I went on their website just now. They call it a mobile data specialist company. We analyze and transform mobile data to improve people's lifestyle through technology and innovation. I'm not too sure what the catalyst for this is. Apparently it's a China play or something like that. Anyhow, it's up 83% on the day. FNG, if I can just pull this up in a second, actually. Use my trading view here just because I'm guessing it's on NASDAQ. Forget what the ticker is. Finger motion. I'm guessing this is one of those stocks that have not been doing well for the past couple of months. Just a random spike here. So this is your classic pump and dump stock, I'd say. You have some. Actually, there's a decent number of pumps. You see 1, 2, 3 here, and this is going to get sold off, I think. But this is a multi-day runner actually, which slipped my radar. I wasn't looking at this stock. Holy crap! It's just going. High of day, 363. This thing's now up 96%. It's going to touch 100, I'm pretty sure. This was 60 cents just a couple days ago, less than a week ago, or just a week ago, I should say. This is a 500% return in a week. So not a bad, place to put your money into if you had a 1 week time travel machine, go back in time. This has multi-day runs before, though, I should say by looking at the chart here. Eventually, at some point, it gets sold off. It goes back to where it was, probably goes lower. Not a long-term investment. For the short term, though, it's now up 103%. I think people are getting into this. It's a good idea for a lot of these momentum stocks. What I do, I just put like a stop buy at the high or cent above the high of day. Let's say it's trading 10% below. Momentum picks up again, it breaks the high of day, and the order gets filled automatically. Pretty consistent 5 to 10% with, sometimes it touches the high of day and just collapses right after, so that's never good. But usually when it breaks the high of day, it goes a little bit higher. So for here, I think a decent play could just be to put like a stop buy in at 380 and just wait for it to hit. At that point, probably see 4 being the first level of psychological resistance. From there, I think, it's hard to say what levels of resistance this stock has. It more or less just trails downwards before it pumps. But I think if it were to break 380, we should at least see 4. And from there, I think 455, just round numbers, could be likely levels of resistance. But, I'd be careful trading this thing, seeing that it's up 500% week over week. But yeah, finger motion, what an interesting play for today. You trading that at the moment, or do you have any positions?
Oh, hell no, I don't trade those positions, man. I stay away from those stocks from as far as the way I can, but it's always fun watching them, right? Fun watching them, learning from them, see how they move around. Maybe one day I will have the balls to actually trade it, and all this watching and learning has taught me enough to trade it in a way that I would probably be okay with it. But in my 2 years of my new trading experience that I have, I'd rather not trade something that's so easily gameable by other people. I mean, the float, 26 million shares. The stock has traded how many volume today? Let me check over here. 10 million shares traded today. It's almost going to trade its whole float by the end of the day. That means someone's soaking up the float, and then they're just waiting, as Tony said, to dump it on people after. And I've seen this happen, day in and day out. So I'm just something that I'm not okay with is losing that way. I'd much rather lose because I'm wrong on a trade like Apple or Microsoft. That's why I trade the large cap stocks. It's not as easy to game people on Apple and Microsoft with the amount of float that they have. And also there's like just shares sitting on shelves by BlackRock that they probably bought, God knows when, has dust all over it, right? Yeah. So those shares are just sitting there that I know they're not dumping on me. So I know I'm not going to get gamed on. So I try to stay away from those stocks that you can get gamed on. But that's where like a lot of the profits are there too. You can either make tons of money or lose tons of money in that game. Exactly. So it's for those people with an appetite of a lot of risk. I don't have that appetite, sadly, not yet at least. But the market right now moving back to the south side, baby. Hitting VWAP for both of these markets, NASDAQ and S&P 500. Tickled VWAP and are now trickling back to the south side. Tickle and trickle, tickle and trickle. NASDAQ flat on the day, absolutely, but S&P 500 once again in the negative direction, 0.08% to the south side as RCL moves back to the north side. CCL and RCL both moving back. This is why I said I don't want to punch into a new short position on RCL, nor do I want to go long because it could easily go all the way to the south side to the lower day. Then maybe we can think about a long there, but I don't want to diddle in the middle. I'd much rather just wait for the stock to maybe pull back to VWAP previously where I was short at, or go all the way to the south side where I can go long at. And I guess a lot of you are trading stocks such as Apple and Tesla and so on. Apple almost down 1% on the day. Did have a pretty decent rip all the way up to pre-market highs of 143, but that 143 area acting as a barrier. I think Sean actually had a short at 143, did you? Yeah, he had a short at 143. For anyone that followed him on that short, you obviously know exactly how that played out. You're in the money about $2, and with this market move going back to the south side, maybe Apple breaks that pre-market bottom / the open bottom of 140.50 and go test that 140 area today. We didn't really test 140 yesterday. We tested 140.50 yesterday, and today we're bouncing off that same level.
RCL, I think, definitely an interesting stock to be trading at the moment. Possible recovery now that it's sort of depegged from the rest of the market. But yeah, like you mentioned, Apple is an interesting stock at the moment. I think there are a bit of new news coming in, lower demand for some of their products. But you got me thinking, actually, when you're mentioning having less confidence to trade some of these penny stocks. I think it's not a vice at all. In fact, I think it's it's a great talent to not be able to resist temptation to trade some of these easy money, easy losses sort of plays. Apple today down 1%. The good thing about, I think, Apple, or a name like Apple, some of these companies that are, have been, in hyper-growth stage and don't really see much drawdown even when the rest of the market is tanking, is that if you have like a short-term thesis on Apple saying it's, it's 141 right now, 141.19, you think, let's say it's going to go to 142 or 143. Let's say it doesn't. It keeps going down. It keeps going to 140 or 139. The good part about something like that, I feel like, is that it eventually will go back in your favor. Apple, is a stock that's been doing tremendously well over the past couple of years. I think it's been responsible for a good chunk, I wouldn't say a majority, but like definitely a disproportionate amount of the gains you see from the index funds. It will always go back up. So it's never a bad idea to hold or bag hold a name like Apple or Microsoft. This is unlike the name like Finger Motion, where it's like, if you bought into highs and it goes down, well, there's a good chance it'll never go back to that level again. It's better to cut your losses, just run. You buy Apple at 140, I think at the moment, 141, because you think it's gonna bounce 143 by the end of the day, and it doesn't happen. You can very much tell yourself, and think with reason too, that you're a long-term holder, because that's not a bad position to be in either, buying Apple, I think, at 141. Now you can say Apple's in a bit of a bubble, with how it is, but I think they have a pretty good monopoly on their entire ecosystem. Names like Apple, Google, Microsoft, I think these names just definitely, eventually, at some point in the future, go up. So if you have a short-term thesis, going along on a name like one of these major cap names, it's a much reduced risk, I would say, in that regard, and so it's a much better position to be in than to buy a penny stock. But I should say on that note, the indices now seem to be flat. I'm not quite sure how we might head into next week. Again, it is my thesis that markets appear to be oversold. We do see a majority of the losses, I'd say, being from Apple. Seeing that Apple is like 11% of NASDAQ, it would make sense that if Apple were flat or green today, we'd see Qs now being green. I would go long on these names, but at the moment, the volatility, I'd say, or the implied volatility, probably still undervalues the real volatility, just how widely we've seen the market fluctuate the last couple of days. I'd hold off on buying, especially on leverage. At the moment, again, like I said, my personal account, I'm refraining from buying a lot of these equities at the moment. It seems as though anything with the balance sheet or cash flow statement, anything that has employees seems to be very, very impacted by raises in interest rates. And so at the moment, I'm holding Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies. These, I treat them more like souvenirs or like bottles of wine, perhaps like a Pokemon card. They just appreciate in value. These physical assets, Bitcoin's not entirely physical. You can have a cold wallet, perhaps. They seem to outperform financial assets, and I think they've seemed to outperform financial assets even in a market downturn. So I'm going to stick to cryptocurrencies. I might buy some more Yu-Gi-Oh cards with my money instead. But yeah, at the moment, equities, I wouldn't say it's a very good time to enter, even though I do expect a bounce up.
Yeah, a viewer wants us to take a look at Vail. Yeah, Vail is up 4% today. Pretty monster move, holding up at VWAP right now. 28 million shares traded, 1.5%, sorry, 1.5 relative volume. But I don't see a trade in it, my friend. I don't trade Vail. I'm sorry. I have a very poor experience with Vail previously in the past. But that experience that I had doesn't even matter in terms of the open hours. That was a closing trade, and it didn't work out for me. And ever since, I learned real quick that Brazilian stocks are a little scary to trade going into a close. And ever since then, I just never bothered with Whale. But I see you calling it out in the chat multiple times. I'm sorry we missed it. But yeah, not a trade for me. I'm happy for you, though. I'm glad you were able to kill it on the long side. I mean, we were up 6% at one point on this position. Monster move. I don't see a lot of stocks giving us that type of percentage on the day today, right? I mean, there probably are a lot of them. But still a good 6% coming in. Here's Coinbase, another 5% coming in. RCL, giving us 11% to the downside. So there's different areas that I'm putting my damage in. I'm going to pick a stock with the catalyst behind it and actually news behind it, such as CCL was the one with the catalyst, the earnings catalyst and the news, and RCL is a sympathy trade. I personally like to just look for the stocks with the catalyst and the news, because then I have a reason to do what I'm doing. But for Vail, I don't know if there's a catalyst. If there is a catalyst, I just simply don't know it. I would gladly like for you to inform it to us. But yeah, no trade in that for myself today. But amazing long for yourself, baby. Let's go 6% to the north side.
Yeah, crazy move. And I think a viewer in the chat was talking about Intel just a moment earlier. I think Intel today at 52-week lows, not surprising. This is a major underperformer. When we take a look at a lot of tech stocks, I think we're at the same levels or close to it as we were back 20 years ago during the peak of the tech bubble, if not lower, I think, somewhere in that area. Now trading at $26. I think the P/E ratio now, something looks like around 7. Chip makers being hit incredibly hard. NVIDIA down about 2/3 of its value from last November. AMD, I think, down about half now. If I saw it from last time. Yesterday was at 63, if I remember correctly. Intel, I think a bit less volatility, seeing that it's already kind of underpriced. Much less growth, implied growth being put into Intel. But at the moment, this is just, just a line down at this point. We see very minimal rallies and very short-term rallies, I should say. This was back during an incredible market rally, bear market rally, I should say, back in middle of June to middle of August. For 2 months there was an incredible rally. We don't really see any of that here in Intel, just a brief recovery and then a huge slide down. I think they're about to release their own gaming GPUs, actually, in maybe this month or in October, I think. Priced around 400 USDs. That's going to be interesting to take a look at as to whether or not they'll gain any market dominance. I think that'll be the scene. But I think, with a lot of these names, Intel and Micron, he's having them trading at very, very low P/E ratios just because all of their earnings gets reinvested into R&D to stay competitive. That's, I think, a lot of the issues with these chip names is just the investors don't end up getting the money. If they do, then the company will end up losing most of their sales because they're not going to have the same specs as their competitors. So it's infinitely just reinvestment. Obviously not a good idea, or not too good. A play in an inflationary environment, and that's, I think, what's really pushing Intel all the way down over here. It never occurred to me that we'd see 26. I think I saw this back in 2019. It was at 45, 46, and I thought that was a major undervaluation for Intel. But clearly AMD has been chipping away at their market share, both for servers as well as just gaming chips in general. And so Intel is just in a pretty tough position at the moment, I would say, especially when the chip sector is just being beaten down every single day in this environment. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a look at finger motion again over here, I'd say. Never ended up breaking 380. So I think a good entry is always going to be break of the high of day. Looks like it faded quite a bit, around 20% or just under that. It's still up 70% for a day, but not exactly the 103 we've been seeing just a few moments earlier. So yeah, I think Pratt, you do not trading some of these names. It's a very good idea, seeing how fast they can pull and just how violent they can really move. So again, if you're trading these penny stocks, always make sure exercise good caution. I would say under leverage is better than over leveraging, especially when
Tony's
you're
not a fan of FNGR at all, eh?
No, I've got my face stripped off plenty of times by names like these.
I feel your pain, brother. I feel your pain. I understand exactly what you're saying. Those pump and dump stocks are a little scary, not to say the least. There's actually news coming out about Twitter right now. Apparently, super agent Emmanuel is set to seek Musk for the Twitter settlement. So I was just wondering what super agent meant. So right here from Google, companies licensed by the central bank. Oh, from Nigeria. Wait, what? Oh, never mind.
That's what I told you.
Oh, I didn't even read it properly. I just.
Say what I said. It's probably arbitration.
What did you say?
Arbitration.
Arbitration. So Twitter coming up with some sort of a catalyst over here. Let's go check out what Twitter's doing. I'm expecting a pop-up on the north side. Yeah, look at that big volume candle on Twitter coming in right before the settlement. Looks like Twitter was bringing in some volume and some moves again, baby, to the north side. This stock, when the news was announced, was actually pretty successful to the north side for myself. So I can't wait to see what type of moves and opportunities Twitter gives us again. The last time the deal was announced, I think the number was $54.20, 5420. So let's see if we can get that move coming in again above the current range high. It looks like right here, I'll say 45. If 45 doesn't reject, then maybe we have a move to 48 or so on Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter, crazy moves, I'd say, for today. I'm surprised it's still at 44. I think the market's clearly pricing in, the chance that Twitter actually does end up getting bought out by Musk, at the very least. A settlement very much in the favor of Twitter is reached, seeing that, like you mentioned, buyouts 5420 had a 420 in there somewhere. It was that, or it's going to be $69 a share. I don't think Elon Musk is going to pay 69. So 5420. That's the best he can do instead. But yeah, Twitter today moving a bit higher. I'm surprised actually, given in light of the whistleblower report coming in, I think a month or two ago. from their previous, I think, chief security officer. Regrettably, he's actually a pretty famous hacker. I regrettably forgot his name at the moment, but I think he was detailing how there was very, very little control over Twitter at how they were dealing with a lot of these spam bots, leading lending more credence to Elon Musk's claim that the 5% spam bots is very much underestimates the actuality of it, and that was his main reason for trying to pull out the deal. So Twitter today now above 44, good price action here. Again, I tend to stay away from these names that are very much news based. If the deal obviously doesn't go through, people are saying that Twitter right now should be like a $25 stock based on its fundamentals, given how far items like Snapchat has fallen. So I'd stay away from this name just personally. Again, my risk appetite, I think, much reduced. I think that's one of the things about the experience from being a day trader, I think, is just the unwillingness to gamble more. I think that's if there's some maturity to come out of it. At least for me, I think I'm less willing to throw my money on things that seem to be more of a gamble or things I'm less sure of. But yeah, Twitter today, huge mover, always fascinating to look at. Taking a look again at the Qs, we are not doing an awful lot at the moment. Excuse the wick here. I think it's just a misprint. Sitting at 272 on the QQQ ETF here. If we take a look at the daily candle, actually, I am looking at this area. I think we hit 52-week lows yesterday, I believe, and bounced from there nicely in the last hour of the trading day. If you take a look at the 1 day now, it's just we should bounce at some point at this point. I think the previous 52-week lows, we pretty much hit near that area, broke below it actually. I'm wondering if that is going to be the level of support we really need to see till we get like a nice bounce here. I'm looking for a run up here like we did for the pre-CPI. Obviously, the CPI number was pretty nasty, so if we see a huge nasty wick here, I do expect to see some sort of a multi-day run at this point. I don't think the markets should move straight vertically down. This is, I think, the steepest fall we've seen this year. If maybe steepest, say 1 month period fall we've seen this year. I think the worst month since COVID actually. But I am waiting for a rally. I don't want to jump in prematurely because this thing does rip your face off. It's weird because the Qs, you think it's not that volatile, but we're down, I think almost 4% yesterday. So I'm pretty hesitant about going in with any kind of leverage here. I do want to see some sort of a bounce though. I'm not interested in shorting this. But again, the question now is the timing, and you don't want to go in too early.
Yeah, it's as we say that's a lot of the time on the show. It's as a day trader, especially with the prop firm, it's timing, T-I-M-I-N-G, timing the market. Especially when you have a shutdown and you can only lose X amount of dollars in a day. And if you lose more than that, the computer locks you out for the rest of the day and you're just stuck there watching other people make money, right? So in those types of environments, it's all about timing the market. But if you are a trader by yourself, you're trading on your own account. You can hold stocks after 4 o'clock and swing them for your favor. And as long as you're applying the proper risk management, you're allowed to maybe be a little less strict on yourself on that and play the time in the market, like Tony was saying earlier about Apple. Apple, if I go long 143 and I'm waiting all day for 143 to come back into play, as a day trader, I'm taking a loss on it. But if you buy Apple 143 today, it doesn't come back to 143 for you to give you a break-even exit or even go above 143 to actually make you money. You can turn that position into a little bit of a bag hold position or a swing trade position. Maybe next week it pops back up. Maybe next month it pops back up, allowing you to take profit on that. But when you apply the same strategy for, let's say, FNGR or even Twitter, it will be a little scary because Twitter today comes out with a good catalyst saying, yeah, Elon Musk, good, positive, we're going to buy. Tomorrow, Elon on Twitter is probably going to, or on Rumble. I think Elon was actually supposed to go on Rumble on Russell Brand's show. Oh, yeah, right?
He moved the show there, I just remembered.
Yeah, so Russell Brand moved the show on Rumble. Elon's supposed to be on Russell Brand's show on Rumble. If Elon goes on there and says anything crazy like he's always known to be saying, or he smokes a joint and says, screw Twitter for all we know, well, guess what Twitter's going to do after? He's going to go crashing to the south side. So on stocks like Twitter, stocks like FNGR, you want to urge a little bit of carefulness on there. But like on Apple, Microsoft, Netflix, maybe not Netflix, but some of these good big companies, you can buy the dips of them, and if they don't work out, you can start to swing them a little bit. But sadly, some people thought the same about BABA.
Oh,
and
yes.
then what happened, right? So news events can come out of nowhere. They can blindside you. The best thing you can do is use stops, manage your risk, always have a stop. There was a trader on the floor, a brand new trader. It was a trainee. In a meeting, in the trainee meeting, the trader goes, I don't use stops. We didn't see that guy after 4 o'clock.
Wow.
We saw him getting a talk with Greg, and we didn't see him after 4 o'clock. So don't be that guy. I don't even remember his name, right? Don't be that guy who says, I don't use stops. Use stops, manage your risk, and always know when to get out if you're wrong.
I was going to say something, but then I was worried I wasn't going to come through the doors again after 4.
Don't worry, Greg's out today for a wedding, so no one's firing you today.
Right.
Maybe Brankles and Sean might, but today you're good. Greg's not here.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, geez. Okay, so I think it's very tempting not to use a stop. It's very, very tempting. It's very painful to see like you're in position, somehow just a wick against you suddenly for no reason, triggers your stop and then goes right back, and it's like, oh, if only I didn't get, my stop hit. But no, I agree, having a stop is very important. For every time that might happen, it just triggers your stop and immediately goes back up. Also, there's, I'd say, a lot more instances where it hits your stop and it just keeps going down. If you didn't have that stop, you'd be very tempted to just look at it, stare at it for the rest of the day, thinking, oh, it's going to come back soon. Another, 3-4% down soon. Another 3% down soon. It doesn't end up happening. So, stop. A stop is very, very important. I will say that. And if I ever don't use one, it's because of my own lack of discipline. It's good to use a stop. Controlling your losses. That's very, very, very important. For trading, when losses definitely could surmount very quickly, I might add, against you. From my time in Forex, sometimes it's like you just wake up and it's like, oh, the account's gone. Oh, well. Exactly.
And it's gone.
Exactly. So, stops, they're very, very important. We're now saying finger broke $3. It did. Wow.
It broke earlier. It broke 3 earlier when we were watching it.
Well,
3 to the downside. Okay.
Yeah, 3 to the downside now. So, what goes up must come down. This thing doesn't just expand out. So what goes up must come down at this point. We see a bit of a curvature here. I don't want to draw a terribly ugly line. Let me try to see if I can. It's going to look kind of bad. I'll make this a little larger. I'm going to change this color to red. I still see like a pretty consistent slope here. We could just test the bottom of this, just keep going upwards. It's possible. I don't know if I'd bet on it, but it's a possibility. Just like how we could win the World Series. It's a possibility. I don't know if I'd bet on it though. But it's definitely possible. I think for a play like this, you definitely want to start seeing a bottom here. I don't think we've seen a pullback as large as we have here, previously. This fall from 147 to around 125. This was a decent drop here. Another fall here, and you got some interesting action going on here. Still, part of the major curve upwards, going parabolic. Do we find a bit of support here? Again, it's a high risk, high reward type of play. If we do, we can blow all the way past $4. I think it's a real possibility if we do see more buyers coming in. Again, with the drop this steep, though, you have to ask yourself, can your stomach handle it? And if it were to break, I'd say 275, well, then I think it'd just be over. If it breaks this level here, 258, I think that's the end, at least, of the exponential growth we've been seeing in finger motion. And again, this is a pump and dump name from what we've seen historically, so you don't want to be caught bag holding a name like this, knowing that it's not going to really give you much better of an exit, if you keep holding on to it. To change the topic a little, I know regrettably, bonds aren't something very exciting to day trade, but we've been seeing crazy volatility in some of these names in an inverted yield curve. 2 years are now trading at, I think, 414. Hit a high of 422 today, which I think it's absolutely crazy. In a market like this, I think, honestly, just putting all your money into like a government bond isn't necessarily the worst decision. Yeah, you're, just for inflation, it's not going to give you much, but you lock in a rate here for the 10-year, let's say. It's what Bank of England was doing. 20 years, at 4 at the moment, 10 years at 3.7. It's absolutely crazy. I don't think we've seen these rates since in 2010s. I don't think we've seen them. I can't remember. The last time we saw this, I think I wasn't even existing. So it's absolutely crazy. I think at the moment buying bonds is never a bad idea to do in such a volatile environment. I think U.S. Treasury is still the gold standard of what a guaranteed return on investment is. And so I'm more and more tempted to just buy bonds these days, as crazy as it sounds. I think in this market, going for an actual long play is very, very hard. Again, Bitcoin, I think it's going to be, it's been proven to be a pretty stable investment. I had a debate actually with, I think the owner here. He was asking, why are you so bullish on Bitcoin? And, my response to that, why are you so bullish on wine? What value does wine give you? What's the yield on wine? To me, it's like a souvenir. It's some sort of like a cultural icon at this point, I'd say most people might agree. And so it always will have some sort of like a marketable value just existing that, as it is. Companies can issue new shares, they can go bankrupt, they can make terrible business decisions. Bitcoin, while there's, nobody really knows who started it, it sort of just exists as itself. It's the way it's constructed, it's anti-inflationary. And so, to me, I think that's a safe place to park your money. Actually, comparing Bitcoins to bonds, I know, sounds ridiculous, but hear me out on this.
Tony, listen. Cryptocurrency doesn't have the volatility I need anymore. I'm going to start trading bonds now.
Bonds, yes.
Okay? I need volatility. I think I'm going to go to the bond market. That's where volatility really is these days. All right? Crypto market volatility is dead. That's the sad part. No, at the end of the day, I am on you. I'm with you on the whole crypto idea. I'm a crypto. I have more money in crypto than I have in stocks.
Really?
Right?
Wow.
So, and the worst thing is, I know less about cryptos than I know about stocks. Mm-hmm. So I have more money in a field that I know less about, which is absolutely brain dead. But we're gonna slowly educate ourselves about the crypto market. Your boy Sean, not too long ago, mentioned that he punched into an AMD short. So I punched into an NVIDIA short because AMD was a little bit far away from where I wanted to punch into a short. So I punched into an NVIDIA, not giving it too much of risk, around 124. Let's see if this market pushes to the south side, allows me to turn NVIDIA into a pretty decent winner, maybe a 50-cent winner, maybe $1 per share winner. Currently, we're 88 pennies in the money on that position, 123.97, and my risk is 124.11. If 124.11 prints, I'll get out of it. I also want to come back to that point of stops and whatnot. My stop is at 124.11, but people in the chat were talking about having mental stops. I agree with you 100%. Having a mental stop or a time stop, you get into a position, you give it maybe 10 seconds for it to do something, such as, I'll give you 10 seconds to hold above 124. It didn't even need it. It did that in 30 seconds or less than 3 seconds and just now stopped me out. So it did not even require that long. But let's say I did not have a stop out and I was mentally stopping myself out. I was going to give it 10 Mississippis to stay above 124. And I think 10 Mississippis have elapsed already. We're still above 124. Now I'm going to look at another market variable. What is the market doing? Another variable, which is what is the market doing? The market's right now showing me a 5-minute green candle on the candle that's happening at the moment. So all things considered, I think I'm just going to stay away from this one because I think the better short position will be closer to 124.50, which is 50 cents north from where we are. So things like that are always something that you want to consider. But the problem that I want to mention with the mental stop is people tend to extend that mental stops as this chart keeps pulling in against their favor. Mm-hmm. So if you are short, let's say 124, and your mental stop is 124.15, once 124.15 comes in, you might move that to 124.30. You might move that 124.30 to 124.50. So how far do you keep moving this mental stop to? And where is that final line in the sand that you tell yourself, okay, I'm wrong?
Exactly.
So that's the problem that I have with traders who say mental stop. As long as you know that hey, I'm gonna extend it maybe twice, and then I'm not gonna extend it. Mm-hmm. As long as it's in your rule set, it's in your setup, it's in your playbook. I have a mental stop. I will maybe extend that mental stop 2 times, but the 3rd time I'm not extending it. I'm taking that loss. Maybe having that in that plan helps you.
Exactly. I totally agree. In fact, it reminds me of just hitting the snooze button. I was supposed to get up at 6:30 this morning. Then it was 6:45. I'm a bit too tired. 7 o'clock. I try to get up, go back to sleep. Again, I'm getting out at 8 o'clock. So yeah, mental stops. The issue, you got to have the discipline to just have that actual stop, commit to it. Otherwise it doesn't quite do the same justice as to not have it. It's pretty much just not having a stop at that point. That's regrettable. But somebody in the comments, I think, was actually asking I was saying wine doesn't yield. So the question is, does Bitcoin actually yield anything? Good question, actually. I think with the introduction of this ETF, which isn't the only optional ETF, but I think ProShares ought to sponsor me, pay me a check for me talking about this ETF so often. It's an optionable Bitcoin futures ETF. So CME, I think, released Bitcoin futures around 2020, if I remember correctly. I forget exactly when. This is pretty much just the optional ETF that holds T-bills as well as those futures. The issue with this, obviously, there's a fee, management fee. You pay to ProShares about 1% a year for them to roll over each contract. And just rolling over each contract itself, one, it costs money. There's a spread to it. I'm sure there's commission to it. It's not going to give you one-to-one returns with Bitcoin, but holding this thing. It's going to be a bit less, but again, in all that you get, FDIC insurance. You're not going to, have a Quadriga run off with all your Bitcoin. First of all, if you leave it on a hot wallet, so you can have this in your, your FDIC insured brokerage account. But also, because you have calls and puts on it, you can do something called selling covered calls, which it's my favorite for mitigating the downside. I saw that this actually had January 2025 options tradable, on this, right here on this ETF here. So take a look at the $25 strike. It's right now around 12.15, so a bit less than half at the moment. I think Bitcoin's just under 20,000. So I think the 40 or 25 strike on this ETF corresponds to about 40,000 Bitcoin. This expires in 2025, so it's about just over 700 days, I think. You can sell a 25 call at the moment. You get something like $3. So that reduced your cost basis. You're basically getting Bitcoin at 3/4 the price. So at the moment, it's, a bit less than 15,000, I believe. And basically it's like you sell a covered call at 40,000 for Bitcoin. So let's say you buy cheaper Bitcoin, you could sell it at a higher price. Obviously, if Bitcoin goes to 50,000, 75,000, 5,000, 100,000, you're not going to be too happy a camper by selling the covered call. But if Bitcoin remains stagnant, the implied volatility actually isn't too bad on some of these contracts right here. In fact, what I've been doing recently myself, you go like 1.5 months out to November. Bitcoin, again, you have to convert the price from the ETF to the actual Bitcoin. I think it's around 1,600, just over that. Shares of this ETF, approximately equivalents the price of one Bitcoin. But you can sell a covered call, you can sell a put on Bitcoin effectively and have like a pretty decent yield. So, to the individual asking, what does Bitcoin yield? Well, since it's optionable now, apparently something. So, that's my incentive actually. I think I'm going to sell puts on the Bitcoin ETF. That's going to be my yield. It has a relatively high implied volatility, to my surprise, which I think overestimates the true volatility of Bitcoin, like Brad was saying. So that's my play at the moment. The Bitcoin does yield. I'm waiting for an Ethereum ETF. I'm waiting for like an XRP ETF, waiting for a Cardano ETF. I think that's yet to be seen. But we have a Bitcoin ETF. I think that's very important. I think it's very important that it's optionable. There's Ethereum ETFs out there. They're not optionable, however. I don't think all of them trade on American exchanges, so that's a bit of an issue. But BITO
is on Pink Sheet.
Is it? Oh yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, BITO. I think the one other one. So I not just
GBTC.
Not GBTC. I think it was the Valkyrie one. BTF. I think this one's also optional, if I'm correct. But an optionable Bitcoin ETF. That's very exciting, I think.
We also have BTCC.B, which is a Canadian one on the Toronto Stock Exchange, and BTCC.U, also on the Toronto Stock Exchange, which is the USD version. So for those of you who are on the TSX and wanna take advantage of that, you can do that by going to btcc.b/TO. Pretty much the same idea that Tony was talking about. If you want to invest in cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and so on, without actually investing in cryptocurrencies and Bitcoins, if you're worried about your account getting hacked and stolen and whatnot, so many of those happen. Didn't Crypto.com recently get hacked for some money and whatnot?
I wouldn't be surprised.
So yeah, like a lot of these companies get hacked all the time, and your coins are not really your coins or something along those words. So obviously there's another way to invest in it. It's not your coins. It's not your coins, not your crypto. Just you're just paying for digital numbers on a screen that they manipulate however they wish, like it, right? But no, at the end of the day, if you want to invest in it, there's ways to invest in it without doing so directly. Not your keys. Yeah, it's my door, my keys, but your money, right? BTCC near all-time lows. I mean, Bitcoin, it's basically Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin is at like what, 19K, 18K. So BTCC.B, which came out when Bitcoin was at like what, $40,000. Obviously, it's going to be at an all-time low because we're tracking it from 40K to thing. Brad, do you have a crypto wallet? I do, and I'm not going to mention who's with or what it is or anything. But yeah, I do have a crypto wallet. I do. No, I don't actively trade it, but I do invest in cryptocurrencies. Latin American stocks are rocketing. I would like a ticker, Jess Markey. If you have any ticker for me to pull up, I would gladly open it up for you to take a look at any Latin American stocks that you're thinking about. Real quick though, let's go to the market to show you what the market's doing at the moment. Here's the S&P 500, ES/Z22CM. Here's the S&P 500 futures pushing to the north side. So that NVIDIA stop out that I had looks a lot better now than it did previously. Moving back to VWAP, so maybe not try to short a stock that's already up on the day, Brad, but you know, nothing wrong with that. If you have the right levels, nothing wrong with that. Let's head to Verizon real quick. Verizon popping up on the scanners to the downside today. Already bleeding about 1.16%, but looking to create a new low a day while the market's going up is Verizon with 9.65 million shares traded, a relative volume of 0.95. I think we actually have a video now about relative volume. So for those of you who want to learn about relative volume or learn about anything really, head over to our homepage, click on that little search box and just type in that topic that you're looking to learn about, RELATIVE VOLUME. So if you type in relative volume, hey, I thought we shot a relative volume video, Neil. Sorry? Well, though that relative volume vid's not up here, but if you want to learn about, about VWAP or level 2 or anything, you just type in that little keyword in that search box and you'll find a video about it. Maybe it needs to be uploaded because I did remember them shooting a video about it, about relative volume. But anyways, I'll just tell you what relative volume means real quick. It's you're taking, let's say, 14 days of volume, and you're comparing that 14 days of volume with how the stock is trading volume at this very moment, and you're putting it on a scale. So 2 or more means that stock is really in play. And if it's less than 2 and greater than 1, that stock, it might be in play and be showing you that there's still volume in it compared to the last 14 days and so. And if it's less than 1, then the stock's not really in play. There's no real volume behind it to help you get an extended move to the downside or to the upside or either direction. But if it's going in that direction without that relative volume like Verizon is today, then it means that clearly the stock has negative catalyst or weakness weighing on it that's not allowing it to pop up with the rest of the market.
It's yeah, definitely. So Verizon was one of those names I think that was definitely a Warren Buffett stock. I think he dumped most of it at this point. But that was pretty much the definition of a blue chip name for the longest time. And I think in this market, I would have thought that would have been a decent investment. And in the long term, I think that AT&T, well, the telecom's really not doing so well. So when you think about possible good investments in this economy, there really aren't a few. And I keep shouting Bitcoin at this point. Okay, I'll stop. The volatility. Never mind. So again, not many good investments. So I started thinking, rather than dump every paycheck of mine into the market, what else can I be spending it on? For the longest time, I think the best investment, in my opinion, as a birthday cake for $10 to $15, you can make a grown man cry. Maybe not every grown man. I certainly cried if someone got me a birthday cake. So that was a decent investment. But I got to give credit to Sharif for this. The best investment I think you can really make in this economy is yourself, your body, your mind, going to the gym. I know, Pratt, you've been saying this as well. You've been lifting some weights, playing basketball every day. I think that's great. I'm trying to get into it as well. And it's the effect, especially as someone who used to drink just a liter of soda every day, it's incredible. What you feel in your body and your mind helps you make better trades. I will say, it helps calm you down. You see a gain, it's like, okay, well, I see a little bit of profit. I'm going to hold it until it gets to a level I'm happy with. And if it moves against me, it hits my stop loss, that's okay. I'm not revenge trading. Come back in a little bit, see if I like it then. But if not, I'll move on. Life's okay. So investing in your mind, doing push-ups,
Here's something
pull-ups.
that I've been wanting to tweet, but I just haven't tweeted it because I felt like me tweeting this even is like a stupid tweet. But I'll say it out loud, right? The point I wanted to say in that tweet was especially when I have a bad day on trading. I go to the gym and I try to go extra hard at the gym, so that way the next day when I'm feeling sore, it reminds me of the trading mistakes that I made, and then I'll try not to repeat those mistakes.
Yes.
So that's helping me a lot recently.
No, I totally agree with that. Sorry, I kind of spoiled, your tweet there. I know you kind of.
No. I just never was going to make that tweet. I've typed it out like 3 times in the last week, and I just deleted the tweet.
Oh,
Never really sent it out.
Well, I'm glad you talked about it based off of that. But no, it's I think prior to literally last week, I was thinking, why would I ever go to a gym? I don't live in a jungle. I don't need to hunt for my food. I just go to McDonald's, tap my car, and there's burgers coming right at me. I don't need to work out. That's ridiculous. What a waste of time. But no, it's certainly, I think, investments in yourself. It's not just about your body, by the way. I'm fine with looking. I don't want to be fat, but I've been gaining a few pounds. I want to lose that. But also, the benefits of the gym aren't just physical. You just feel so much better, disciplined. Yes, you feel mentally clean, detoxed. It's like, you really have to feel it. I'd say talk to me about a year or 2 years ago. I'm like, oh, ridiculous. You've been brainwashed going to the gym. Whoa, what a ridiculous idea. But no, it's amazing. It's amazing. I can attest to it to myself, and my goal is to maybe I can be gym buddies, go out more often, help other trading too.
Yeah, man, get a membership for the YMCA. Let's get it. Let's make it happen. You, me, Greg, we'll go every day 2 o'clock, get our ball in, get our workouts in, and live a healthier lifestyle, baby. Let's do it.
Absolutely. I'd say so. And so a quick look at the markets again, sort of to take it off the track there. But Qs again now going negative. Looks like my thesis aren't quite doing for a bounce just yet, regrettably so. But there are definitely value plays in this market, despite how badly the markets are doing. I think I was discussing this with somebody on StockTwits just the day before. Name called Okta, I think like a security company, actually kind of big, $40 billion during the peak of the bubble. It's been down around 80% now, not doing nearly as well. Today, we're still up 3%. We're trading at around 68.50. A name I no longer own, regrettably, but I was a holder at one point looking for a bounce. This name just sold off way too hard during the earnings play right here, down 35% because they discussed having higher employee attrition rates from their acquisition of Auto. Very costly acquisition, I believe. Saying that teams didn't merge very well, difference in culture. Even though the earnings were good, thing dumped all the way to 58, I think, that day. Now we hit 53 just a moment ago, but you can see the past couple of sessions, despite a huge market sell-off, a company, tech company, not making any profit, probably cash flow negative, huge rallies. And I think for that, you just kind of had to spot undervalued plays in this market. This was a stock I had my eyes on, but you kind of see the price action. Despite NASDAQ falling 3%, yesterday, this stock was just unrelenting. It was green yesterday, just pushing to the upside. Goes to show in any market, you probably have undervalued stocks. Now, again, it's down 80%, year over year, or from last November, I should say. Not a good investment if you held it over a year, but at any given time, there's probably a lot of stocks going, trading below their true market value. In the short term, you can find plays like that. There's always a stock to be bought, and always a stock to be sold. I think Okta is definitely one of those names. I'm not sure at this point if we keep going upwards, but definitely, I think an example of that, I was debating with someone yesterday, why is a name like this going up when the market's down 3%? I think it was just oversold. There's always way oversold stocks in the market.
Yeah, I just punched into NVIDIA here under 123.50 to see if we can try to get that short one more time. It didn't work out the first time. Obviously, you saw that happen. We didn't have the appropriate stop, nor did I want to have the appropriate stop up to 124.50s. But we could have gotten back in. We were hesitant on that. But now that the market is actually breaking down from that range that we were creating earlier, let's see if we can actually participate in an NVIDIA short and see how low can this one go. Can we get 50 cents to the downside? There's some size coming in on the inverse gateway. What is an inverse gateway? It's a gateway that is not a normal gateway, right? A normal gateway, you provide liquidity, which means you sit on the books and you collect fees for providing liquidity, but you pay fees for removing liquidity. An inverse gateway is the opposite of that. You sit on the book and you pay to get the fill, but you're first to get the fill. So those are the people who are complicated traders, a little bit more sophisticated traders who have the capability to use those gateways. You see them coming in. Every time you see a black colored gateway, those are all sophisticated orders, either an algorithm or an actual trader in in person is throwing those orders out at the moment, and that's not your Robinhood traders. A Robinhood trader won't be able to throw out an inverse gateway order. At least I don't think they can. I think most of their orders automatically go through Citadel, and Citadel then decides what gateway to throw it upon. At least that's my idea behind it. Their own dark pool, probably, and the internal match it, right? They'll match it to some guy who's sitting all the way up there, and they'll short it to you over here. I mean, at least that's illegal, but at least in my head, my tin hat comes out, and that's what they're doing.
No, absolutely so. And, you always got to be careful with that, trading at gateways and all that. But I'm taking a look at the general markets here, actually. It's actually not as bad as, take a look at, I wish I can pull up the heat map here in a moment, forgot what that link was. But taking a look at the most active stocks for the day, seeing a little bit more mixed than what I thought looking at the markets here. Now down close to 0.5% on the Qs. Most of the losses were in fact being led by Apple and Microsoft, actually now down 1.5% almost, as well as Microsoft now being down 0.75%. But besides that, there are a fair share of winners for today. Some of these names, I think, again, a bit oversold previously. Micron earnings yesterday, not doing as bad as expected. Vail wasn't quite following the catalyst there, but looks like we are near the high of day, actually, just 5 cents away. So this could be a good breakout play, actually. Again, with Vail, you might use call options, you might use leverage, for I believe it's a gold miner. You're not going to see as much volatility, but definitely up 6% for the day. Could definitely go somewhere. Besides that, Coinbase, Twitter, Snowflake, Micron. So not too many massive gainers there. But on the reverse side, we also have some surprising names here. AbbVie is down 4% today. I'm not sure if they had any clinical related news coming out recently. But besides that, telecom's also down. So just a quick, market recap. Sorry, I stole Brendan's segment there. But so names like these, I'm just taking a look at. But yeah, I think what was the other name? Biogen was a huge mover the other day. I think this is with Biogen, it's
BIIB.
BIIB.
That was on the move today too.
Yeah, it was. I think it's still up 2%. But this name has been known to pop and fade. Very much so. I don't think this stock has really yielded any gains pretty much since 2014, 2015. Alzheimer's news from them, and I think their Japanese partner just a few days ago was up like 50% in the pre-market. Faded that move, now coming back down. This happened, I think, a couple times now. This might be third time the charm. Perhaps it holds its gain finally, but if we take a look at just the weekly charts on Biogen, this company has just been having, I think, issues in the long term. This was the FDA approval of one of their, of Aduhelm. I'm not sure if I pronounced the name correctly, but huge move upwards, and it just kept trailing downwards, concerns with the efficacy, and then I think the government decided that Medicare, Medicaid wouldn't quite cover as much as they previously thought they would. So that was one drop, and I think before, also it was rumored that the FDA, I think, advisory committee voted to approve it, and then the next day came around and said, no, that's not true. We don't vote to approve it. So went to 400, dropped right back down. Here went to 400, took a while, dropped back down. Here he touched 300. Question is, does Biogen actually hold these gains? I think it's hard to say in this market. I'm not an expert on biotech, by the way, as Brad would lead you to believe, regrettably. I think what attracts me to biotech is the huge swings, the up 80% or down 80% in a single day based off an FDA decision. I can't really see where Biogen's future business goes, but definitely it's something fascinating to look at, and think it might be very actively traded. Good day trading stock in the 260 to 80 range here, if you were to swing trade it.
Yeah, Apple finally at a new low a day under 140.50, and the question is, how low can Apple go under 140.50? Nvidia 40 cents in the money, and I took some profits on the downside move over there, and now I'm letting the last few shares run to see how big of a move can Nvidia give to us. I'm very happy with that 40 cents, but I would love $2 if that's possible. Always love $2 if that's possible. But Apple, man, does Apple break 140 today? I think that's the question that everyone's asking themselves as this market deciding to stay negative on the day, most likely for the rest of the day at least. I don't know if I mentally can handle this market going to the south side, testing the low a day, and then ripping past VWAP and then going back again for another high day retest. So I don't think that's a possibility. I think this market is now done for the day in terms of hope for the north side, unless there's some big catalyst coming out. And part of me is actually itching to go short Apple right here and give it not too much of risk. Maybe give it up to 140.55, 140.60, 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents of risk on Apple for a move all the way to 140. And then if 140 breaks, I add on the 140 break for a bigger move down below 140. But if 140 doesn't break, I'm already in a 30-40 cent winner by being short around here, and then I can punch out on the fail break of 140. So that's my trade idea, and even speaking out loud about it is making me miss my trade. Here's the stock going to the south side without me, and I'm hesitating, man. I'm really hesitating to get into this position, but I would love to be in this trade right now. Maybe if it pops up to 140.45, then I can punch in and give it that 10-cent risk I was talking about. So let me just quickly throw that order out at 140.45 on Apple, and I'm not trying to give it too much risk. I'm not going to chase this trade, though. I got to be okay. I have a big problem with not being okay with missing trades. So I need to be okay with missing a trade. If this trade it runs away from me, that's fine. I'm going to be mentally okay with it.
And on a topic of Apple, actually, have you seen this meme template I've been seeing a lot recently? It's like the IQ bell curve meme. I think the one fitting thing, I think, when you were talking about Apple is like the question of diversification. You guys know Warren Buffett, probably the greatest investor of all time. He is surprisingly against diversification. He says diversification is protection, for the ignorant who don't know what they're investing in. So it's like on the low end, you have individuals possibly like myself.
Who are you calling ignorant? I'm joking.
Individuals like myself on this end of the curve, it's like, oh, I'm all in Bitcoin. Diversification, it's stupid. Warren Buffett, this guy right here, diversification, stupid. You probably have most decent investors here. It's like, no, you need diversification. Well, take a look at his portfolio, actually. 41.5%. It's in Apple. He owns a 5.7% stake in the entire company worth $128 billion. This thing, Apple is the reason why Berkshire Hathaway has been doing so well these past couple of years. He doesn't diversify. You have a lot of these companies, I think, that have been good dividend stocks, haven't really been outperforming the S&P. But most of his holdings, Apple Inc. right here, 41.5%. This has been leading him to pretty much do very, very well the past couple of years. So diversification, it's I'm kind of agreeing where he's at right now. If you're just a sure thing you believe in, why not put more money into it? It's not the
what is this saying again?
The saying?
Yeah.
I think he said diversification is protection for those who are not familiar with the market, or I think he said ignorant.
But isn't he the one who's just offloading his positions using options every day and hedging himself? So what's that then?
Well, I mean, again, I don't know. You gotta ask him. Who am I to say?
What's that then? Like, how can you come out and say that? Oh, diversification, this, but then you're out here just offloading your positions onto less experienced people, just like dumping the pain on them.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but nonetheless, from what I see here from his portfolio tracker, most of his company, most of his investments, over 50% of his investment is literally in Apple and Bank of America. So from there, I can say that diversification probably. Honestly, it worked for him, so who am I to say otherwise? But there's actually an investment strategy I've been thinking of that actually, if you backtest it, has pretty much outperformed the S&P throughout most major periods. That instead of buying the S&P 500, any index fund, just buy the largest company at any given time. And if that company gets overtaken, sell everything and buy the new largest company and just keep doing that. Now, there's occasionally a period where it goes back and forth between two companies, and it's a hassle to just buy and trade it so often. But if you had just bought the largest company and used that strategy for the past 40 years, you'd have outperformed the S&P by twice. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I'm surprised it was only twice, actually. The past couple of years, Apple definitely doing very well. So on that topic, now testing 140 or close to it, I would not mind buying Apple for a long-term investment at this price.
What are you guys talking about? What trader's vibing to what? You guys hear music? I don't even hear it. How do you guys hear it? That's crazy. Or you guys just saw someone vibing to music and just shaking their head or something. But
you got to drop your mixtape soon. I'm waiting to
my
hear
mixtape, buddy.
Mixtape, yeah.
I don't know who you're talking to. The rapper's on the other side of the table over
here.
Oh,
that's right.
But I'm not a rapper, though.
You got to do a collaboration. You got to make the beats. Who's going to do the vocals?
I don't know who you're talking to. I've never rapped a lyric in my life. That's a lie. But,
What about the booth?
Listen, man, I'm too busy trying to learn how to trade, man. Come on. Yeah, you want me to learn how to trade? You want me to learn how to be a host? You want me to learn how to be a producer? How many things I got to learn? Do I look like Tony, bro? Do I look like Tony who can handle 7 jobs at once?
Sports gambler?
Sports gambler?
Gambler.
I have too many
master
professions,
sports gambler
man.
right here.
Too many professions already, bro. But no, that's just an excuse. I actually, last night, I looked up some tutorials of how to make beats again. So, I'm trying to get back into it. Mm-hmm. I'm not really having fun gaming as much as I used to, Tony. I don't know about you.
Oh, I've quit for a while ago.
Right?
Geez.
I'm not having fun gaming anymore. Sometimes I'll hop on here or there, but I'll play a game or two and I'll just get really distracted and bored. So I'm trying to get back into that realm of where I was really focused on like my hobbies. Let it be like, you know, making beats or even the gym right now is a little bit of a hobby for me. So like obviously we're growing up, man. We're growing up. Our tastes are changing. I had a conversation with you about your hair. We don't have to have that on the live show, but your answer is exactly the answer that I have for as to why I'm going to the gym and as to why I quit gaming and so on. That's why I like, you know, I gave you a little pat on the back. I was like, I like that answer, man. I was like, you from where we've seen from when you first came, being the for lack of a better word, you know, just an absolute idiot of a kid that you were when you first came in, and
still an idiot,
sitting beside Greg, having those conversations, morphing into the adult that you're becoming, makes me tear, bro. They grow up so quick. They grow up so quick.
Thank you for that, Fred.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, we got,
all right, you haven't. Well, you need to learn how to adapt first properly.
All right,
there we go. There we go. You need to learn how to adapt first properly. But yeah, this market, man, struggling at the moment. This market continued to go to the downside. You're just trolling me. You're not laughing with me. You're not laughing with me. You're laughing at me. That's the difference here. That's the difference here.
Oh, that's actually, you made that?
Yeah.
No way, that's insane.
Yeah.
What the heck? That's great. Holy creature, you gotta release that.
We're getting ready here for the show.
Let's do something with Neil. Jeez.
All right, back to their show, man. That was sick beat, Brad. I like it.
All right, Apple coming back to the downside over here. Market coming back. My question is, does 140 break or not? That's my question. Does 140 breaks? Woo, baby, abyss.
140. We're getting closer and closer to it. It's knocking on the door.
I should have just chased that short. I was so scared to chase a short with 5 pennies running away from me. Like I should have. I got out for a profit. I got out for like a 70-cent profit. Yeah.
Wow, holy crap. The Qs are now down like 3/5%. I think it was at wow, if we get to 1% red here, it's going to be a bad sign for next week. We just broke the 2-week close yesterday. Are you still wait? So what shorts do you have at the moment, actually?
I'm actually empty board, baby. I'm empty board, and I'm regretting not chasing Apple a little bit. But, you know, the question is, does Apple bounce from 140? I think a long from 140 if Apple bounces, or at least has a fail break. Like I said, I don't think the market has too much oomph in it to really die today the way it died yesterday, right? We had, like, what, 3% to the downside on the market yesterday? I think today, Apple 140 is 2 days ago, Apple 145, where everyone in the world wanted to short 145 Apple, and a lot of people got trapped on it. I think the same situation is going to happen on 140 here on Apple. People are going to get ready to short the short, and then they're going to get trapped on it, and it's going to pop back to the north side. So I'd much rather wait for the break to happen, see if there's a follow through behind the break with the increase in volume, and if there is no follow through behind the break, we see a low of 139.80, 139.75, and then we come right back through 140. Then I'm punching that long back through 140. Riding it up to 141, 142, wherever we go to, make that dollar per share scalp instead of trying to gamble over here.
Absolutely, I think that's a great trade setup. I guess if you were to automate it, I think you would probably say if it breaks towards like 139.75, let's say, you're going to submit a buy stop order, let's say at 140 and a dime, or like a dime and a nickel, so 15. And once it breaks above that, you just go back in, enjoy the entire upside, squeezes back upwards. Wouldn't be surprised, but at the moment, I think we're seeing a little bit of buyers stepping in here as we don't really test anything below 140 and 20 cents. Now back at 140.38 cents, so a little bit of recovery here. But again, the Q is now still down over 0.5%, so it looks like a major reversal, free fall. Not quite a free fall yet, but if you go below 1%, I'd say that's very much a free fall. So yeah, that's a great trade setup. Definitely want to be trading the trend. I think around these even dollar breaks, like you were mentioning, a lot of action going around it, and to the efficient market hypothesis, saying, oh, there's no way that it's something so negligible as to an even dollar is going to matter in the trade to the stock price. Well, let me show you this QQQ today. Low of day today in the morning, exactly at 270 flat. Never touch a cent below. hit that level, bounce straight off it. So, that's clearly where the buyers were. That's where the limit orders were being placed in. There's just too much of a, bid at that level and just didn't break. And that's where we saw the huge recovery coming here, 1 2/3%. So I think these even dollar breaks really something to look out for, like you mentioned. And so I think that's going to be an interesting play here. If we do see Apple make another tick down, but I think at the moment we might actually see a bit of a bounce here before we got to 140 flat. So maybe buyers knowing that there's going to be a lot of action at 140, predicting a bounce, starting to bounce a little bit early now as we near 140 and 50 cents. So that's a stock I think we might see a bit of a bounce here if we start seeing a break above, like 140 and a half, 141. Definitely, I think there might be a reversal towards the end of the day. Ultimately, I think as we head into the final 2 hours of trading, shorts had a massive week, especially been holding all of this week. We might see a bit of profit taking. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a bit of buying coming into the later half of the session.
Yeah, I mean, like, who's buying on a Friday, man? Come on. I mean,
if the shorts are buying.
Yeah, they're covering. They're covering. I'll be surprised to see some real buying coming in the market to give us a relief rally. I mean, we got somewhat of a relief rally earlier on in the day when the markets were up 1%, and now sadly we're right back to the somewhat of the low of the days in the market. Not really true low of the day, but somewhere around those ranges. S&P 500 at 36.32, bouncing off of 36.32, down 0.5% on the day. NASDAQ bouncing off of 11,150 and also down about 0.5% on the day. Apple, like your boy Tony mentioned, not really pushing to 140, and now makes me look better to not have that short that I was screaming about earlier because I would have only got 20 pennies on it. So it looks better now that I waited for my trade. I waited for my setup. I was talking to Greg actually 2 days ago. I was like, I don't know what my problem is. I can never wait for my level. I always get in before my level, then I wait for my level to come into play, then I'm taking more size at my level, but my average is so screwed up. And then Greg said, listen, man, it's your price is very important. You're a day trader. Your price is very important. And after that, I've started really to like go back into the way I traded before, which is if I don't get the trade, I don't care about it anymore. And the same thing applies to Apple. I waited for 140.45. They didn't give it to me at that moment, and I'm not gonna get angry and start revenge trading other positions or Apple in that moment.
Well, hey, that's why we're going to the gym now. We're gonna
practice baby, we're trying to build that discipline.
Exactly, and I'm seeing, like you mentioned here, I think a few individuals now in the chat talking about how we will be rallying from here on now into the market close. So I guess we got I think at least a few people saying that. So I wouldn't be surprised now if consensus is that we might see a bit of reversal now, down less than 0.5%, pretty close to the end of day show now. So we're going to leave it off on a good, hopefully recovery note here. As it's nearing Sean and Neil's time. And but yeah, just overall, very fascinating session. I think a day like today is honestly very good for day traders.
Yeah.
Just a lot of volatility going in both directions. You could be long, you could be short, you can make money either way. Get the timings down, get your discipline down. Trade the trend. It's always important. The market's not like completely random. It's not 2% one day, down 3 the next, up 4 the next, and then just down 2%. Occasionally might happen, but typically there's a trend to it. So back in college, the finance degree that I got paid so much money for, it's like, oh no, there's no efficient market hypothesis. No, there is efficient market hypothesis. Day traders, trend, what is that? It's like nonsense, It's just completely random. It's just a flip of a coin. Obviously that's not true. Here's day traders. We can see there are patterns, and following the trend, I think, is one of the most important things you can do.
Yeah, I want to show you Twitter because look, what did I tell you earlier when Tony was here? Twitter might not be something that you want to swing into next week, but Apple 143 could be something that you might want to swing. And here's the example. Not too long ago, you got the catalyst for the upside move, and here comes the downside move. CNBS coming out and saying reports of serious settlement talks between company and Musk not seen underway yet. So clearly, the catalyst from earlier on saying that the Ali something, or I forget what the name is, some super agent.
Yeah, AJ.
Super agent, whatever his name was, Ali from Endeavor. He actually, we got into a little bit of a Google search about who that person is. If it is that person, they own the Miss Universe thing. They own UFC. They own a bunch of other companies out there. So he's a big guy, obviously. Maybe Elon wants to partner up with the Endeavor guy to help buy Twitter, funding secured and whatnot. So maybe that was the deal behind it. But CNBS coming out and saying this talks that they were supposed to happen has yet to actually go underway. So it's catalyst like that could come out in a second. And like I said earlier, Elon could be on Rumble smoking a joint and talking about how Twitter sucks. You never know. So you have to be careful with stocks that move off of a news report very quickly. You have to be very careful with these stocks.
Exactly. So we saw a nasty drop down, 2% in a single minute candle, I believe, when the headline came out. Surprisingly good recovery, though. So, maybe there are something going on behind the scenes. I'm not too sure, but like you mentioned, anything's possible. So you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of it, if it does end up being a coin flip. But yeah, Twitter now still up 3%. I think we're trying to break and hold above 44. I think we broke above at this one point, and then we gave it back. But these are minute candles, so there's still a lot to be seen. But overall, still a decent day for Twitter, that's for sure. Above where we started. We might see something coming out soon. So I guess to the market, stay tuned on Twitter and careful about those call and put options. Just gotta enjoy the leverage. It's one I think I would have told myself back in the day when I was dabbling with options. But yeah, Twitter, very, very exciting here. And speaking of the rest of the market, I think was it Intel mentioned again here in the chat, just breaking new lows. This is the most consistent short I could possibly imagine. Just no buyers coming in at all here. We actually see a bit of a bounce. Touch 26, so maybe that's the even dollar support. We were dying to see here, but no, this thing just trailing downwards. The most consistent channel I think I have seen of any security is just Intel here at the moment. Regrettably, just accelerating towards the downside now. Not a good, not a pleasure to be seen if you're an Intel bull. But hopefully the rest of the market can finally start rallying here. Maybe give some more credence to the rest of the market, possibly following suit. Smaller names following suit. A name I've been looking at a lot, Adobe. I think this name has finally bottomed. I'm out of it already. I saw it at 283 from 311, so almost 3,000 USD loss, regrettably. But Adobe, it seems to have rallied quite a bit today. I think it hit 283, 284, pulling back with the rest of the market. Now down 279. People not really liking the Figma deal, and Amazon doesn't have this. Keep saying everything but Adobe. Sorry, Adobe doesn't have the strongest balance sheet, so financing a Figma by issuing bonds at this environment is not going to be a good idea. But Adobe, a decent name, a lot of growth priced in. Still expecting. I think it's at 27 EPS at the moment, so that's pretty low. But long term, Adobe, I still believe in it. I'm just getting out for the moment. Not leveraging as much in, but Adobe, that's a decent name, I think.
Remember what happened to Adobe Flash and how it was a security breach for every single website?
Yeah,
that's a topic for another day. But yeah, guys, it's going to be a wrap over here between the midday host between Sharif and myself and your boy, Tony. So thank you for coming on. Thank you for having us. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hitting the like button for everyone who did. Make sure when you go to the closing show in about 10 seconds or so to Brendan that you're hitting the like button on that show too, because the like button refreshes. So we'll catch you Monday, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Have fun on the close, guys. Have a great weekend.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, final few hours here on a Friday afternoon as we try to get back to something that resembles positive territory, but it's just not happening this afternoon. It's been one of those days once again. We had a big move to the downside that has kind of stabilized, I guess, if you want to call it that. 0.6 here for the S&P, the Dow 0.87.